This is an unnoticed black internet cafe, but at night it turns into a gathering place for top students. Whenever encountering unsolvable Olympiad math problems, as long as you come here, everything will be solved easily. Even the head of the math department, Lan Jie, has heard of this rumor. So, full of curiosity, he wants to find out the truth. As soon as he left, Lan Jie saw the two students who made the fastest progress in the OSI class sneakily entering the internet cafe in the alley. However, what surprised Lan Jie was that the two children did not turn on the computer immediately after entering the internet cafe, but went straight to the card seats in the back corner of the internet cafe. Lan Jie walked past the two of them openly, and happened to hear Ma Yufei's voice at the edge of the card seat. Xiao, I'm asking for your help again today, as usual. Alright, is it still 50? At this point, Lan Jie had already walked over. The conversation just now piqued his curiosity, so he simply sat down at an empty seat. Then he saw Ma Yufei turning towards the bar. Soon, Lan Jie heard the sound of a member card being successfully recharged with 50 yuan at the bar. Shocked. No wonder the two of them only nibbled on buns for dinner. Their emotional money was all used to top up someone else's card. Lan Jie became even angrier and couldn't help but turn his head directly towards the card seat. Wait a minute. It doesn't seem like a big brother, but rather a younger person than the two of them. Maybe just a high school student at most. At this moment, that green face was staring fixedly at the screen, with a lollipop in his mouth. Lu Jia sitting next to him was also watching the screen attentively, muttering softly, on the left, there's someone. How could they still be killed like this? At this time, Ma Yufei had already returned. Xiao Gu, it's fully charged. Read it. The title is as follows. Let A and B be positive integers such that a plus 1 can divide a superscript 2 plus B superscript 2. Prove that a superscript 2 plus B superscript 2 / a plus 1 is the square of some integer. Upon hearing this, Lan Jie was so angry that he almost spat blood. Giving money for emotions was to ask him for help with solving problems. This was the homework problem he assigned to everyone in today's Olympiad class, which could also be said to be a very classic Olympiad problem. This type of problem had appeared in the International Mathematical Olympiad before, and only 2 participants had scored full marks on this particular problem. Many judges even failed to score full marks when attempting to solve it. And yet, these two guys actually came to ask for help on this problem from a delinquent teenager who hangs out in internet cafes. The boy sat there lost in thought. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the boy suddenly spoke. Let me see the question again. Okay. Ma Yufei immediately handed over a piece of A4 paper. The boy stared at the problem in contemplation for a few more minutes. Lan Jie couldn't help it anymore and was about to stand up to find out what was going on when the boy suddenly spoke again. Do you know about Veda's leap? Veda's leap? The teacher taught Veda's theorem today. Is this related to Veda's leap? You should learn mathematics actively and apply it actively. Vieta jumping is to use Vieta's theorem and infinite descent method to solve problems. First, use proof by contradiction. Assume that a superscript 2 plus B superscript 2 / a plus 1 is not the square of an integer. Then let C and D be a pair of numbers that satisfy the condition, where C plus D is the smallest among all pairs that satisfy the condition, and let C be greater than or equal to D. Then, C superscript 2 plus D superscript 2 / CD plus 1 equals K. By factorization, we get C superscript 2 KCD plus D superscript 2 K equals 0. Wait, Joe, you speak slower. I can't keep up here. Lan Jie also ignored the hiding and walked towards the card seat. But at this time, Ma Yufei and Lu Jia both took out pen and paper to record seriously, completely unaware of the movement next to them. At this time, the boy started playing the game on the screen again. Okay, Joe, you can continue. Given another set of solutions for the corresponding system of 2 equations as E, directly using Vieta's theorem, E plus C equals KD. Langer listened blankly. It seemed there was nothing wrong, except that this guy seemed to like using random letters when setting unknowns, but the logic was definitely correct. Vieta's jumping plus proof by contradiction. However, the matter is not over yet, because the young man continued to talk incessantly. In fact, there is another geometric method. This problem is essentially a problem of point distribution on geometric figures. By constructing points and slopes on a plane, finding slopes and midpoints, using distance and ratios, it can be proven in the same way, but drawing the diagram is too troublesome. No problem. Ciao. You can also speak. I will take note of it, and think about some geometric methods later. Talked about drawing, and geometric methods are too complicated to explain. Since your teacher taught Vieta's theorem today, you must use Vieta's theorem to solve the problem. But if you recharge 50 memberships for me again. However, the boy had not finished speaking when he heard 2 guys next to him almost simultaneously exclaim in fear. Teacher Lan. Suddenly, a strong force came from the back of the boy's neck, and he could only stand up with the momentum. Then a voice exploded in his ear. Who are you? At this moment, In the office of the mathematics teaching and research group of a high school in Xinjiang, Lan Jia sat in front of the desk, looking at the thin and weak teenager opposite, still reminiscing about the scene in the internet cafe just now. Obviously, he had no deterrent effect on the teenager. Even though he had already learned from Ma Yufei that the teenager was a third-year student in the junior high school section of the school, the teenager didn't take him seriously at all, and there was almost a minor conflict. In the end, Lan Jia brought out the big gun, saying that if the teenager didn't behave, he would immediately call the Cultural Bureau to complain that the internet cafe was allowing minors to go online. He would then take the teenager's photo and remind all nearby internet cafes not to admit minors, which finally made the teenager choose to surrender. Afterwards, Lan Jia subconsciously glanced at the teenager. Wow, this kid really isn't afraid of the teacher. After a long silence and having given enough pressure to the three students, Lan Jia finally looked calmly at Ma Yufei and Lu Jia. Tell me, what's going on? The two senior honors students glanced at each other sideways, and Ma Yufei, who was more active, mumbled, that is, last week, you assigned us a question after the OU class, and Lu Jia and I couldn't figure it out. So we thought that we would sneak off to the internet cafe after the evening study hall to see if we could find the answer on the internet. As a result, we couldn't find it on the internet. Then at that time, the machine we were driving happened to be right next to Brother Joe. Oh no, Joe Yu, and he casually told us about it. And then the question came out. Then we thought we'd come to the internet cafe and ask him for advice if we didn't understand a problem. Obviously privately called Brother Joe. Brother Joe, called without any psychological pressure. But in front of the teacher two children still want to face. Joe brother cannot call out. Simply call his name. Ranger set his eyes on Joe metaphor again. Compared to his junior year peers, this guy appeared to be a bit more scrawny. The expression on his pale face, perhaps due to the lack of sunlight, was calm and even carried a hint of disdain. Apparently not caring at all about the elaboration of the two men. Tell me too, which class are you in junior year and who is your homeroom teacher? Does your teacher know about not properly preparing for the evening study hall and running to the internet cafe to play games? Class 13. The homeroom teacher is MS. Yuan. I don't have to go to night study. Xiao Yu knew he couldn't hide, and simply said, if it wasn't for this guy in front of him threatening to make all the neighboring internet cafes not accept him online, Xiao Yu wouldn't be standing here so honestly. But it couldn't be helped. He knew very well that with his name already exposed, he would definitely be found by the school teachers even if he ran away. It was annoying. I should have known that I shouldn't have coveted the little living expenses for high school lodgers. What? Class 13? Ranger froze. Although he was a teacher in the senior high school, the junior high school was just a playground away from the senior high school, and he knew all sorts of things. There are just 13 classes in Iron High's junior year this year. The first 3 classes are a rocket class and 2 honors classes, each with 40 students. Classes 4 through 12 are parallel classes, and class 13, the lone seedling, would be one of those concentrations of hangers-on students. Although this form of class separation is expressly prohibited, all junior secondary schools will separate students in the face of increasing pressure for promotion in the Hong Kong Certificate of Education Examination, HKCE. Also, there was originally no evening study hall in the middle school. However, the academic pressure is so great that the top 120 students in their grade are given the option to voluntarily come to the evening study hall. Students in parallel classes who want to come to night study need to submit an application to their homeroom teacher, who will also be able to come after agreeing to do so. It says you have to apply, but because for the parents of the students evening study is supposed to be free, and for the teachers it's the same as taking one anyway, one class at a time. So basically, it's just from class 1 to class 12. All of them are going to have evening study hall. The only class that is part of the abandoned treatment is class 13, which doesn't require evening study. And the kids in this class wouldn't have been able to get into high school anyway. After all, the second year of biology, geography midterm can fail. 240 points of the total score of the course can only test 350 or even lower poor students. In the current situation of the midterm paper into a twist, basically has been cut off on its own to enter the general public high school maybe. The Star City Secondary School examination total score of 700. According to the situation in previous years, at least to test more than 610 in order to have a general high school on the raw land will account for 80% of the examination results. But what Ranger couldn't figure out was that a junior who could play games while casually solving difficult world-class Olympians could be mixed up in class 13. This kid is pretty damn anticlimactic. What? Is it really fashionable to go to junior college before going against the grain? Yes, class 13. So there's no need for evening study. Mr. Lun, I'll leave if there's nothing else. I won't help the two of them answer questions next time. Seeing this nosy guy frothing, Xiao Yu said and wanted to run. Stand still. Ranger snapped, then glared at the apprehensive other two and said, "Go back to your classes and get ready for the night study. Goodbye, Mr. Lun." As if relieved, the two just wanted to dust off and leave, and were suddenly stopped by Ranjia. "Wait." The two men stopped and scowled at Ranger. "I see you guys just nibbled on 2 buns in the evening. Did you take all your living expenses to charge someone's internet bill?" Ranger asked. Seeing the face of the 2 half-grown kids spanning down, Ranjia sighed in the bottom of his heart and said, "Alright, I'll lend you $100 each first. You guys go and fill up your meal cards or as living expenses. Remember to go eat something at night. Don't delay growing your body. Don't do this kind of thing in the future." After saying that, Ranger opened the innermost desk and took out 2 red tickets and handed them over. The school doesn't allow cell phones, and students can't pay with them, so Ranger always keeps some cash in his desk. "Thank you, Mr. Lang. Go on." Sending the 2 away, and glancing at the silent Xiaoyu, Ranjia sighed mentally, and then rummaged through a desk drawer and pulled out a small yellow book. This was the school's printed internal address book, which recorded the contact numbers of all the school's departments and the short codes of the teachers' phones. Teachers who join Taigao will be issued a mobile phone card, entered into the system. The system within the cell phone number only need to dial the last 4 digits to achieve free calls. This card must be used. After all, the teacher's profession is also quite special. The critical moment must be able to find people at any time. Soon Lanjie found the phone number of that Yuan teacher in the junior high school. The language teacher Yuan. He even has a little impression. Once represented the school in the recitation competition. Management skills should be pretty good. Teaching level is debatable. To put it bluntly, most of the teachers who are classroom teachers in dangling classes are the type of teachers who have a couple of tricks up their sleeves and a glaring shortcoming. "Hey, Mr. Yuan, this is Lanjie from the upper school math team." As the director of the school's high school math teaching and research group, Lanjie still has some prestige in the school, and a warm response soon came over the phone. "Oh, Mr. Lang, hello, what can I do for you? It's like this. I caught a student named Xiaoyu surfing the internet at the Guihua Lane Internet Cafe today, saying that he was a student in your class, so I led him to my office first. See if it's convenient for you to come over here right now. I want to find out more about this student." "Ha, Xiaoyu? Didn't his mom tweet that he was sick and took 2 days off? Did you catch him surfing the net? Wait a moment, I'll be right over." Hanging up the phone, looking at the teenager in front of him with a face that was so called without request, Ranjie was also completely speechless. That's a lot of information. What kind of family environment is this? Mom helping her son call in sick to skip school to play at an internet cafe? This guy didn't even go to the internet cafe after school. He's been there all day? No wonder he was trying to fool high school students into flushing his internet bill. This daily consumption. I'm afraid it's not low. Chapter 3, The Single-Parent Family That Blew Up Your Mind. Can you solve this problem? After dropping his cell phone onto his desk, Ranger casually pulled a piece of white A4 paper from his desk with a printed question from the Olympiad. It will take at least a few minutes to wait for Mr. Yuan to come over, so it is idle to simply test this guy. This is a sample question prepared in advance for the kids in the Friday afternoon Olympiad class, and it's a classic Olympiad question. The stem of the question is, f(x) is a function on Q with 1, f(1) equals 2, and 2, for any x. Y is an element of Q. There is f, xy, equals f, x, f, y, f, x plus y, plus 1. Find f, x. Xiaoyu glanced at the stem of the question on the table and didn't say anything. Ranger thought for a moment and said, "I'll give you $100, cash, for solving it." Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, probably thinking that since it was already like this anyway, it would be a waste not to take the money that was delivered to the door. So he replied, "For this kind of thing, it's all about the money up front." Ranger glared at Xiaoyu, but opened the drawer again, drew a 100 note, and slapped it on the table. Ha! He also finally saw a hint of a smile on Xiaoyu's face. "Thanks, boss. This question follows on from the one they're going to cover in this class today, right? The main test is comparing coefficients. First you simplify the equation by substitution. Then you verify it by assumption. Then you compare the coefficients." Ranjie was too lazy to listen to this kid's nonsense, directly handed a pen over, and then pointed to the stool on the desk next to him. "Go and move a stool over here yourself, and write in the blank." Probably for the sake of the $100 that he had just put into his pocket. This time Xiaoyu didn't bullshit anymore, and honestly moved the stool over and sat there to start solving the problem. 5 minutes later, before Mr. Yuan arrived, the A4 paper had already been handed over. Seeing the written script, Ranger subconsciously frowned. Very standard dog-eared font. You can see that the writer is purely coping with the task, not carefully recognized. 0 and 6 can be confused. If this is the college entrance examination, on this word, The marking teacher have to gnash their teeth first, deduct a few points before, purely to the teacher to increase the difficulty of the work. But the proof process and ideas are extremely clear. Cannot find half a point of error. Can you think of another solution? After reading it, Ranger asked coldly. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, and casually replied, you can bring in special values, then construct a function, and then use the function properties to analyze it. But that kind of solution is more complicated and requires more writing, so it's not necessary, right? It's only 100 pieces, and you're still writing? Hands are sore. Ranjie wanted to ask, your hands are sore from writing so few words? Why don't your hands get sore from playing games all day? But he still held back. After all, he wasn't Xiao Yu's substitute teacher, and the child was obviously rebellious, so there was no point in saying this except to intensify the confrontation between the two. It was better to wait for the child's homeroom teacher to come to him to understand the situation before saying it. To be honest, as a teacher he was really quite curious about the fact that there could be such oddball students in Iron 1. It's true that math depends on talent, but to be able to solve OU problems so easily, one must have studied math seriously. Otherwise, if you are smart enough to understand all those symbols, you can't possibly solve the problems. Bias, this guy is completely a mixed-up nature. Pressure is not half the appearance of a good student. So once again there was an awkward silence in the office. And just as Ranger was contemplating whether or not to let the guy do another question, there was a sudden knock on the door, followed by a round-faced middle-aged woman walking in. That's good. Saved 100. Hello, Mr. Yuan. Lan Jie stood up and greeted. Hey, Mr. Lan. Sorry to trouble you. Mr. Yuan said politely with a smile on his face. Then his eyes fell on Xiao Yu, who was still sitting there, and he was furious, saying seriously, Xiao Yu, you're still sitting there quite steadily, aren't you? Stand up. Let me ask you, didn't your mother say that you were hospitalized? How come you were hospitalized in an internet cafe? Lan Jie had thought that with this kind of attitude from Mr. Yuan, the two would directly quarrel in the office. What he didn't expect was that Xiao Yu just stood up with a face of obscurity, and then stood there quietly without saying a word. It also made Ranger feel relieved, at least when facing the homeroom teacher. He didn't put on that 205 air of a dead pig. Look at you. What have you become? Yes, your grades are not good, but next month will be the midterm. Even if you cannot go to the high school, you get a few more points to go to a private school. Otherwise what can you do in the future? Do you want to rely on? For the rest of your life? The female teacher rambled on, straight to the point where Ranger was starting to feel a headache. Hastily said, that Mr. Yuan. Hey, look at that. I was so focused on disciplining the students, I almost forgot that Mr. Lan is still here. Why don't I take him back first? No, I mean, let the kid stay in the office for a while and we'll go out and talk? Ha? Teacher Yuan froze, clearly not understanding the situation. What do you mean? Let the kids stay in the office while they go out and talk? Regardless of the number of question marks in his head, Mr. Yuan still followed Lan Jie outside the office to the corner position next to him. In any other student, Ranjie would have let the student go out first, but with his knowledge of Xiao Yu, he guessed that he had just let Xiao Yu out of his office, and the kid just slipped away, so why don't he just go out? Ms. Yuan, I'd like to find out more about Xiao Yu. Can you tell me briefly? For example, how is he doing in math in his class? Math? What can I say? It's not very good. Let's put it this way, Xiao Yu's science grades are all pretty bad. He hasn't passed any of the math, biology, or biology courses, but his language and English are okay, and he can still pass the occasional test. One time he even scored over 100 points in language. Ranger subconsciously frowned, calling it okay to pass occasionally? However, when he thought of Xiao Yu in class 13, he was relieved again, and his grades were ultimately based on comparison. I'm afraid that the vast majority of people in the class have difficulty passing, right? But this science grades are all bad. MMPD. Although it was out of character, Ranger couldn't help but curse a very dirty word in his heart. This kid really fooled everyone. And how many points will he get in Raw Land? Ranger trailed off. Let's see. Yeah, like 18 points. A door? Teacher Yuan glanced at Lanjie and said, total points. Ranger was once again speechless. Good guy. Total score of 80. Exam 18. Once again, Ranger suspected that the kid was doing it on purpose, reversing the perfect score. Why are you so interested in his grades? Mr. Yuan asked in surprise. Ahem. Ranger skirted the topic and opened his mouth to ask, is this kid from a bad family? Hearing this question, Mr. Yuan was really diverted and lowered his voice, saying mysteriously, hey, when it comes to this, I don't even know how to say it right. Single parent family, and weird as hell. Do you know how old his mom is? Ha! Ranger froze. Why was this even gossiping? Xiaoyu's mom is so young. She's only 34 years old. What? 34? About his age? He's not even married yet. And other kids can skip school and go to internet cafes? Chapter 4. There are always ways in this world. Ranger took a deep breath. High school math teachers were sharp with numbers. Junior high school students were usually 15 or 6 years old. And the mom was only 34. In other words, when Xiaoyu's mom had Xiaoyu, she was probably just coming of age. And definitely hadn't reached the legal age for marriage. Even more than 10 years ago. This incident was explosive enough. So explosive that he didn't know how to comment on it. No wonder Mr. Yuan had a mysterious gossipy look on his face just now. That Ranger didn't know what to say. But to say that his family is difficult, I don't think so. Originally, the first year should be a home visit, but not because of that delay, and then delayed until the second year. When I was already Xiaoyu's homeroom teacher, I saw bottles of wine all over his house, but also neatly arranged. So Xiaoyu's mom should like to drink. I even suspect alcoholism, and she drank the kind of high-grade beer. And that day, it was almost dinner time. I saw the takeout order. A few dishes, several $100s. So to say that the family is difficult, certainly not. But it's also pitiful to say the least. Xiaoyu has never had a father. Naturally no grandparents. Grandparents also died when he was very young. His mother and rarely with relatives and friends to go around. The two people are so dependent on each other to live. Hey, a long sigh almost made Ranger feel depressed. Okay, I probably understand the situation. Thank you, Mr. Yuan. Well, this time it's really troublesome for you. Ms. Lun, don't worry. When I clean Xiaoyu, I'll make sure to educate him properly. No need. This way, he doesn't have a late study hall anyway, so let him stay with me for a while. Ha, Mr. Yuan visibly froze. Math teachers in high school were very busy. Not to mention that Lan Jie was also the head of the math teaching and research team in the senior high school. She really couldn't figure out why Lan Jie would want to waste his time on a recognized poor student like Xiaoyu. Seeing this Ms. Yuan's extraordinarily confused gaze, Lan Jie decided to clear up her confusion. With the talent for gossip that Mr. Yuan had just shown, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain clearly and that there would be some kind of misunderstanding. So he said with a straight face, I'm not sure how well Xiaoyu's grades in other subjects are, but I'm certain that his math grades are very good, at least at the level of a competition student. Lan Jie could tell that there was a strong sense of incomprehension in Mr. Yuan's gaze at this moment, and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. So simply added, let's put it this way. If we can get him a place to participate in the Math Olympiad this year, whether he can be selected to enter the national set to represent Huaxia to participate in international competitions I'm not sure, but it's certainly not a problem to get a national prize medal. Well, I'm referring to the high school Math Olympiad. What? Math Olympiad? A national prize medal? That, Mr. Lun, you're afraid there's some kind of misunderstanding, right? I don't know if there's something difficult about Xiaoyu that makes him deliberately hide his accomplishments, but there's no doubt about it. After speaking, Ranger elaborated roughly on what he had seen today, the truest situation, without any additions, but from the expression on Mr. Yuan's face, it was no different from hearing a mythological story. Are you saying that today you assigned the kids in the Olympiad class a problem deformation that appeared in the International Math Olympiad, and they couldn't do it, then they went to the internet cafe and found Xiaoyu from our class, and then Xiaoyu solved the problem while playing the game and listening to the questions? Looking at each other, Ranger nodded silently. Wait, Mr. Lun, I don't think any of our school's Math Olympiad students have ever won a gold medal at the national competition, right? It seems like the year before last or the year before last a student won a bronze medal. And the school even held a special celebration ceremony? After freezing for a long time, Yuan immediately opened her mouth to ask after she reacted. Again, Ranger nodded wordlessly. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the teachers do not give. Mainly Star City's education system is relatively special. Almost all of the high-quality student resources are monopolized by the four major high school schools. Lua, a middle school. Shida attached to the middle school and Changchun. The general high school can only pick a high in the short. The year before last, the Shida High School, and the year before last, the Lua High School, all had students who were selected for the national team and won gold medals on behalf of Huaxia at the International Mathematical Olympiad, IMO. And that's 2 years in a row IMO Huaxia is still the champion. This shows the strength of high school education in Star City. But the Railroad First Middle School is really just an ordinary middle school. Can produce a student to enter the national competition and get the bronze medal is already enough to show Ranjie's ability. Oops. What should we do then? The midterm is coming up next month. Even if Xiao Yu's math scores are good enough, his overall score definitely won't pass the general high school's line. And I remember that the math national competition is usually not until November, right? Yes. This year the provincial league is being held on September 8 and the final is November 22. The timing of this can only be described as awkward. Star City's midterm exams this year are from June 18th to 20th. In other words, Xiaoyu can officially say goodbye to Iron 1 after the 20th. Eye to eye. Mr. Yuan read Ranjia's thoughts from the almost flaming eyes across from him. That, Mr. Lang, you're thinking of taking him out of school for a year, aren't you? Aha! Taking a year off from school for a national gold medal in the middle school Olympiad. There's always a college to go to in the future. Xiao Yu's age will have no problem participating in 2 or 3 more editions, but it requires his cooperation. I'll have to talk to him later. Do you need me to help you persuade him? Mr. Yuan asked. Ranjia hesitated for a moment and shook his head, but didn't say anything to death. I'll talk to him first and feel out his thoughts before I say anything. If there's a need for it, I might have to trouble you. Okay, then I'll go back first. Today I still have to go to class 8 for evening study. Hey, this kid really didn't see it. Teacher Yuan left with a sense of humor, and Lan Jie didn't rush into the office, but took out his cell phone and dialed a colleague. Hey, Teacher Zhou, it's like this. There's a temporary thing on my side. Can you help me with an evening study session this evening? Hey, yes, for the second class. Just let them do the papers that were handed out today. 1.5 hours to work on the papers, and the other half hour for them to swap corrections and then explain a little bit about the topics with a concentration of mistakes. Thank you, please, Mr. Zhou. Hanging up the phone, Ranger gathered his emotions and opened the door to walk into the office, where he saw Xiaoyu sitting on the desk next to him with his legs crossed, swiping his cell phone with great interest and concentration. The school doesn't allow students to bring cell phones. Why did this kid bring his cell phone to school? Never mind. They don't matter. He's not the head teacher of the middle school. Ahem. Mr. Lang, I'll come with you on a trip to your house and make a home visit. A home visit? You? Xiaoyu looked up and down the dry old man who looked to be in his 30s with a suspicious gaze. Chapter 5. 3 views shattered for the second time. If you look closely at the rules of human society, you will find that no path is ever completely blocked at the beginning of the rule-setting process. In other words, there are always loopholes to be found at the level of the rules set by human beings. But the beauty of it is that without being deeply involved in a field for many years, it is impossible to know the little loopholes in these rules, no matter how high the IQ. So Xiaoyu couldn't figure out at all what this dry old man in his eyes was up to. Yes, he admitted that calling in sick during class time to go surfing on the internet was definitely against school rules, but it wasn't up to a high school math teacher to take care of it. And wasn't the homeroom teacher invited? You think he can do math? But I'm sorry, he graduates in 50 days or so. And after completing the mandatory 9 years of compulsory education, he's completely free. Yes, without enough experience, Xiaoyu simply couldn't imagine what this Mr. Lan in front of him was thinking. Where's Mr. Yuan? She has a late night study session, so she entrusted me to talk to your mom. So cut the crap and go. Xiaoyu hesitated, but moved his feet. Lan Jie noticed something strange about the expression on the boy's face, but he didn't think much of it until he walked out of the office to the stairwell downstairs, where Xiaoyu once again twisted his head to confirm. That, Mr. Lan, are you sure you have to do this home visit on an impromptu basis? What? Not convenient? Or your mom not home? There's nothing inconvenient for me anyway. Then it must go. Ranger insisted. Xiaoyu shrugged and stopped talking, just silently following Ranger. Is your house far? Do you need a car? Walking out of the school building, Ranger asked. The railroad family plot next to the internet cafe on Laurel Lane. Xiaoyu replied casually. Ranger nodded and said, walk over there then. Railroad family plot is next to the school. Used to be the railroad housing units. There are about 30 years of history. However, the quality of the house is not bad. That is, the internal repair was very compact. The elevator cannot be retrofitted. Parking is a difficult problem. A common problem in Starling City's older neighborhoods. I have to say that following a teacher is good. When leaving the school gate, the security guard saw Ranger and after greeting him, he took the initiative to open the remote control door. Walking out of the school not 2 steps, Xiaoyu pulled the cigarette out of his pocket, and once he inclined his head to find Ranjia looking at him, he thought about it and honestly put it back in. Ranger said seriously, don't you know that smoking is bad for you? Xiaoyu nodded honestly and casually replied, actually, I'm not addicted. It's just that in an internet cafe, if you don't smoke it you'll have to inhale secondhand, and I'd rather choose to do it myself. Then don't go to internet cafes in the future either. Minors are likewise not allowed on the internet. After saying this, there was a bit of silence in the atmosphere between the two of them, and Ranger simply asked again, "Your mother works for the railroad?" "No, jobless. The house was left to her by her grandparents," Xiaoyu explained. "Oh, so you still hang out in internet cafes every day? It's not easy for your mom to save some money, is it?" Ranger subconsciously lectured. "I go to internet cafes just to make money," Xiaoyu spoke up. Ranger was stunned and dumbfounded. "Solving problems for your classmates? That's a side hustle. What kind of money can a student make? At most, they can make some internet money. My main business is to provide emotional value to the rich, as well as helping society realize wealth redistribution," Xiaoyu said in a sincere tone. Ranger froze and turned his head to look at the young man beside him. It was as if a hint of sighing that life was not easy was seen on that green face. "Can you elaborate? Has CS heard of it? You're working as a game trainer? Playing gear? The substitute trainer's money is too slow, the opening of boxes is unstable, and 9 out of 10 bets are lost. However, I often also have cooperation with some famous substitute trainer companies in the circle is." "Then I don't quite understand." Ranger shook his head. "Simply put, in the game to identify those who look at the big brother is very rich, preferably when the anchor of the kind, and then use the technical flow has been chasing him to kill, and then constantly use trash talk to stimulate him. Always meet some will break the big defense, then find you one-on-one, or want to find someone to repair you or something. In short, is incompetent rage. Keep up the excitement and some of them will pay big bucks to get someone to take it out on them. If he happens to find a studio that I have a deal with now, I'll act it out and put the rich brother in a good mood. The opposite studio gets the money and splits it with me 50-50. Joe Metaphor stated truthfully. Ranger was also confused again. Is it true that he's getting old? Do kids play so fancy nowadays? Wait, so what if those rich big brothers you're talking about don't find a studio to work with you? Then keep beating up the other side. I'm good at it. Those pros say I have what it takes to play professionally. Xiaoyu spread a smile and explained without showing off, then seemed to be afraid that Lan Jie didn't understand, and added, "And the vast majority of famous studios in the circle have cooperated with me. They all take care of me quite well, because this business often needs to change IDs, otherwise it is easy to be exposed. Many IDs are provided by them for free, also often help me to introduce the business. The big brother who enjoys the service today is a studio to help me introduce. Oh, tech flow." Once again, Ranger was taught a lesson by this kid. "Then won't I be holding you back from making money today? It's fine. Suddenly going offline just seems like I'm furious. At this time of the day big brother must be in a soothing mood. Maybe he's already gone out to celebrate. So how much did you make today? The studio just transferred me 3,000 while you were outside talking to Mr. Yuan." Ranger was instantly shocked by the number. "Dude, this kid made his half-month's salary in one day of hanging out at an internet cafe? Yesterday there were 5,000 it. This time the studio introduced the big brother is very strong. Set to kill until I retired the service. I intend to earn another day of money tomorrow on this number will not be used. Satisfy the big brother's wish." Xiaoyu added. Cough. Ranjie was choking on saliva, coughed twice and asked sullenly, "It's not easy to come across a powerful big brother you don't earn more?" He then reaped a blank stare from Xiaoyu, but the boy still patiently explained, "You can't be too greedy in our line of work. Big brother is a hoe, not a fool. The upper head is only for 2 or 3 days at most, and after a long time, people come back to their senses. Besides, you can't catch one wool gathering Big brother also has a circle. In case of chatting up the right number one day, this business will be abolished, and I have to think of ways to develop new business. There will be a window period. The pressure to make money in this year is very big. Is that why your mom called in sick for you for 3 days? Ranger mulled over the flavor. Yeah, you can't stop making money for school, can you? Life is hard. The tone of the old Chang once again dry silence Ranjie for a long time, unable to speak, just passively follow Xiaoyu's footsteps forward. Wait, my mom must not have eaten yet either. I'll go hit a few dishes and save myself the trouble of ordering takeout. By the way, Ms. Lan, have you eaten? As he passed a restaurant, Joe Metaphor spoke up. Ranger looked at it, and good lord, one of the best restaurants in the neighborhood. Don't mind me, I've eaten. Ranjie had wanted to pay for this kid's dinner, but thinking of the fact that he was earning several thousand a day and had just earned 100 from himself, he held back. Soon Ranjie will believe that Xiaoyu is not bragging. He probably really earned a lot in the past 2 days. At least today this 3150 is definitely in the bag. After all, people casually ordering 3 dishes plus packing cost 530. He couldn't afford to be so extravagant. And obviously, the waiter of the restaurant was very familiar with Xiaoyu. And when he saw Xiaoyu, he was directly and enthusiastically welcoming Xiaoyu to the cozy little box and waiting, and then asked, "Still the same old rules? Familiar guest stoned. It can't be helped. My mom and I are just good this family's big country chili bar, snake. This stuff is really quite expensive. Seemingly reading Ranger's mood, Xiao Yu explained. Lan Jie felt a bit stifled and asked, I say Xiao Yu, you're so good at making money. Do you still care about your classmates' 3 gua and 2 jujubes? You have to earn even 50 living expenses for others. The young man on the other side smiled coyly and said, it can't be helped. Only by making money ruthlessly can you be willing to spend it ruthlessly. Not earning money that is delivered to the door is disrespectful to the money, and you will be retributed. Chapter 6, Confused Mom. Ranger realized that he had no idea what to say about this junior. Even if Xiao Yu said that he had a 40-year-old soul in his body, he probably believed it. Even if that smile on the kid's face still had some youthfulness to it, he could only comfort himself in his heart that at least from what he saw now, Xiao Yu was still willing to trust his teacher enough to share so many very private things about his life with him. This was also considered a good start. But when I talk to Joey's mom about Joey's future later, I may need to go in a different direction. Although he felt that there was something so wrong with Xiao Yu's way of making money. After all, he wasn't a legal practitioner, so he couldn't really say whether it was suspected of being illegal or not. But even if it wasn't illegal, it was definitely on the verge of being wildly tempting. To be honest, Xiao Yu's experience made Ranger feel saddened. It's really not the age of all things but reading. Stepping into the 21st century, young people's definition of success has become very different from that of the older generation. The rapid development of the internet has led to the rise of esports, Netflix economy and other emerging industry chains. Professional gamers, the top stream of netroots seem to be more admired among the young people's group. With Xiao Yu's current earning power, whether or not he could be quiet enough to study, Ranger felt that there was really a question mark. Now he could only hope that Xiao Yu's mom would be a little more old-fashioned. But the thought that this mom could help Xiao Yu call in sick and allow him to skip classes to make money at an internet cafe made Ranger feel desperate again. No, Xiao Yu is not yet an adult. It is reasonable to say that all aspects of WeChat receipts are limited. Perhaps Xiao Yu's WeChat her mother helped to get. Money related to the real name information is not Xiao Yu's at all. Time flew by in Ranger's ramblings, and soon the restaurant delivered a packed meal. Walked out of the restaurant. Had something on his mind. Ranger did not continue to talk to the mind. All the way to the silence of a lot of good in the neighborhood next to the restaurant. The 30-year-old neighborhood smells of age everywhere. And there's a strong smell of smoke and fire just as dinner is being cooked. It's just that the small cars in the neighborhood make the already narrow internal roads seem even more cramped. And even the fire escapes are blocked. Xiao Yu was oblivious to all this. Carrying a packed lunchbox, lightly lead Ranjie shuttle in the district, soon came to a building. Into the unit, Ranjie paid special attention to the door number. Railway New Village, Block 10, Unit 3, climbing to the 3rd floor. Xiao Yu stopped in front of door number 6, twisted her head to look at Lan Jie, and said maturely, Teacher Lan, you didn't say ahead of time that you were coming for a home visit, so in case my mom is rude in any way, don't mind if I apologize for her first. Before Ranger could figure out what that meant, Xiao Yu's thumb was already pressed against the fingerprint lock. The next moment the door was opened. Mom! Xiao Yu called out calmly before closing the door again. Luckily the kid was in Ranger's way or he probably would have actually slammed right into the door. Before Ranger could ask, he heard a thud, probably something hitting the door. Xiao Yu explained with a hint of apology, explaining in a small voice, I'm sorry, Ms. Lan, actually, my mother's temper is still very good and gentle when she's sober. She's a bit grumpy when she's slightly drunk, but she's still talking basic sense. Ranger was a little confused, then vaguely heard a clear voice from inside the room saying something. But Xiao Yu wasn't explaining. Instead he shouted at the hidden door of the room. Mom, there's a shoe, don't aim at it yet. A teacher is coming for a home visit. Ranger. Ah, wait. There was a scream of unknown significance from the house, followed by a pinging sound. And before Ranger could get back to it, he heard hear a gentle, well, let the teacher in. Xiao Yu pushed the door open again, craned his head to smile at Ranger behind him, and then carried the bag inside. For a moment the young kid's very normal smile was surprising. Ranger felt a twinge of nervousness. The seasoned math teacher shook her head like it would shake off the ridiculous feeling and looked up again to see the woman who had greeted her at the door. It's beautiful. The first thing that popped into Ranger's head at the first sight of Joeyu's mom was this very matter-of-fact comment. After all, I'm not a language teacher, and I don't like to use all that fancy rhetoric to describe that kind of beauty. If this math teacher must be allowed to describe it, probably, although it is obvious that the woman in front of her is just a vegetarian face. But it can already be 80% of the women who usually watch small video software to turn up the beauty face full. It's not without its drawbacks. For example, the face doesn't look too healthy. It's very white, but not the kind of milky white that is as warm as jade. Simply the kind of pallor that comes from a lack of exercise and not seeing the sun for a long time. But to say that the lack of exercise, but on the contrary, just like Yu, the figure is very slender. Drinking, eating, not exercising, and not gaining weight. Born to be beautiful? Yes. Before Xiaoyu pushed open the door, Ranger, who had been thinking about how to talk to Xiaoyu's mom about the boy's talent thing, also probably thought about what kind of image this mom would probably be in his head. But the only thing he didn't expect was that it would be a beautiful woman who looked warm and gentle. If the other party was a few years younger, Ranger would even boast in his head that this mom is so young and graceful. Like Lin Dayu. I'm sorry, teacher. I just thought he was playing outside and didn't know to go home. By the way, you are Xiaoyu's. His name is Ranger, the math teacher in the high school section of our school. Xiaoyu, who was changing his shoes, casually replied. You kid. You need to call your teacher. Mr. Lun. Wait. High school. That. Xiaoyu ah. You're already in high school? Xiaoyu's mom subconsciously asked, her tone not quite sure. Well, Ranger was sure the mom had been drinking, and although she seemed fairly sober, for someone who didn't drink, she was sensitive to the smell of alcohol, and could clearly smell the stench as she spoke across the room. That, Mama Xiaoyu, the child is still in his third year of junior high school, and I came here to talk to you about the child's future, especially about his talent in math. Ranger settled down and said, well, it wasn't really particularly new for parents to be confused about something like their child being in junior high and high school. Ranger had seen it so much that he was used to it. The social environment is that parents are desperate to roll children, especially in a strong education city such as Star City, in order to be able to get their children to the 4 major exams. Many parents chicken up to the baby to do everything, but there are also many parents who already do not believe that education can change their lives against the odds, and naturally the education of their children are not concerned about the mentality of getting by. Of course, you can't blame the parents entirely. Who doesn't have their own problems these days, not to mention single-parent families? Hey, Chapter 7, your grandfather said. Math talent? Xiaoyu. You're good at math? Sloppy. Xiaoyu, who was plating takeout, returned vaguely. Oh, sloppy. Mom muttered to herself in confusion, then looked over at Ranger with a confused look on her face. Ranger felt naivety in the face of a woman in her 30s. And his mind was so confused that for a moment he actually felt a little unable to tell who was actually the parent. He was just about to explain that Xiaoyu's math level was not a sloppy level, when Xiaoyu's next sentence made him instantly forget what to say. Mom, you should have invited the teacher in first. Blocking the doorway like that makes the neighbors see it and think they're here to sell their products. Oh, yes. Teacher, please come in. Ah, by the way, teacher, what's your last name again? Oh, my last name is Ran. Ranger. Xiaoyu. I think your homeroom teacher's name is Yuan, right? Told you it wasn't my teacher. This is the math teacher at the high school. Oh, right. Hello, Mr. Lun, please sit down. Well, by the way, have you eaten? I've eaten. Why don't you and Xiaoyu eat first and talk afterward? Ranger took a deep breath, glanced at Xiaoyu who was skillfully arranging the plates, and said with a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, oh, that's good. We'll eat first otherwise the snake meat will get cold and can't be eaten it. Feel free to sit down. The woman didn't introduce herself, just answered, and Ranger watched her turn toward the table location. As she passed the cabinet, she subconsciously copied a bottle of red wine, but hesitated and twisted her head to look at him, and with 4 eyes, as if she could see the stunned emotion in Ranger's gaze, the confused mom smiled shyly and put the wine back again with fondness. Ranger paid attention to the logo on the bottle. It was still Penfolds, although it is not the kind of high-grade red wine that can easily be 5 figures. But in the supermarket also have to sell more than 1,000 bottles. Anyway, Ranjia consciously cannot afford to drink. Know the price or because once bought 2 bottles as gifts. The eyes followed the woman's back a little further, and then were shocked again in a small way. There were also 3 rows of unopened cases of wine on the floor to the right of the TV stand. 2 rows neatly yards of beer and the other row of wine, almost nearly a man high. What kind of a good family stores wine like that? Ranger shook his head and withdrew his gaze, looking in the direction of the balcony on the other side. Good guy. I do not know how long the accumulation of wine cans haphazardly piled together. Fortunately most of the aluminum cans of the kind of beer, at least not smash people. Ranger twisted his head to look at the mother and son at the table. Xiaoyu is gulping down his meal with gusto. Doesn't look like he is in the habit of drinking. It was also a relief to Ranger. Drinking may make people happy, but it's also a no-brainer that alcohol hurts the brain. Especially for a kid with a talent for math. Alcohol is not a good thing. Letting go. He couldn't help but look at his mom next to him again. There's no way around it. Beautiful women are pretty eye-catching no matter where they are. The woman happened to clip a piece of snake meat, very elegantly sent into the mouth. After the mouth moved twice, the meat was separated from the bones and spit out. The movement was very smooth. At a glance it is indeed often practiced, and even give a person a very elegant feeling. When the woman with a face of enjoyment to swallow the meat in the mouth, the hand subconsciously picked up the empty cup placed aside, probably found that there is no wine inside, and subconsciously twisted his head towards this side. The two pairs of eyes met again. Ranger hastily averted his gaze. We can't say. Feel free to drink as much as you like. If you drink too much, how can we talk later? Finally finishing his meal, Xiaoyu brought a stool and made his mom sit on the opposite side of the couch in the living room, while he silently sat on the other side of the two-person couch. Zhou's metaphorical mom. Ms. Lun, my mom's name is Xiao Shi, the one that's especially hard to write in the morning. Xiaoyu introduced herself from the side. Ranger nodded. It seemed that Xiaoyu was taking her mother's name, and spoke again. Ms. Xiao, I came here to talk to you about Xiaoyu's future. The look was serious. What he had just seen showed Ranger that he couldn't communicate with this mother the way he communicated with other parents. Well, go ahead. I'm listening. Josie nodded. Except to Ranger. The mom still looked confused. You probably don't know that Xiaoyu's math level is very high. In this area of secondary school students as the country can be ranked in the top 10 excellent. Although his other subjects may not be too good, but it does not matter. Xiaoyu, as long as you work hard, certainly have the opportunity to enter the national training team. As long as he gets in, he doesn't have to take the college entrance exam to be guaranteed a place at a top Chinese university like Huaqing or Yanbei, Ranger said in a succinct style and with some subjective exaggeration. However, with the level that Xiaoyu had shown so far, Ranger was truly confident in letting Xiaoyu wrestle with the top colleges in the country. Even if he missed this year's exam, it didn't matter. Anyway, with the level that Xiaoyu is showing now, as long as he practiced his characters a little bit, even if it was just to write more carefully, it would definitely not be a problem to enter the national competition, as long as he made it to the national tournament. Next year when he reached the high school level, Yanbei University's Math Golden Autumn Camp, Huaqing's Math Summer Camp, he would always have a way to make those top colleges and universities take notice of Xiaoyu's talent. And at that time, a year off from school, Xiaoyu can almost go to high school, senior high school again, to participate in a session of the Olympiad. Into the national collection must not be too much of a problem. Hand-digging a Yanbei guaranteed students, and may even represent China to the Olympic competition to get gold medals to compete for the championship. Think about Ranjia, really some small excitement. To know that in the 4 major high schools in Star City, competition tutors are all famous teachers. Even many former International Olympics gold medalists will also study under a certain university math professor, and he is just an ordinary high school math teacher. Really find and train a good seedling, he probably can be a little famous in the education world. That's the way the education business is supposed to be. Great teachers and great students tend to make each other successful, especially in an ordinary high school like Iron High. It can be so hard to unearth such a good talent. Ha, Xiaoyu, going to Huaqing and Yanbei? Xiao Shi looked at Lan Jie with an even more confused gaze. Yes, Ranger said with a resolute and certain attitude. Xiaoyu, didn't you say that you definitely won't get into high school? Xiao Shi looked at her son with a bitter sideways gaze. There was so much information, so much explosion, that she was literally feeling like her brain was going to explode. I don't know, it wasn't supposed to be on. Xiaoyu replied carelessly. If you can go to Huaqing or Yanbei, you should still go to it, right? That, Mr. Lun, what competition were you talking about? Math Olympiad. Woman pulls out her cell phone and checks it now. A few moments later, Xiao Shi lifted his head, looked at Ranger, and then looked at Xiaoyu, suddenly emerging with a mouthful of fluent English. I remember that before your grandfather passed away, he said that his only wish was to be able to raise you to be a college student. I think if you can really go to a good college, you should still go, right? Xiaoyu shrugged and replied in English as well. Yeah, but his last sentence was to tell you to quit drinking and take care of me. Ranjie was dumbfounded, and after reacting, even though Xiao Shi spoke English with the beauty of a sensible woman, he still felt humiliated, so he coughed dryly and said very seriously, ahem, that, although it's true that my English isn't really that good, I can still understand it. Ha, Xiao Shi froze, and subconsciously ventured out in Korean again. Do you understand that Korean? Very fluent, and indeed enough to make Ranger confused. This he really did not specialize in learning. Seeing the hint of bewilderment in Ranjie's gaze, Xiao Shi looked at Xiaoyu again. If you're really as good at math as your teacher says you are, you should give it a try. I'm the mother. You have to listen to me. Xiaoyu sighed and immediately returned. Who's going to support you when I go to school? The woman was visibly angry and raised her nice eyebrows, saying, Do you think I'll starve to death if you leave? Don't look down on me, okay? Joe metaphor. A humble son. Thankfully indeed. Is pro-life. Chapter 8, Deep Talk on a Rainy Night. It was only 7:30 p.m. When Joe metaphor walked Ranger out the door. The two sides hadn't yet agreed, but Ranger could see that it really didn't seem to be the mom who could make the decisions in this household. Although the two were talking in Korean in the back, he really couldn't understand anything, but he could observe who was stronger. So it would be better to talk to Xiaoyu alone, saving the two from showing foreign languages in front of him. To his dismay, it was raining a little harder in the evening, and Xiaoyu didn't take an umbrella, apparently with no intention of sending him back to school. So when he walked to the entrance of the building, Ranger stopped. Chat? Xiaoyu silently stopped and stared out at the rain that kept dripping under the streetlight outside. I'm kind of curious. You and your mom are pretty good at foreign languages. Huh? How do you do it? Ranger asked. To draw closer first, and of course to satisfy his own curiosity. Some years ago is not able to go out. Idle is also idle. Heard that do subtitle group can stay at home to make money. So with my mom began to learn foreign languages. I started learning foreign languages with my mom, but I didn't know that before I had the chance to work in the industry. All the subtitle groups were arrested. What kind of world is this? Xiaoyu lamented in a tone of vicissitude that was completely inappropriate for his age. During that time, you guys learned both English and Korean? Ranger asked incredulously. And Japanese. I've done market research, and those are the three most popular languages for subtitle groups, but I'm still not proficient in Japanese for everyday use. And I can listen to about 8 or 9 Japanese dramas. Xiaoyu replied humbly. Market research? Ranger silently repeated the familiar term mentally, sighing. This involution of the world, to a child are forced into what? Completely unable to go out that aftermath, should still be 3 or 4 years ago. Elementary school students all know to do market research? What about your math? Being proficient in Veda's theorem is not something a middle school student needs to learn. Ranger steered the conversation to what he wanted to know most. Math Mentioning this topic, Xiaoyu also sighed a bit, then spat out. This stuff is really hard to learn. There's not much use for it yet. Hearing these words, Ranger really resisted the urge to clench his fists and punch this young man in the head. Spouting off about math being useless in front of your math teacher? And hard to learn? It was a good thing that Xiaoyu probably realized that the tirade wasn't quite right, and looked up with a coy smile at Ranger, immediately explaining. Back then, when I was learning English, I downloaded a movie called Jerry and Maggie Live Wide Open. Have you seen it? Ranger shook his head in bewilderment, not quite able to figure out why math could be associated with movies as well. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it. The story is probably about an old man who retired after a lifetime of work, and he was so good at math that he figured out through math that there was a loophole in the lottery, and that as long as certain conditions were met, if you bought it, you would only make a profit and not lose money. The point is that this movie is said to be based on reality. I thought it was pretty interesting, so I got a loaner math book and started teaching myself. I thought that I might be able to find out what loopholes actuaries have made so that I could drill them as well. However, I later found that want to drill this loophole belongs to the whimsical. Really want to buy can only lose but not gain, and the more you learn the more difficult to give up. In a calm tone, Joe Metaphor explained why he seemed to have a knack for math. Looking at Ranj's complicated expression, he added, helping people solve problems at the internet cafe was thinking that after studying for so long, it would be too much of a loss to not earn a penny. Next time I definitely won't. Ranger realized, this kid, drilling into the eyes of money. So whether it is learning a foreign language or learning mathematics, the initial point of interest for him is to make money, not to mention whether or not to do it, but the purpose of the person is particularly clear. It is really for the purpose of learning and applying it. Find out you can't make any money and give up right away. Ranger was too embarrassed to even harshly criticize the boy for being short-sighted. After all, it was only the 3rd year of junior high school, and had not formed a complete view of life and the world, but it was just for the sake of the family to be able to live a little better. Even this little guy really did. He was at the age of Xiaoyu, not to mention the breadwinner. Want to go to the KTV with friends to roar a couple of father, but also have to find his father to get money. But the scariest part of it all was that Ranger always felt that the boy was teetering on the edge of criminality. It was well known that the ways for ordinary people to make money fast were all written in the criminal code. If Xiaoyu didn't even study in high school and went straight into society, he wouldn't even dare to think about how outrageous money-making strategies this little brain could come up with. The sense of responsibility of the profession of a teacher bursts forth at this very moment in a very surging way. Do you think there's a possibility? Being good at math does make money. And lots of it? Xiaoyu glanced up at Ranger and nodded dryly, replying, I believe in it, but it's not very cost-effective. Math gets harder the further back you go. and with the time I have to study, I should be able to make more if I do something else. It was a reply that was rational to the point of being scary, but Ranger was getting more and more frustrated by now, and his mind was quicker than ever, and he felt equally strong and scary at this point. Ha! So what if I told you that your current level of math would be enough to earn you 100,000 bonuses a year, or more, and there's no risk involved? Besides, what I'm telling you is that you really think there's no risk in the way you're making money right now? What risk can there be in playing a game? Xiaoyu asked with a slight frown. I have little understanding of the law, and have not yet consulted a lawyer. But think carefully, you mouth those rich big brother, really are so good to mess with? People really want to be serious. A fraud offense, I think it is inevitable. Even if you're still underage, even if you're really suspected of committing a crime, it's fine. But what about later? Become a so-called gaming professional? Let's not talk about how fierce the competition for professional esports players is, but I'm sure you're aware of how long the career life of esports players is. Whether or not you can successfully transition after retirement is still a moot point. Isn't the risk too great? And if you go pro, won't your mom have to stay home alone with no one to take care of her just the same? But continuing to study is different. There's no risk to the prize money you earn from your grades, and the resources you can control if you really learn to excel are definitely not comparable to playing a game. Do you have any idea how many resources a math professor at a university can command? No, you don't, because with your intelligence, but if you knew a little bit you couldn't say something like learning is not cost effective. Let's just say, you really want your mom to have a good life in the future, right? Ranger asked sternly. Xiaoyu looked at the math teacher who suddenly became agitated and subconsciously nodded. Good. Then have you ever thought about the future when your mom gets old and her body can't hold up anymore and she needs to go to the hospital for convalescence? Do you think that the one who can enjoy better medical resources will be a professor who can make a great contribution to the country? Or a commoner who feeds his family by playing games? I shouldn't have to tell you that chronic alcoholics are prone to all sorts of diseases in old age, should I? Chapter 9. I talked to you about the future. You talked to me about rules? Ranger was well aware that it was slightly cruel to talk about such things with a 14 or 15-year-old who should still be dependent on his parents, but there was no way around it. Xiaoyu was acting too mature for his age. From the teacher's standpoint, when faced with such an intelligent child, he could not say such things as the uselessness of money. He could only convince this child that money may be useful, but very often it is not always the most useful. It's like drawing on white paper is the easiest. At this moment, Xiaoyu was like a piece of manuscript paper that was already full of scribbles, and it naturally required more effort to conceptualize a famous painting on it. It seems to be working now. The kid across the room put away the hint of a cynical smile and seemed to have begun to think. After a long time, the child tentatively asked, Mr. Lun, did you just say that my current level of math will help me earn 100,000 bonus? Really? Ranger froze. Sure enough, people's three views are not so easy to change. He said so much with good intentions, but the result of impressing this kid is actually relying on the current level of math to get $100,000. Ranjia smiled bitterly, and kind of saw what it meant to not see a rabbit without a hawk. After thinking for a moment, he simply took out his cell phone and dialed a call out in front of this Xiaoyu, then opened the speakerphone and instructed, Don't say anything first. Xiaoyu hastily nodded, and Ranger even saw a hint of a fawning, pleasing smile on the boy's face. Nice guy. Ranger was just about to say something when the other end of the line had picked up. Hello, Mr. Lang. Principal Zhang. Hello, I have something to report to you. It's like this. I've identified a good seedling for the math Olympiad in the school, but his situation is a bit special, and his family is quite difficult. I just want to ask, if he can get a gold medal in the national competition, is the reward that the school promised before still valid? Although the phrase, the family is still in a difficult situation, is more or less against his will. But in order to salvage a fallen soul, Ranger is kind of desperate. A seedling for the gold medal in the national competition? Mr. Lun, you're not kidding, right? That's definitely valid. Not only do the students get a reward, but you do too. Lan Jia glanced at Xiaoyu, who was listening to his conversation with his ears open, and asked dryly, what if he can be selected for the national collection? Principal Zhang, if he is selected for the national collection and goes out to win an international gold medal, how much can the school probably award? You're telling me that kid has hopes of making the national team? Whether there's any hope or not is another story. I'll ask the school about the arrangements before I give the boy any encouragement. Ha ha, like this. Just tell that kid what I said. If he can really get into the national team, the school will reward him with an extra $100,000 in cash. If he can also get an international gold medal, another $200,000 will be awarded on top of this $100,000. Although the school's operating funds are tight, but really want to be able to take an international gold medal back, I pull down my old face. Also get this hundreds of thousands of sponsorship. By the way, if he's not sure, tell him he can sign the contract with the school first. Not disappointing, Ranger. The principal on the other side of the phone promised atmospherically. Okay, then I'll thank you for that child first. In this case, Principal Zhang, I still have some things on my side, so I'll hang up first and report back to you later. Good. When will you bring me this child you speak of to see? Why don't you wait until I've talked to him? Principal Chang. Okay, I'll wait to hear from you. Hanging up the phone, Ranjia looked at the teenage kid and said expressionlessly, "You heard it too, right? In fact, just now Principal Zhang didn't say that as long as you can get a national gold medal you'll be rewarded with $100,000. After that, if you enter the national team, 100,000 more. And if you represent the national team to participate in the International Olympic Mathematics competition and still get a gold medal, you will be awarded another 200,000. In other words, if you start working hard from now on, you can get $400,000 a year just from the bonus you earn from the school. This bonus doesn't even include the fact that you're on the national team, which relatively automatically gets you a ticket to be guaranteed admission to a top university like Huaqing or Yanbei. Since you're so internet savvy, go online and search how much scholarships these top universities give. As long as your grades are good enough, not only will you not need to spend a dime on school, but it's possible to save up $1 million or so after graduation. Whether or not you want to go on to graduate school or a doctorate is up to you. At that time, you will be old enough to decide for yourself which path you want to take. But at least now this is definitely the most correct path you can choose. Any questions? There was no bitterness, a completely flat tone, because Ranger had found out. And the kid wasn't eating that shit. At the moment, it seemed that probably the only way to hold him was to make money. Xiaoyu blinked and asked with a bit of a squirm, "That, Mr. Lan, why are you so confident in me? Sure I can get the national gold medal?" Ranger glanced at Xiaoyu and kind of wanted to cry. What did he just hear? This kid even used honorifics. This is considered bowing down for money, right? Forcing himself to hold back his inner desire to spit, Ranjia said in a salty manner, "Nonsense. Do you know where those math problems that the 2 high school students at the internet cafe asked you and the math problems I just did for you in the office came from? All of them are the real problems of the International Olympiad of the last 20 years, slightly deformed. Do you understand? Although a few questions do not represent the whole picture, it is enough to show that not only do you have a solid foundation in math, but you are also extremely talented. Let me tell you, I've been working for 8 years and teaching high school math for 8 years, and I've yet to meet a student who could easily solve the Olympiad problems all on their own. I'm not saying there are no such geniuses at all, it's just that I've never met one at Iron High. Not one. So for you, if the goal is just to get a gold medal at the state tournament for one, don't think it's even interesting. Of course, I'm not making the decision for you. I'm also just an ordinary teacher, not even your substitute teacher. So there's no way I can go and promise you more. Still, your future path is in your own hands. Just figure out how to choose and don't regret it. After saying that, Lan Jia no longer paid attention to Xiaoyu, who stood there pondering, dashingly opened his umbrella and strutted out of the building. Just walked 2 steps, and suddenly felt that this handsome is handsome, but in case that boy. So he stopped again and turned back and said in a deep voice, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that according to the school's incentives, if you can win the national gold medal, I also have a bonus of $30,000 to $50,000, which can be given to you as well. Also, if you decide, tomorrow afternoon after class at 4:30 p.m. directly go to the same office you went to today and look for me." Well, all the cards that can be played have been played. If that kid doesn't get the hang of it, then we'll just have to figure out what to do tomorrow. Luckily, there's still a month or so before the midterm, so it's not too late. Yes, although Ranger walked away in style, his heart was still in turmoil. He's already made it clear that he's giving him his share of the prize money, so no matter how oily this kid is, he should feel something, right? But what Lan Jia never expected was that the teenager's sincere voice came from behind him. "Don't worry, Mr. Lan, I understand the rules. Even if I do win the gold medal, I definitely won't ask for your money." Rules? It was tempting to turn his head and ask what kind of bullshit rule was this again? But in order to maintain the image of the moment, Ranger just paused in his footsteps, didn't look back, and just left. Chapter 10, A Confused Future. Standing thoughtfully, he watched Ranger walk out of view before Zhou turned his head to go home. "What took you so long? You even sent that Ms. Lan back to school?" As soon as he opened the door, Xiaoxi's lazy voice reached Xiaoyu's ears. Xiaoyu looked at the red wine that was open in Xiaoxi's hand, frowned slightly, and said, "Drink less. Just now the teachers all said that drinking too much wine hurts your body." Xiaoxi, who was half leaning on the sofa, didn't say anything, but just raised her other hand in a pitiful manner and pointed to her temple. Joe Metaphor was speechless. He had also checked online that there was nothing too good to treat the condition of neurovascular headaches, and that vasodilation after drinking did provide effective relief, whether it was a real headache or not. Of course, that was something only Josie knew. After all, the other guy was his mom. That math teacher was pretty cute, Josie commented. It's nice, and it should be single. Joe Yu commented back as he sat on his but on the other side of the couch. Oh, how do you know he's still single? Xiaoxi was obviously interested and asked with a gossipy face. He said I went to that math Olympiad and won the state gold, and he could give me all his winnings. Also, in the office today, he gave me 100 in order for me to solve a problem. A man with a family to support would surely not dare to say and do such things. Joe Metaphor shrugged, rather sure of himself. After saying that, he looked at Xiaoxi and added, but it's a pity. A good old man. This kind of person is too easy to suffer. It's not suitable for you. Otherwise I'll go to study and let him take care of you quite well. Blah, blah, blah. What do you mean, Joey? I'm not good enough for a good old man, am I? You're worthy of anyone. It's just that it's exhausting to live with a teacher who's too rich and responsible. Talk about something else. Josie rolled her eyes, then asked curiously, are you really good at math? Thinking about what Lan Jia had just said, Xiaoyu said with uncertainty, I guess so. That Mr. Lan attaches great importance to me and doesn't look like he's faking. And he said that the two problems I solved today were both variations of the original problems from the previous international competition. But I really didn't think it was that difficult. That means you're good at doing puzzles. Pretty good. Our Xiao family has also produced a puzzler. Xiaoxi blinked and lamented quite happily, then lifted the bottle of wine and took 2 gulps. Sitting next to him, Xiaoyu was clearly a bit confused. This seemed a bit different from the life he had planned for himself. So you're seriously rooting for me to enter that contest, right? Of course, Xiaoyu. If you study more, maybe you'll really make a name for yourself later on. That teacher said that you can go to universities like Huaqing or Yanbei. If you become a big shot in the future, it'll be easier to make money, right? First of all, going to Huaqing and Yanbei is just a possibility. Secondly, even if you do go to these 2 universities, you don't necessarily become a big shot. Last time the news even said there were graduates from Yanbei selling pork. Joe Metaphor retorted casually, so he's still on fire. There are so many pork sellers in the country, but he made the news, showing that it's still useful to be able to go to Yanbei University. I just checked online. Yanbei University students to do tutoring. Very profitable. Those big families in the capital are eating the famous university set. Back a million steps. When you Yanbei University graduated and then go to do a game anchor or something, are more gimmicky than other anchors not? And you just said that Mr. Lan is a good old man. This kind of person helped you choose your path. Do you still want to be skeptical? Xiaoxi casually argued a few words without thinking, which worked well and completely rendered Xiaoyu speechless. The mother and son debate session was finally won by Mom. Of course he could have continued, but Joey was not a player. He was just exploring the possibilities of life with another mother, who also did not have a lot of life experience. So Xiaoyu just sighed and said, math is really hard. Just go take a look at that book Introduction to Riemannian Geometry in my room. What with the metrics, liaisons, curvature tensor, and Gauss-Bonnet theorem and whatnot. I don't know how those math guys came up with it. In response to Xiaoyu's complaints, Xiaoxi just tilted his head, took another sip of wine, and then shrugged lovingly. It can't be helped. She only knows a little bit of math but not much, casually said. I know. It's only reasonable if it's difficult. If it's as easy as learning English, then why can't a good English speaker who can translate subtitles be sent directly to Huaqing or Yanbei, right? If Ranger was still here at this moment, he would probably look at Xiaoxi in a different light. After all, this analysis was indeed extremely logical. The entire human math system was built on logical reasoning, and math teachers naturally valued logic more. Unfortunately, there are fewer and fewer women these days who can so casually get to the heart of the matter through logical analysis. Instead of arguing, Xiaoyu looked at Xiaoxi and asked, how much money do you still have there? It always adds up to $70,000 or $80,000. As the words fell, Xiaoxi hesitated, pursed her lips, and said in a serious manner, we can save some over. Don't buy such good wine, and don't order takeout every day. I can also learn to cook for myself. Xiaoyu shook his head, sighed, and said, you're starting to learn how to cook now? Forget it, I still have more than $30,000 here. Saving it will be enough for most of the year. The good old man said that if I participate in the competition this year and get a gold medal in the national competition, the school can also award 100,000 yuan. There's also some kind of reward for making the national team, but I think those are just like those people in the studio. They're all just painting me a big cake. I'll try to enter this competition first and see if I can really get a gold medal in the nationals easily before I say anything. The corner of Xiaoxi's mouth curved out into a very nice arc as he said, "You just said that Mr. Lon is a good old man. And now you're saying that he's just like those studio people who paint you a big picture. So you know that you're not actually accurate in reading people, right?" Hearing these words, Xiaoyu suddenly felt a little sad. How good would it be if hearts were transparent, black, red, and clear at a glance? Then his dear mom probably wouldn't have turned out like this. Just the mouth always cannot be convinced of defeat, always more accurate than you. When chasing you that a platoon. You but if you look at a little bit accurate, but also not to the two of us depend on each other for life. Little friend Xiaoyu, I have to remind you that if it wasn't for you back then, I would be a rich wife now. Okay, you win. Xiaoyu sighed mentally. There was no way to argue with her own mother. There were too many soft spots after all. Then it's decided. Starting tomorrow you'll go to school honestly. Go and participate in that what the hell math competition. Strive to be able to go to Yenbei University. Your grandpa will definitely be able to jump up and down in joy when he finds out. Xiaoyu nodded seriously and said, "Then when you notify him, you must remember to press the coffin board first." Xiaoxi ignored Xiaoyu's mouth and just looked up at the big wall clock in the living room, which was 2 years older than Xiaoyu, and said quietly, "I'll tell you something, Coco didn't go to evening study today." Knock, knock, knock. The next moment there was a knock on the door of the room. "Aunt Joe, I've come to keep you company." Chapter 11, Coco Char. Xiaoyu sighed and stood up, walking to the door of his room and opening it. Outside the door stood a little girl about his age. Should have just taken a bath. Ear doll head exudes the unique fragrance of shampoo. Still with a bit of baby fat on the small face of the nearly flawless skin also remains just after a hot bath after the redness. Young girl is like this. No need to powder. It is as tender as if you can directly pinch out water. When she saw Xiaoyu, the little girl blinked, and her little face with a blush slowly blossomed into a smile as bright as a summer flower. Very clean and pure. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, frowned, serious face, like an old schoolboy, opened his mouth and said, "How come you didn't go to the evening?" Woo. Evening. This open accent just exported. The little girl suddenly will have been carrying the right hand raised. With the speed of lightning will be in the hands of a piece of something into the mouth of Xiaoyu. The entrance is slightly bitter, and then is the sweet taste. Sneak attacked, and the opposite side even succeeded. Good thing the sneak attack tool was just chocolate with a hint of soap. Without waiting for Xiaoyu to come back to his senses, the little girl gently sidestepped and drilled into the door from the gap beside him, only leaving him with a fragrant breeze. And after drilling into the door of the room, she consciously sat down beside Xiaoxi, and greeted the adults with a sweet smile. "Auntie, I'm here to see you again and again and again." Coco has come to see Auntie again. Ah, Auntie is so happy. Xiaoxi greeted with a smile, only for her gaze to flick over her own silly son who was not yet in love. Coco, surnamed Xia, 2 months younger than Xiaoyu, lived upstairs in Xiao's house, a very pure green plum. Unlike Xiaoxi, Xia Coco's mom, dad, grandparents, and grandpa were all railroad workers. Iron boss treatment is actually quite good. The trouble is that the working hours are not fixed. Often encountered 2 people have to go out, and once out of the car is 1 or 2 days cannot go home. Joe's grandfather and the other old man relationship is particularly good. The child is always asked to ask for it. So when both kids were young, Coco used to follow Xiaoyu around as a happy little follower. The kind that used to sleep in the same bed until they were 7. The first floor of the Moncler outlet store home was smashed windows. The neighborhood suffered from the unmitigated disaster of the puppy. By the firecrackers scared all kinds of insects and grass. Witnessed the 2 children's childhood. Really want years of history books. Those cats and dogs in the neighborhood. The most annoying is definitely Xiaoyu. The second is bound to be Coco. This has experienced 18 changes in the little girl. Looking at Coco with a sweet smile on her face, Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel a little envious. Obviously 3 years ago she was still like a tomboy, but 3 years later she was already so soft and charming, compared to that kid of his own family. But it seems like he hasn't had time to get the hang of it yet, even though he still has 5.0 vision without glasses until now. His eyes are more or less faulty. By this time, Xiaoyu had also closed the door and turned around, expressionless, twisting his head to look at the 2 women on the sofa who were laughing particularly happily. The chocolate had already gone into her stomach, and luckily, there wasn't anything strange on it. However, for this niece always had something to do with the excuse of seeing his mom. To toss in this matter, Xiaoyu students have a grudge, and a big one. "What are you looking at, brother? Come sit down." Coco fell to patting the little bit of empty space left on the couch beside her. Joe Metaphor was distressed. At one time, with his vast experience of inappropriate people, there were a million ways to hold this little girl. But when the two had grown to an age where both adults felt it wasn't quite right to sleep in the same bed, all of those ways seemed to have failed overnight. Plus this little girl, as long as there is time, every night will come to see the fucking name, will sneak to his home to stay for a while, until the adults called only reluctant to go back to sleep. And over time it has become this way. Actually, Xiaoyu didn't really hate this cute little girl. In the past, the adults of the two families used to talk about the doll's marriage, and the two were quite shy at first. It's just that ever since Grandpa died and Xiaoyu successfully got himself into the poor class sequence, Uncle Xia and Aunt Su upstairs basically haven't made such jokes. Of course, theoretically speaking, it could also be that the two kids are older and it's not appropriate to joke about it anymore. But Xiaoyu could clearly feel the faint sense of detachment that came from his bones. Yes, although they usually met and the adults still greeted them with a smile on their faces, they were ultimately different from before. After all, Xia Coco was a top student whose grades had been stable in the top 50 in her grade, while he was just a poor student who hung around in class 13. On the contrary, this little girl has never changed. Still so big and heartless to call him brother. Now it was even higher, looking at him provocatively. Of course, Xiaoyu could not spoil this girl half the time, walking over to the sofa, sitting down, and using his buttocks to squeeze the little girl towards Xiaoxi's side, forcing Xiaoxi to have no choice but to sit upright. Xia Coco was still wearing her signature sweet smile, and the next moment Xiaoyu suddenly felt her hand being grabbed. The touch was soft and slightly cool. Although this wasn't the first time, Xiaoyu still felt a little uncomfortable. For example, his heartbeat would suddenly speed up for no reason at this time. This made Xiaoyu suddenly feel very sad again. When he was a child he often grabbed his little girl's hand and ran around. He never had this feeling. That's probably growing pains, isn't it? Brother, I want to continue watching that Mindcatcher over the weekend. Will you watch it with me? A soft begging voice rang in Xiaoyu's ears. How come you didn't go to night study? Joe Metaphor asked in a serious voice. My koi today's 60th birthday. My mom helped me to ask for leave, and I improved 12 places again in the last mock test. So Mr. Su agreed. So hurry up and watch the movie, okay? No, I have a other important mission today. I'm going to change the world kind of thing later on. I don't have time for you to fool around with you, Xiaoyu said seriously, smoothly and without a trace. He pulled out the hand that was clutched by the little girl. Yes, he was going to simply go back to his room and flip through the introduction to Riemannian geometry again, trying to understand the abstract concepts and theorems, before making up his mind. Xiaoyu might still hesitate and think about the feasibility over and over again, but once he had made up his mind to try this path, Xiaoyu would only think about how he could go farther on the path he had chosen. If Xiaoyu didn't have this kind of almost horrifying execution, the Zhao family probably wouldn't be able to live the relatively carefree life they were living now. The main thing was that Ranjia hadn't told him today that participating in the Olympiad didn't really require studying and understanding all that abstract knowledge for the time being. Just as the words fell, a layer of mist had already covered the originally curved eyes of Xia Coco by her side. Auntie, look, Xiaoyu lied to me again. Josie tossed the bottle to the side and her hand had climbed onto the little girl's shoulder. Coco, Xiaoyu really didn't lie to you this time. You don't know that today a math teacher surnamed Lon from the high school came to the home visit specially for Xiaoyu. He said that Xiaoyu's level of math is very high. He can go to participate in the National Math Olympics to get a gold medal kind of. So your brother decided to start studying math seriously from today. Really? That's awesome. Brother, I told you you were a genius. Alright, I'll allow you not to watch the movie with me today. Xia Coco blinked, looking at Xiaoyu with a gaze filled with an indescribable luster. The little girl's elated look suddenly touched Xiaoyu a little. Thinking about Coco coming to play at his poor student's house every day, his own side of the family probably took on a lot of pressure, right? Now that I think about it, the theme of that Mindcatcher seems to be persuasive as well. This girl, pure stupidity. Chapter 12. Get the medal and I'll let you get your revenge back. Although his mind was a little mixed up, but when Xiaoyu sat down at the table and opened the book, Introduction to Riemannian Geometry, his mind immediately calmed down, and he fully devoted himself to this math book that he couldn't understand before. Regarding self-study, Xiaoyu actually has his own method, especially for foreign languages. The former Joe metaphor is about listening more, memorizing more, and talking more. Online purchase of foreign language cross-reference dictionary, sitting in front of the computer, following the lines in the movie over and over again to listen to read along, encountered vocabulary on the spot to look up the dictionary, and then memorized. When you take a break, look at the content of grammar. Initially it may take a week or two to watch a movie, then the pace gradually accelerated, and by the time a new foreign language movie could be watched in 3 hours, he had basically mastered the ability to listen, read, and write in a foreign language. The math isn't quite the same. In fact, very early on, Xiaoyu knew that the reason he found it harder and harder to learn was that math was a subject that required prior knowledge. So this time, when he reopened Introduction to Riemannian Geometry, he didn't want to learn the things in it directly, but he needed to figure out what kind of prior knowledge he actually needed. So Xiaoyu opened the old computer at home by hand, encountered not understand the concept of the hand on the internet to look up, and then mark. In half an hour the book was densely packed with entries: calculus, linear algebra, differential geometry, topology, and differential equations, especially on manifolds. Of course, in more detail there's multivariable calculus, especially curves, integrals and derivatives on surfaces, linear algebra with vector spaces, matrices, linear maps, eigenvectors, and all that jazz. The good news was that calculus and linear algebra, two subjects that Xiaoyu had studied in bits and pieces some time ago, didn't feel particularly difficult. The bad news was that Xiaoyu hadn't specialized in differential geometry, topology, and ordinary and partial differential equations. Even if he doesn't need to learn so much now, he will definitely need to learn it in the future if he really wants to rely on math competitions to be admitted to the university. The worst news is that, after a general look around online, Xiaoyu realizes that none of these subjects look like they're going to be a good match. It would be nice if he could pass the math Olympiad and earn a wave of money from the school before being guaranteed a place at Yenbei University to study foreign languages. Anyway, he just wants that diploma from Yenbei University. Xiaoyu was turning unpleasant thoughts in his mind when the door of the room was suddenly knocked twice and then directly pushed open. And the next moment Xia Coco's little head poked in first. "Brother Joe, my granny came to tell me to go home." "Oh, then you hurry home. I came to see how well you're learning. High-end math is hard, you know? It's only been half an hour and you're still learning a flower?" Xiaoyu said with a serious twist of his head, intending to turn around and make excuses for his squeamishness. "So," Charcoal replied, thinking, then burrowed into the room, casually covering the door. "What are you doing?" Xiaoyu watched warily as the little girl rushed forward, and hastily stood up, taking a defensive stance. No one could understand this little girl better than him. Under the harmless innocent face, there is a heart that only the world is in chaos. Although it is true that he was a little naughty when he was a child, but a lot of bad ideas are this little girl out. But in the eyes of adults the main culprit is him. The room was that much bigger, and the next moment, Coco was standing next to him. Xiaoyu was already 1.75 meters, but the little girl in front of him was only one forehead shorter than him. Then without waiting for Xiaoyu to react, the little girl suddenly stood on her tiptoes. First there was an aroma coming from the tip of his nose, followed by a soft touch on his lips with a hint of coolness, as if it were a little sweet. It's so sudden, didn't have time to use flash. When Xiaoyu reacted, he only saw the bright eyes of the little girl across from him, with a smirking expression, staring at him. He, a just 15-year-old mother fetish single bloodthirsty, third-rate teenager, was just going to be taken advantage of like that? It was a big loss. He was suddenly tempted to retaliate. "I know you're angry, but if you talk back, I'll scream for help," the little girl whispered reasonably. "Shame on you." Xiaoyu only felt his breath shake cold, but didn't say anything. He is recognized as a delinquent teenager in the family home, while the opposite side is an invincible beauty girl with good character and a bright future. Stereotypes added. The opposite side of the public opinion advantage is too great. But well, if you do win a prize in the state competition of the Math Olympiad, I'll allow you to get your revenge back. "Oh," the little girl whispered smugly. "Coco, it's late. You need to go home and go to bed. You have class tomorrow." The old man called from outside the room door. All right, got it," the little girl answered loudly, then made a face at Xiaoyu and quickly turned around and rushed out in a puff of smoke. Following out of the room, the old man could still be heard chanting outside the recently closed door. "It's not good for a little girl to run into someone else's boy's room." "I know, I'm just saying goodbye politely, mother, and you always taught me to be polite." Today he lost, in a losing sort of way. "Ha, why is your face suddenly so red?" The probing gaze of Xiaoxi, who was reclining on the sofa, caused Xiaoyu to slightly break his defenses. "I'm blushing? Look in the mirror. It's no different than a monkey's ass on Mount Amei, probably because it's so hot." "I'll go brush my teeth first," Xiaoyu replied with a fake calmness, then rushed into the bathroom and stood still in front of the sink mirror, glancing at it, and sure enough that face did look flushed and unattractive. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, then picked up her toothbrush. What just happened in the room? Xiaoyu turned his head, and Xiaoxi leaned crookedly against the washroom door with a gossipy look on his face. "Just said goodbye. What else? What did you guys just talk about outside?" Xiaoyu felt a little weak. "Xiaoyu, you're not right," Xiaoxi suddenly said. Xiaoyu was startled. "You never used to care what I talked to Coco about." The tone in which Xiaoxi said this reminded Xiaoyu of that classic line from the anime detective Conan, "There is only one truth." Zhou Yu calmed herself down and calmly returned. Does that tell you anything? Then as a matter of course, he began to brush his teeth, and the blush on his face began to fade slowly. Well, that's right too. Xiao, she muttered to herself on the side, then recited to herself, in fact, just now I didn't talk to Coco about anything. She just kept asking about that Mr. Land's home visit. I told her something, then I said that in the future. I don't know if you will have a daughter-in-law and forget about her mother when you get ahead. Coco says she believes you won't, and even if you're heartless, she'll take care of me when she grows up. Look at her. She's so sweet. Unlike you. It's just like you. Say, just now the little girl will not drill your room and play the little girl confession the trick, right? Xiao Yu, who was brushing his teeth, paused in his hand, then expressionlessly twisted his head, looked at his smiling mother, turned around, picked up the door handle, and directly closed the door of the washroom, then unlocked it. Bang! Ka-ching! The world is finally quiet. Chapter 13, No Smoking Underage. I'll scream for help if you come any closer. Go ahead and scream. Unfortunately no one is home today. Oh, go ahead and scream. Bang bang. Xiao Yu, get up. You promised someone else, Ms. Lun, that you would go to school yesterday. When Xiao Shi's voice mandatorily drilled into his ears, Xiao Yu also snapped his eyes open. Oh, it was just a shameful dream just now. The characters in the dream he didn't want to talk about. Picking up the cell phone next to the pillow and looking at it. It was already 6:40 in the morning. The prescribed arrival time for junior high school was 7:30. Then it's 20 minutes of morning reading, and class officially starts at 8. It's not impossible to be late. It's just annoying to have to go to the inspector for a review. Casually, he responded, got up, and then walked out of his room with a blank face, put on his school uniform, and began to wash up. There was a sudden swoosh from the cell phone in his hand. Xiao Yu picked up his phone and looked at it. WeChat message, sent by Xia Coco. Coco is the most invincible. Auntie said you're going to school today, so I'll be right down to look for you. No running off first, otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences. Followed by a cool-looking guy with sunglasses. Xiao Yu was a bit bored. How did this girl manage to act like nothing happened last night? So he replied directly, sorry, little girl, you're up late. I'm already shivering my last noodle at Zhang's noodle store. The cell phone rang again. No words, just a sneer. Xiao Yu sped up his washing, but just as he finished wiping his face, he heard a knock on the door from the living room, followed by Xiao Shi's voice coming into his ears. Came to see Joey Yu for school, didn't you? Wait a minute. He's still brushing his teeth. Then the two men's voices trailed off as they talked about something, followed by a pleasant giggle from the two women. The mood was inexplicably more depressed. That's the problem with living too close. It doesn't take a minute to run down the stairs. You can't even hide. Wait, why would a big man like me hide? Xiao Yu reacted, then walked out of the restroom with a big smile. And the first thing he saw was Xia Coco sitting on the sofa with her backpack. The little girl actually raised her hand at him as if nothing had happened and said hello. Good morning, brother. Oh. Xiao Yu slowly poured himself a cup of cold white boiled water, and just as he brought it to his mouth, he heard Xiao Shi's reprimanding voice, hurry up. You still have to go to breakfast with Coco. You're not afraid of being late. But Coco is a good student in rocket class. Teacher Lan said I can be guaranteed a place in Yanbei. Xiao Yu couldn't help but argue. My music teacher used to say I could be a movie queen later. One cannot argue with a woman, especially one's own mother. Xiao Yu mentally reminded himself of this and drank his water quickly, then honestly prepared to go out. Joe, you don't bring a book bag? Didn't bring it back from school. Wow. Joe, you're amazing. Xiao Yu kind of can't even figure out what's so great about this. He's good at shit. I haven't seen him do his homework in a whole year since he got into the poor class on merit. Coco, keep an eye on him for me at school and remind him to get his grades up. Don't worry, Auntie. Bang. Xiao Yu impatiently closed the door of the room directly, and the next moment, his hand was naturally pulled again. Come on, to celebrate the fact that from today you're going to clean up your act and make a new one, I've decided to treat you to the best fresh fish noodle in Southgate. What do you mean? A clean slate? A new life? Coco-san, don't use words if you don't know how to use them. That's what Auntie said originally yesterday. I'm just quoting. Joe metaphor was speechless. With his hand still being tugged, he could only passively speed up his steps. No, how could this girl pull his hand so naturally? Clutching his hand as he walked out the door of the flat was natural enough to loosen it again. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but subconsciously glanced at the small white hand, and then suddenly felt a little empty in his heart. Shit, he's sick. And it's not bad. Joe, are you really that good at math? Average. Xiao Yu casually made a perfunctory remark. I took the touch test last week. My math was only 115. And I was deducted 5 points for the second question of that last combined function and geometry question. Xia Coco said bitterly. Xiaoyu scratched his head and didn't say anything. He happened to be sleepy when he took the math test last week and simply fell asleep on his desk to help save the math teacher the trouble of having to grade fewer papers. Scores belonged to the things that top students needed to care about. According to Xiaoyu's original plan, he was planning to finish his 9 years of compulsory education and go straight to the society to start working for the future. And with the studio side contacted, he naturally didn't have any high requirements for his scores. So let's work together. Not caring about Xiaoyu's reaction, Xia Coco squeezed her small fist as if she was cheering the two up. Xiaoyu knew Xia Coco's grades and figured that they usually floated around 640. In Star City this score is probably just above the A-class line, about 20 points short of the requirements of the 4 major schools. So under normal circumstances, it's probably just enough to get into an A-class school other than the Big Four, and even if you misplay a little, a B-class high school can still be attended casually. Of course, if the midterm unexpectedly exploded, the 4 top schools might be able to make it. So 5 points did matter quite a bit to Xia Coco. It's just that Joe Metaphor can't help it. His East meets West approach to learning certainly wasn't as scientific as the teachers in his rocket class taught him. Boss, 2 bowls of fresh fish noodles. At the fresh fish vermicelli store at the south gate of the neighborhood, the little girl cheerfully rushed at the boss, taking advantage of Xia Coco taking down her book bag and looking for money from the clip bag outside the book bag. Xiaoyu directly fished out his cell phone from his pocket, intending to pay. Xiaoyu was principled. How could he really let the little follower who had been following his ass since childhood treat him to dinner? According to Iron 1 school rules, students are theoretically not allowed to bring cell phones or any other electronic devices into the school. But school rules are known to bind good students, especially at the middle school level. For a poor student like Xiaoyu who had long given up on himself, the band was just a band. And as long as he wasn't so arrogant as to hold his cell phone in his hand and be seen by the inspector, the class teacher wouldn't take it seriously. Just as soon as Xiaoyu took out his cell phone, a small hand suddenly reached out and jerked it away. I'll hold it for you and come back to me after school this afternoon to get it. Xiaoyu looked up and glared at the little girl across the street. Yet Xia Coco had already turned her head and put her cell phone into her book bag, then took out $30 from her book bag and handed it to the boss. Who are you to keep my cell phone? Xiaoyu was exasperated and rebuked in a low voice. Because I promised Auntie to supervise you to study well, Xia Coco said with a straight face. Rocket class doesn't allow cell phones. They'll be confiscated. Xiaoyu quickly thought of a reason. Teachers never check my book bag. Charcot tit for tat. Xiaoyu dared to swear that if the powder restaurant wasn't so crowded, he would have made sure to show this little girl just how many eyes Prince Chow had. It's just that it's no joke that a Star City person's day starts with a bowl of powder, especially when the delicious fish powder restaurant is overflowing with people. It's a good thing that fragrant fish noodles can cure any unhappiness. The milky white fish soup with delicate fish meat, mixed with the rice vermicelli exudes a mesmerizing aroma, and with the owner's homemade sour cabbage, it's enough to make anyone's fingers tingle. What was unsatisfactory was that, walking out of the powwow, he had just pulled his lighter out of his pocket with his cigarettes out of habit, when he was snatched up again by a handful of hands. This time it was even more excessive. Not saved, but thrown directly into the trash can next to it together. Xiaoyu looked at the garbage can that was wet and full of all kinds of leftovers, and ultimately lost the heart to salvage a little more. However, without waiting for him to get angry, the little girl instead huffed and puffed and rushed at him. Starting today, no smoking until you're underage. If you want to smoke, wait until you go to Yenbei University. Xiaoyu was stunned and tugged at the corner of his mouth, suddenly thinking of last night's events. Inexplicably a little weak. Then give me the phone first. No, stupid winter melon. I didn't put it on mute. What if someone calls during class? That's right. Xia Coco nodded fervently, then said, then you open the phone with your fingerprints and I'll set it up. And from now on, don't call me stupid winter melon or little girl. The rest of the process made Xiaoyu very unhappy. The little girl clutched the phone like a thief and only allowed him to unlock it with his fingerprint. The feeling of not being trusted is infuriating, but there's nothing you can do about it, because Xiaoyu did plan to trick the cell phone first, and then run directly into the school. Into the school, this little girl, how dare to be so reckless. Hey, the little girl who used to take his words at face value had changed after all. Why is it that some people grow and 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 become unlovable? Chapter 14, Why take a break from school? The classroom of the 13th class is almost the same as 2 days ago. There is no sound of reading, but it is not too noisy, thanks to the empty seats in the back row. The poor class, without a few young teachers, can make the prick cried out of the door to say hello to people. It is only when the midterm examination is approaching that, after the school has specifically communicated with these parents, Such a student can simply submit an application for voluntary abandonment of the midterm examination, and both sides can happily stop continuing to hurt each other. Xiaoyu had wanted to take the initiative to apply as well, but unfortunately, he hadn't known about this kind of operation before, and hadn't fallen far enough. In the second half of the semester, I took several consecutive practice exams, and although I answered the papers less carefully and even slept during the exams, I still didn't meet the hard persuasive criteria of averaging no more than a total of 2% on the 3 practice exams. Xiaoyu had always thought that he couldn't be blamed for this. It was mainly because the paper was so simple, the kind of simple that if you glanced at it, the answer would automatically appear in your mind. If he didn't pay attention, he would write the correct answer on it, and although he was naughty, most of the time he just slept in class, never doing boring things like contradicting the teacher. In addition, his total score passed 300 points every time. So Xiaoyu was not among the ones who were advised to leave. To put it bluntly, if it is not the kind of student who has no hope at all and is unlikely to even go to a 3+2 5-year consistent school, it is not good for the school to operate in such a way. It's too blatant, and the school can't afford to have a large number of complaints. But the school is helpless. Although the management above strictly prohibits schools from ranking students according to their examination results, they have to rank schools according to the examination results of students, forcing schools to rank teachers according to their results. It doesn't really matter if all schools are honest. The higher management has its own set of relatively scientific formulas. But the problem is that there are too many smart people in China. As long as one school starts to think and do some maneuvering, other schools will have to follow suit. After all, the ranking of the top with the school teaching funds, bonus is issued, title promotion, evaluation of excellence is closely related. This is a good policy, hard by a group of smart people into a prisoner's dilemma. Of course none of this is any of Joe Metaphor's business. With his phone confiscated, thinking that since he had decided to participate in the math competition, he still had to be slightly more serious about the midterm, Xiaoyu drew out his chemistry book. Language, mathematics and 3 main subjects. Xiaoyu consciously have no problem. History and Taoism have been clearly open book exams. Physics is very simple. Chemistry needs to memorize slightly more things. He has to grasp the time to see. Xiaoyu didn't realize that Ranger was planning to let him take a year off from school. In his opinion, although he only scored 18 points in geography and biology, it was unlikely that he would be able to get into an A-grade school. However, with a little serious preparation, it would not be a big problem for his total score to pass the B-grade line of the general high school. As for his comprehensive quality evaluation, Xiaoyu felt that was something Lan Jia needed to consider. After all, it was that Mr. Lan who must have wanted him to participate in the math Olympiad. Xiaoyu, are you going to the internet cafe tonight? Just open the book. The same table Zhou Shuang came over and asked. This is a guy who loves to be cool, likes to have long hair, doesn't like to wear a school uniform, and the traits laid out in plain sight make him a regular at Monday's review under the flag. Xiaoyu gave the guy a look, then shook his head decisively. No, I'm going to review. Review? You're going to graduate school? A sentence that revealed that although this guy was still underage, he was already a regular in mixing with various forums. Whether to go to graduate school or not is another story. First take a Huaqing or Yanbei. Xiaoyu casually replied. This is the small goal Lan Jie set for him, so he can answer with a straight face. Puff. Brother stop. Listen to me. The goal is to put a little lower first. Ludong Lanxiang Excavator Professional. After graduation employment rate of 100%, our no choice. Go with me? I cover you. Xiaoyu glanced at Zhou Shuang and lazily returned. The internet says that there are no girls on construction sites. So guess if there are any girls in the Ludong Lanxiang Excavator program? Will Luo Shan go with you? With a single sentence, he managed to make Zhou Shuang stunned, and then his entire body started to become shriveled up as far as the naked eye could see. Xiaoyu was a bit surprised, mainly because he didn't expect that this guy really seemed to be planning to go directly to Ludong Lanxiang after graduation, but he didn't plan to say anything more. Everyone has the right to choose their own future. Right or wrong is secondary. Their own life is their own responsibility. Junior high school has already tasted the sweetness of love, experienced the bitterness of love, in the sea of love by the salty sea water drowned to death of young boys, but also want to go to high school, go to the university to taste more flavors. Xiaoyu even think that this is not quite reasonable. I don't know what to mutter after 2 sentences. Zhou Shuang also lost interest in finding him to talk. Coincidentally at this time, the old class also walked in. The discipline is finally a little better. Whether willing or not, the vast majority of students still took out a book, pretending to read up. In Ms. Yuan's words, it's the last month, and she doesn't want to make things difficult for her students, so as long as everyone doesn't go too far and save face, she can turn a blind eye to some minor disciplinary infractions. But today, Mr. Yuan just stood in the doorway before looking at Xiao Yu's position. Zhou Yu, come out here for a minute. With a single summons, Mr. Yuan caused almost all the eyes in the class to focus on Xiao Yu. Many eyes even overflowed with sympathy. It couldn't be helped. Other classes didn't know about it, but in class 13, whenever one was approached by the homeroom teacher alone, 99% of the time it wouldn't be a good thing. Let's put it this way. The kids who get assigned to this worst class are more than just bad learners. Their families are just like that. But if the parents have some skills, even if their grades are really at the bottom of the school, they can still stay and hang out in some regular class without knowing it, just not counting the class rank. So as long as the teacher is looking for it, it's really hard for good things to come to the kids in this class. For Joe metaphor, the depressing part was just getting into studying and being called out again. Yesterday, Ms. Lan from the senior middle school went to your house for a home visit, didn't she? As soon as she left the house, Teacher Yuan asked. Xiao Yu only felt a headache. He could see from the old class face out of the thick pickpocket gossip kind of flavor. Just yesterday from the mother's face to see that kind of, aha, what did it say? Tell me to meet him in the office directly after class at 4:30 this afternoon. Oh, so he didn't mention the hiatus to you? A break from school? Why? Xiao Yu looked suspiciously across the room at his old class. You still do not know? If you participate in the competition, the provincial competition will go in September. After the provincial competition and then go to the national competition will have to wait until November. And if you can't pass the high school exam in the midterm next month, you won't even be able to stay in the school with your school registration. Xiao Yu was speechless for a long time before saying, that, I should be able to get into our school, right? This time, Yuan was speechless. Your total score on the exam is only 18. This year to go to our Iron High School estimate at least 615 points to insurance. Xiao Yu nodded, and then did the math on the spot. But I have a perfect score in sports, which means I've only been deducted only 62 points. 700 minus 62 is 638, and I still have 23 points of margin for error, which is pretty big, for eyes relative to each other. If at this time and a third party is present, can see that at this time the two people are very complex mood. Xiao Yu really didn't think the midterm was a hard thing to do, and with all those questions on the mock exams, wouldn't it be easier to just have a brain? Yuan was probably thinking, is this something a kid in a backward class is qualified to say? Chapter 15, Xiao Yu, prove it. Well, Xiao Yu, you're very confident. So you didn't take last semester's final exams or this semester's practice exams seriously? Oh yeah, there's also the raw land test. Only after a long time did Yuan hold back such a sentence. There are 3 main subjects left in the Chinese language. Mathematics and English plus 4 side subjects of physics, chemistry, Taoism and history. So there is only a margin of error of 23 points. And if Xiao Yu still thinks that this is not difficult, then this is the only possibility. It's shocking. After all, if this was true, then it meant that Xiao Yu was definitely having the strength to enter the rocket class, and this guy was hanging out in the late class. Seriously, this is the kind of thing that whatever teacher knows about it can probably crack in place. Pretty much. Xiao Yu responded vaguely. What do you figure? Yuan suppressed her inner astonishment and couldn't help but ask. Though the question was asked in a clueless manner, Xiao Yu understood it. Xiao Yu looked at the old class's bad expression, thought about it, and decided to tell the truth. No one is in charge, and you don't have to go to night study. This answer was so reasonable that Yuan, who was the homeroom teacher, surprisingly only felt like crying and laughing for a moment. Xiao Yu also do not want to do more to explain. Everyone has everyone's ideas and live. As long as they can afford to choose, the price is good. In this regard, Xiao Yu think he did a good job. Every choice was well thought out, although his knowledge of this world was not clear enough, and he relied on himself to figure out the future. But as long as he could tolerate mistakes, it was good. The most important thing for a human being is to live, and if you have the means, just try to make your life more comfortable. As for which path to take, Xiao Yu felt it didn't matter. He didn't have much ambition anyway. Okay, you go back to studying. Right. Cheers. Before leaving, Yuan didn't forget to give a word of encouragement. After seeing Xiao Yu back to the classroom, Yuan subconsciously patted her chest. Thinking back, if Xiao Yu really had this level, it would be a great thing for her as a homeroom teacher. If really according to Lan Jie's previous plan, let Xiao Yu suspend 1 year, although the school registration is still retained in the Iron First Middle School. But in the future, no matter whether it is the Olympics to get a gold medal or not, or really be guaranteed to Hua Chang, Yan Bei, or not, have nothing to do with her as a homeroom teacher. But it would be different if Xiao Yu could get into the high school section of Iron 1 in her hands. Not to mention the fact that she was able to get a good student out of a backward class who had achieved excellent grades in all of her main subjects. Not to mention the bonus or anything else, but the bullishness of the matter itself was something she could brag about for the rest of her life. The most interesting thing is that students like Xiaoyu are assigned to class 13. Surely no one will be specifically pursued. So before the results are so poor, and suddenly so good in the midterm, can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. It is important to realize that most of the teachers who are assigned to lead the backward classes are of the type that are directly socially recruited without staffing. This was the case with Yuan, for example, who was still only a school-employed teacher, even though she had been at Taiyi Middle School for 3 years. Bringing out a student like Xiaoyu might be her chance to turn the corner. Yuan had even thought of turning around, and she would have to go talk to that Mr. Lan Jia about this. After all, that was the only depressing thing about this matter. The homegrown student was surprisingly discovered by a high school math teacher. Also, it seemed she had to go and say hello to all the teachers in her class. Thinking of the expressions on the faces of those classroom teachers, especially the math teachers, Yuan suddenly felt a little amused. As you can imagine, the office will be buzzing this morning. Of course, Xiaoyu wasn't interested in how lively the teacher's office was, but the hapless hustle and bustle still found its way to him. A lot of times in class 13, first and second period in the morning is math, and this arrangement is not really that scientific. Mornings are the best time to memorize and are actually better for languages or English. However, in view of the fact that the teacher of class 13 also has to take some classes of ordinary classes, the curriculum of natural science is arranged in such a way that priority is given to the parallel classes which have the hope of getting into the ordinary classes. The kids in class 13 don't really listen in class anyway. After all, middle school is all about the basics, and it doesn't have much to do with IQ, so as long as you're willing to learn, you're not so far behind. Teach 13 class math teacher called Gong Jiadao is also less than 30 years old young teacher. Master's degree, just graduated from the school recruited into the Iron One. Has been teaching 2 years, also belongs to the kind of school recruited teachers without preparation. In fact, the teachers assigned to teach the 13th class are basically unstaffed, with the exception of the music and physical education teachers. When the bell rang, walked into the classroom, did not pay attention to a group of, even stood up and shouted good teacher when the children are drowsy. Just eyes in the body of Xiaoyu played a turn, and then let each group leader up to lead the hands of the paper to send down. Actually, class 13 is really good to carry if you're willing to lay flat, especially now that we are in the revision phase. The papers are handed out during class time for students to do on their own, and the correct answers are announced at the end of the class for them to correct themselves. If there is still time, then just pick some representative questions from the paper based on the teaching points and talk about them. No mopping up, no internal friction, and everyone's better off. Comparatively speaking, teachers who teach rocket classes are much more tired. Every day, they have endless papers to correct, endless homework to grade, and endless meetings to attend. However, the teachers of rocket class not only have the establishment, but also have a lot of bonuses. Anyway, there are pros and cons to each. Waiting for the paper to be sent out. As usual, not many people honestly do the paper. Gong Jiadao stood on the podium. Can see. Most students are hiding in the desk stacked high behind the book to do something else. Catch up on sleep, read a class book, even play backgammon. Anyway, whatever it is, it's a lot more fun than doing a math paper. Xiaoyu did the same, but he was too lazy to do it because the paper was too easy. And since his cell phone had been confiscated, he could only honestly continue reading his chemistry book. Until Mr. Gong walked right up to him. The rare action startled many of the students, especially Zhou Shuang. After all, usually, after the math teacher handed out the papers, he would sit on the podium and correct the other class's homework, and wouldn't even come down to watch them work on their papers. Not only did he walk down today, but he was standing right next to his desk, which made him, who was reading a novel, feel slightly stressed. Luckily, the teacher didn't seem to care about him at all. He just knocked on Xiaoyu's desk and then whispered, "Don't look at the book for a while. Can you see if you can do the last question on this paper?" Xiaoyu lifted his head helplessly and looked at the face that didn't hide its expression of curiosity, knowing of course that this was probably due to Mr. Yuan again. In fact, Xiaoyu had always felt that the homeroom teacher was actually not a bad person, but her mouth was too broken. So Xiaoyu, who had always been too lazy to confront his classroom teachers, picked up the paper, flipped a page, and glanced at the last question. After silently reading it, Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Will do. Now make it and I won't care what you do for the next 2 classes. MS. Gong whispered excitedly. Not bothering to waste time, Xiaoyu quickly picked up a pen and wrote directly on the blank space of the roll. 1. Parabolic equation, y is equal to x squared minus 4 times plus 3. 2. When x equals 3 halves, The length of line PD has a maximum value of 9/4. 3, i.e., there exists a point, 2, minus 3, on the axis of symmetry of the parabola such that MAMC is maximized, totaling 3 minutes. Xiaoyu stopped his pen and looked at Mr. Gong, only to feel that the face that had been unsmiling had smiled into a chrysanthemum. That's nice. Go about your business. Chapter 16, People fear fame and pigs fear strength. Looking at the old Gong pacing towards the back of the podium, Xiaoyu suddenly had some feelings. The teacher is really too easy to satisfy. He will do a question. He can smile like a child. He does not take the test seriously. Does not take the questions seriously. Really just he wants to hang around in the 13th class to finish the years of compulsory education. Simply pragmatic only. There is no what hide awkward pretending to eat tigers and other inexplicable childish ideas. Especially being able to brighten up and not have to go to night study is important for a middle schooler who needs to squeeze in time to make ends meet. Retracting his gaze to the teacher, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly realized that his deskmate was staring at him with an alien look. Not only at the table, but the two stupid kids in front of me were frequently craning their heads and giving sideways glances. What are you looking at? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiaoyu, you actually know how to do that? Is there a possibility that this question is really easy? Zhou Shuang picked up his own paper, flipped to the last question on the reverse side, took a closer look at it, especially the complicated graphs, then gulped. You call this easy? Not easy? Xiaoyu inclined his head to look at Zhou Shuang. The boy was silent for a long time before he stifled a sobbing. Guess why I'm in class 13? Xiaoyu lazily ignored this guy and picked up his chemistry book again, casually reassuring. It's okay, the Lanxiang excavator major doesn't look at math scores. No, then why are you in class 13? Zhou Shuang skimmed his lips and pursued in an undying whisper. Xiaoyu actually didn't really want to talk nonsense with these guys who had absolutely no semblance of a plan for the future. But thinking about the fact that this guy seemed to have asked him to go on the internet twice in the past year, he still decided to give this guy some pointers. So he said very sincerely, if you want to live a good life, something like skill or ability, you can usually not show it, but you must not really not have it. Understand? After saying that, Xiaoyu glanced at Zhou Shuang's confused eyes and mentally sighed as he continued. To put it simply, it means that you can act stupid, but you can't be really stupid. In this way, when you brush the small videos, you can go check out the video posted by a blogger named Xiaowei. Teach math? You'll see. Zhou Shuang first looked up in the direction of the podium. Very good. The math teacher has returned to the usual rhythm. I do not know what things to correct on the podium, so quickly took out a cell phone from the desk drawer, and skillfully took out the Bluetooth headset from the pocket, and brought it with him. Hey, it's true that the school rule is not to enter the 13th class. Seeing the scene and thinking of his confiscated cell phone, Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When he chose another path in life, he had to give up some things for a while, like immediate pleasures. Did you just say Xiaowei? Aha. 10 minutes later, Zhou Shuang was already in tears. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come English teachers never said that learning English well can also be used to flirt with foreign girls? Zhou metaphor bristled, feeling that he might have saved a fallen soul. Immediately following this day, Xiaoyu felt like he had become a cherished animal in a zoo, and the visitors were the teachers of each subject, and his classmates next to him, who could probably be counted as half. First, the English teacher. Mr. Yuan said you plan to work hard in the last month and get into high school? I heard from Mr. Yuan that you plan to work hard in the last month to get into high school? Yeah, pretty much. Almost. Do you think there's a good chance? Do you think there's much hope? If this year's high school entrance exam is as easy as in previous years, I think it shouldn't be a problem. I don't see much of a problem if this year's midterm questions are as easy as in previous years. Wow. Your English listening, speaking, and expression skills are really good. How come you've never mentioned it before? It didn't show in your English essays either. Wow. You're very good at speaking and listening to English. You have a large vocabulary. Why haven't I heard you say that before? And your English essays don't show it either? Maybe life isn't a sitcom, right? Probably because life isn't a TV show? The English teacher left with a rare face. Then the physics teacher. Xiaoyu, take a look at these questions. 10 minutes later. That's great. You've got it. Xiaoyu, you've mastered the main test points of light foundation, force foundation, and magnetic foundation very well. Go for it. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Then the chemistry teacher. The history teacher. The way the teachers looked at Xiaoyu was probably like spotting a hidden tiger amongst the sheep. When this scene fell into the eyes of the other class 13 children, it was probably the immediate impression that an alien had come out from their midst. Prometheus of the 13th class, the most familiar stranger. So between classes Xiaoyu's table became lively. students began to transform into a variety of curious babies. A variety of gossip is beginning to spread towards other classes. Have you heard? There's a guy named Xiaoyu in class 13 who's particularly good at English. The English teacher says his pronunciation is even more standard than the foreign teacher who was hired to teach rocket class speaking. It's not, is it? People's foreign teachers speak their native language. That's why it's awesome. Teacher said that Xiaoyu in our class is a seedling for Huaqing. Do you want to hear what you're talking about? There are still seedlings in your class who go to Huaqing? Ha, don't you know anything about pretending to be a pig? What's so difficult about going all the way from rocket class to high school? People have to take the hardest path. That's what's written in the novels. You guys are talking about Xiaoyu too. Ha, I heard that's not the case at all. He went to class 13 because he fell out of love in his second year and that's why he gave himself up. Ha, you've fallen out of love? Tell me carefully, with whom? Do you know Xia Coco from class 1? Someone else saw the two going to school together this morning. So they made up again? Or what? But in just most of the day, Xiaoyu felt overwhelmed. It's true that people are still afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. And the ancients honestly don't deceive the present. It was still the old life without the attention of his classmates that suited him better. And it was fortunate that the matter between him and Xia Coco hadn't reached his ears yet. Or else the whole designated person would have cracked in place. What kind of joke is this? He was giving up on himself because the little girl fell out of love? Novels don't even dare to write like that. On the other hand, in the office of the high school middle school, Lan Jie, who had just finished the matter at hand, also remembered Xiaoyu, and his mood was a little apprehensive, and he didn't know if Xiaoyu would come this afternoon. That's the way people are. They can't be idle, and when they are idle, they think about messy things. In the end, Lan Jie couldn't hold back and dialed a phone call to Yuan before the second afternoon class. Mr. Yuan. Hello Mr. Lan, how are you? How are you? I was wondering if I should give you a call, and I was afraid that I would disturb you if you were in class. The overenthusiastic pleasantries from across the room left Ranger a little confused. Yesterday, this Mr. Yuan didn't seem to be so enthusiastic. This mouthful of honorifics made him feel not quite right. Oh, about Joe metaphor? Yes, I won't hide it from you. I talked to Xiaoyu today, and you may not know that Xiaoyu actually has a pretty good foundation for grades in all subjects. Even if the raw land scores aren't ideal, there's not much of a problem with passing the general high school line in the midterm scores. Chapter 17, to earn your bonus? You have to start quitting bad habits. Let's just say that everyone's ideas and interests are different. When he heard Yuan invitingly tell him that Xiaoyu's level in all other subjects was good and that he was perfectly capable of taking the midterm exam, Lan Jie's feeling was not one of elation but of displeasure. It wasn't that he doubted Xiaoyu's strength. For one thing, it was feeling resentful of Yuan's self-interest. How can it be so easy to educate a student who seems to be lazy but is actually extremely opinionated? He believes that what is needed at this point is not a quick fix, but a gradual approach. Secondly, it was Ranger who preferred to seek stability. Of course he could guess the little things in the opposite side of Mr. Yuan's heart, and he could also understand it. But Lan Jie was thinking more about the fact that in case Xiaoyu missed the midterm exam due to any circumstances and didn't make it to the general high school line, it would be too difficult to do something to remedy the situation. At least for the national competition in November this year. It would be difficult for Xiaoyu to represent Iron 1 Middle School to participate in the competition. And this is what Lan Jie values most. And in Lan Jie's opinion, even taking a year off from school wouldn't affect Xiaoyu's studies. After entering the national training team, he would naturally be included in the sights of those top colleges in China. The focus is on school registration. As for Xiaoyu insisting on taking the midterm and failing it, is there any room for redemption? Of course there is, but it's also a real pain in the ass. In the age of self-publishing, who isn't afraid of small essays? But Lan Jie didn't blame Mr. Yuan across the phone for being nosy. There were some things that Xiaoyu himself had to decide in the end. The good news was that from the information he had just received he could tell that Xiaoyu had already been talked to by him, which somewhat put his mind at ease. At least this guy didn't continue skipping school today to go to an internet cafe to make money. This also made him look forward to his meeting with Xiaoyu in an hour. He'd have to have a fresh talk with Xiaoyu today. There were some stinking problems with the kid that had to be changed. Holy shit. Xiaoyu, I feel like you were cursing me this morning. After the third afternoon class, Zhou Shuang suddenly slapped his head and said, Xiaoyu, who was planning to report to Ranger's office in the high school, glanced at the guy, who was clearly not in a stable mental state today. In the morning you said that people can act stupid. Not really stupid. Come to think of it, you were calling us really stupid. Xiaoyu's lips involuntarily trembled. He somewhat admired this guy's reflex arc. From the morning to the afternoon, it took several hours to figure out that class 13 really does not keep idle people. You're overthinking it. I'm encouraging you to learn more things while you're still in school, like English. Even if you do have to drive an excavator in the future, you'll still be an excavator driver who knows English, and it'll be easy to stand out in the group of excavator drivers. After saying that, Xiaoyu stood up and patted Zhou Shuang's shoulder, sending his handsome deskmate a free look of encouragement. As for whether this guy could receive it or not, he was too lazy to care. The high school is right across the street from the middle school, and diagonally across the large playground in the middle is the school's high school building. Xiaoyu was in a much better mood as he walked across the large, bustling playground, looking at the lively crowd on the playground. He then felt that getting into class 13 was definitely the right choice. After the other classes finished their PE exams, the PE teacher became physically ill. Only in their class, the physical education teacher was never sick, not to mention never took any personal leave, and was a model worker when it came to classes. Soon Xiaoyu followed yesterday's memory to find Lan Jie's office. The door was wide open. Xiaoyu walked to the door and glanced at it, and was seeing Lan Jie standing there with his hands cupping his teacups and talking to another teacher in the office, probably seeing his out of the corner of his eye, and immediately twisted his head to free up a hand and waved at him. "Zhou Yu, come in." "Good day, teacher." Xiaoyu greeted politely, a far cry from yesterday. That's the principle. Being courteous to a gold daddy, especially a potential gold daddy, seems like common sense to Zhou Metaphor. Of course, if the gold master didn't give enough but wanted more services, that was a different attitude. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu hadn't seen his father since he was born, so he hadn't saved much experience on how to be a good son to his father. Some people might think Zhou Metaphor was pathetic, but he thought it was actually quite good. When he fought with children as a child, he had also been taunted that he didn't have a father. But Xiaoyu's very proud sentence left the opposite side speechless. What's wrong with not having a father? I'm naughty and no one at home beats me up. Not you guys. You'll get beaten up hard if you dare to be naughty. Maybe even double-teamed by a man and a woman. Humph. Anyway, after the fight that day, Xiaoyu was grimy, but there were quite a few bawling kids in the neighborhood. After all, it's hard to expect a bunch of little kids to understand all the differences between growing up unharmed and safe despite being double-teamed by a man and a woman at home, and being thrown out into the community to be tapped on the head with a brick by a punk who will end up in the hospital. By the way, Coco was also very brave that day. Although she was not good at fighting, she managed to mesmerize a bunch of kids by raising 2 handfuls of sand from the sandpile next to her. When the figure of that little girl appeared in his mind, Xiaoyu subconsciously shook his head in an attempt to shake that sinister figure out. Business matters. The math teacher who had just spoken to Ranjie curiously looked at Xiaoyu, who had walked into the office, then smiled and greeted Ranjie, then went out, and in the meantime brought the door with him, instantly isolating the noises outside as well. Ranger and Xiaoyu were the only ones left in the office again. Ranger gave Xiaoyu a somewhat wary look. Luckily, the guy didn't pull out his cigarettes out of habit. Looks like you figured it out and decided to give it a try after me, right? Xiaoyu nodded in a serious manner. This had to be tried. After all, he had paid a big price for it, such as dedicating last night to the only math book in the house, and not going to the internet cafe today to continue hanging out with his big brother for the rest of the day, especially the one last night. Anyway, the sunk costs had been invested, and Zhou Metaphor felt he had nothing to fall back on. Very good. Desperately suppressing the ecstasy in his heart and trying to keep the corners of his mouth from curling up to the sides, Ranger said gravely, then the first thing you're going to have to do is quit smoking first. There's no kid on the national team who smokes. It affects others as well as your physical development. Xiaoyu bristled, thinking again of the morning when Coco had thrown his cigarettes right into the trash can outside the branch, then nodded matter-of-factly and said, okay. Ranger was a little surprised. He had expected this question to be met with fierce opposition from the other side. He had prepared a bunch of rhetoric to convince this little guy, but in the end, he was unable to use a single word, which made him very skeptical of Xiaoyu's sincerity. You can guarantee that? Xiaoyu nodded and replied in a relaxed tone. Well, trying to make money more or less costs something, and money doesn't burrow itself into your pocket. It's just that I don't smoke, and I can save money, so it's pretty good too. Chapter 18, I Can Do It, Requesting Monthly Tickets. Xiaoyu's bland attitude almost made Ranger jam. Yesterday he was so resistant, but today he's taking what he wants? How could this child's mind change so quickly? Well, let's just say that the little guy is really serious about this whole making money thing. Okay, it's good that you're willing to quit smoking. The time of the school's Olympiad training course is every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 4 to 5:30 p.m. For the next month you don't have to go to the third period class in the afternoon, and you can just come to the 302 electronic classroom in this building before 4 o'clock. The training class for the vacation will be notified separately then. After gathering his composure, Ranger began to give his account in earnest. Xiaoyu nodded. then took the initiative to ask, "Just 3 classes a week? What book should I read during the week? I only have one copy of Introduction to Riemannian Geometry at home right now." "Riemannian Geometry? What are you looking at that for?" Ranger asked. "Frozen. Doesn't learning this on your own help with competitions?" Joe Metaphor asked rhetorically. Ranger gulped, then shook his head decisively and emphasized, "No, not half as helpful." "Oh, that's quite good." Xiaoyu also breathed a long sigh of relief, which meant that the questions for the Olympiad seemed to be really quite simple. "You can read that book?" Ranger couldn't help but ask. To be honest, the content of Riemannian geometry, Ranger did come into contact with it when he was studying for his master's degree, but only in a generalized way. After all, he didn't need to know these things in great depth for what he was studying. Not entirely understandable. Xiaoyu honestly shook his head and said, "The previous explorations targeting manifolds and tangent spaces were fine, but when it comes to Riemannian metrics, liaison and curvature, it feels a bit harder." "And you've taught yourself calculus and linear algebra along with topology?" Ranger was surprised. This was a situation he hadn't grasped. If you want to understand the parts of the Riemannian geometric manifold basis, you must have studied these subjects systematically. Otherwise it would be impossible to understand these concepts of smooth manifolds, tangent spaces and vector fields and so on. Similarly, it is impossible to understand the concepts of vector spaces, linear mappings, bases, coordinate systems, open sets, closed sets, continuous mappings, and so on, without having been exposed to linear algebra. With topology, you simply can't understand the structure of the book's flow forms without understanding this. Xiaoyu nodded. "I've watched a lot of videos of the class sporadically online, checked out a few books at the library and flipped through them too." Ranjia shook his head and said with a straight face, "The content of the Math Olympiad geometry aspect of the exam is mainly plane geometry, three-dimensional geometry, involving Euclidean geometry and trigonometric geometry. In fact, all the Olympiad questions will not contain the content of college math, but you are now in this situation." That said, Ranger hesitated, but bent down and opened the cabinet under the desk, and in a moment rummaged through 3 books and handed them over. "If you have a lot of time after class and want to study advanced mathematics, you can systematically look at these 3 books first, and if you don't understand anything, you can come and ask me." Xiaoyu took the book from Ranger and looked carefully at the title. One is Principles of Mathematical Analysis, Volume 1, by Fichtengols. The second is also Principles of Mathematical Analysis, but by Luden, and the other is An Introduction to Algebra and Number Theory by the author's last name, Feng Hak Kan. Then Xiaoyu handed back Fichtengold's Principles of Mathematical Analysis, Volume 1. "Thank you, Mr. Lun, but I won't be needing this one. I've studied all of this mathematical analysis of his on my own." "Self-taught?" Ranger was a bit surprised, but didn't say much, took the book back and said, "Then you probably flip through Luton's book. There are some ways the 2 books can complement each other." "Okay, Ms. Lang." Ranger skimmed his mouth, suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, I'm not too sure about your mastery of higher mathematics. You can find out about the global mathematics competition organized by Little Ribaba. There are also prizes if you make it to the finals and get good grades. There's $30,000 for the gold medal, and $2,000 for the Excellence Award. There are also practice rounds on the official website for those who want to familiarize themselves with the question answering system, and you can also download questions from previous years to roughly test your math level. A prize of $30,000 for a test. Isn't that a bonus of more than 200,000 yuan? Do you have to pay tax? Is there a handling fee to convert it to RMB?" Xiaoyu instantly gave a trifecta of questions. Ranger was slightly startled. Then he saw the light flashing in Xiaoyu's eyes. Really? He was just saying that casually. After all, the topic was already here. It's just that he didn't expect this guy to be so sensitive about the prize money figures, especially when the focus of people's attention was whether they could compete or not. This guy was actually thinking about whether or not to pay taxes. The bonus is taxable, of course, but you don't have much other income, so if you do get the prize money, you should be able to have your mom apply for a tax refund next March. As for giving dollars, because this is a competition for the whole world, there's probably no handling fee for converting it to RMB. Ranger explained. Didn't look too closely because he hadn't won the award and was genuinely unaware of it. Over $200,000. Xiaoyu sighed. If only he could win a gold medal. Earning that money would instantly skyrocket the family assets by 200%. At least it would give him peace of mind to enter the competition. Lan Jia looked at Xiaoyu warily and warned. "You understand the meaning of the global math competition, don't you? The ones competing with you aren't your peers. There are masters and PhDs from universities like Huachang and Yanbei in China, as well as high achievers from foreign universities like Cambridge and Harvard. And although the preliminary rounds are as easy as signing up and competing online, there are strict supervision measures for entering the final rounds. So you mustn't think of some cheating methods. By then, even if you win the prize, it's useless. No wonder Ranger was worried. He could sense Xiao Yu's obsession in the matter of making money. That's just as well. The point is that this kid also carries an evil aura. Ranger had no doubt that if Xiao Yu really found a way to cheat, he would not hesitate to do it for the prize money. Don't worry, Ms. Lun, I know in my heart. I won't hide it from you. I've never cheated on a test since I was a kid, Xiao Yu replied. To be honest, Ranjie still wasn't too assured. He believed that Xiao Yu hadn't cheated on exams since he was a kid, at least not in middle school. After all, the grades on the surface didn't have much room for regression. But after all, those exams did not bonus A. He wanted to say something, but thinking that Xiao Yu was only a 15-year-old child, the age of rebellion, he still held back and didn't say anything more. Stirred up a rebellious mind. It would not be good to stir up something when it was fine. So Lan Jie simply turned the topic to the matter of the midterm. Listen to your teacher, Yuan said. You plan to normally participate in the midterm? Zhou Metaphor nodded and responded. Yes. Confident? Ranger trailed off. At least over the general line, I don't think it's a problem. Xiao Yu said conservatively. Lan Jie nodded non-committally, then said quite frankly, Xiao Yu, you have talent, and as long as you're willing to show it, I'm sure that wherever you go in the future, you'll be discovered. But I still hope that you can stay in Iron First Middle School. There is more than just consideration for you in this. In fact, I also have selfishness. But there is one thing, only in Iron 1 Middle School can I guarantee that all the promises I gave you before will be implemented. To be honest, given your situation, I personally think it's still risky to take the middle school exam this year. Are you sure you must take the middle school exam this year? Xiao Yu lifted his head and smiled confidently, saying, let's do it this way. I'll do it seriously for the next mock test, and if the score isn't enough for 620 when added to the previous scores of physical education and raw land, I'll listen to all of your arrangements. Ranger hesitated for a moment and said, line it, so I'll go first? Well, don't forget classroom 302 tomorrow at 4 p.m. Okay, bye teacher. Wait, add a tweet. Sorry, Ms. Lang, I didn't bring my cell phone today. In this instant, Xiao Yu thought of Xia Coco. See, it's all because the little girl is bad. Ha, Lan Jie glanced at Xiao Yu. That's fine. 13xxxxxxxxx you write down my phone number and add me when you get home. Hey, wait, don't rush off. You leave me a phone number too. Chapter 19. You have to be proactive and serious, begging for monthly votes. Looking at the book he was holding in his hand, with the phone number noted on the cover of the book, Xiao Yu felt that he should go back to his class to get his bag first, then go straight to class 1 to find Xia Coco to get his cell phone back, and then hurry home. Go home and mull over that little ribbon math contest. To be honest, it wasn't just Ranger who wasn't sure what level Xiao Yu was at in math. In fact, Xiao Yu himself wasn't sure what level he was probably at in math right now. When he had previously become interested in math and started to learn it on his own, he had used a true East meets West learning method, following a certain vein until he felt it was too difficult and drilled in a different direction. For example, he initially wanted to learn statistics to make money, and then realized that simply learning statistics, a bunch of things in it simply cannot understand. After searching on the internet, and then turned to read about probability theory, calculus and linear algebra things. After studying these thoroughly, it went much smoother to study statistics. It was only a while later that he again found that in the area of studying data shapes and statistics, he needed to use topological tools to analyze the shape characteristics of high-dimensional datasets. In particular, the convergence and continuity of probabilistic measures in certain cases also require concepts in topology. So he turned his head back to the topological side of things for a while. Xiao Yu this way. If you let the math teacher in the university know that someone's so messy reading and learning, but also to master these mathematical content, probably will only find it mind-boggling. After all, math is really not such a way to learn. This self-taught are able to become a talent. In addition to gifted probably cannot find any reason. So in Xiao Yu's opinion, the only way to determine whether or not you can participate in this math competition is to first study the previous problem banks and try to solve them. If the questions aren't that hard, then you must sign up and take your chances. That was $30,000, more than 200,000 yuan. If he could have earned it but didn't, Xiao Yu probably wouldn't be able to forgive himself for a whole year. It was almost 5 o'clock when we got back to the middle school side of the classroom. There were only a few duty students left in class 13 who were still grinding away, but when passing by the other classes, one could see that most of them were still in the classroom, attentively doing their self-study. After all, it is almost the midterm, and the school cafeteria is only open to the public at 5:30. Most of the students who still have the pursuit of the midterm will be in the absence of a teacher. Self-study until after the bell rings at 5:20, and then they will go to eat. Especially the rocket class. Xiaoyu went back to the classroom to get his book bag, put the 2 books Ranjia had given him in his bag, and came to the door of the first classroom. Slight hesitation. It wasn't that he was worried about other people. It was mainly because he saw that the little girl was concentrating on a problem and was afraid of disturbing her thoughts. But soon he didn't need to dwell on it. The round-faced girl at Coco's table happened to look up and see Xiaoyu, then tapped Xia Coco beside her and pointed toward the door. So Xiaoyu saw that the little girl first raised her head blankly, and then followed the direction of the same table's finger to look at the door. And then he saw the little girl's eyes quickly curved up, really not much different from a crescent moon, lined with 2 round dimples on her cheeks, looking especially cute. Nope, can't have this ninny's appearance deceiving. When he thought of this same little girl, the way she was so aggressive when she threw his cigarettes into the trash can with the lighter in the morning, Xiaoyu admonished himself in his heart. Just as Xiaoyu was firming up her moral fiber, Xia Coco had already stood up and took 2 steps towards the door. Then remembering something, she went back to her seat and grabbed the school bag with a Miffy bunny emblazoned on it. It was only then that he sprinted out toward the door again. It was a simple gesture, but it immediately attracted many eyes in the class. It even sparked a whisper in the rocket class. Not only because Xiaoyu was already a celebrity in school, but also because Xia Coco had admirers in her class. Xiaoyu all noticed that when Xia Coco ran towards the door, many people in the rocket class looked up in the direction of the front row by the window, and out of the corner of their eyes they even saw that the boy with an inch head sitting in the first row was staring at himself dead in the face. Xiaoyu could even feel the indignation and anger in that gaze. It seems that this little girl still has admirers in the class. Of course, that didn't half bother Joe Metaphor at all. What do a bunch of kids know about love when they don't have time to watch movies? Okay, Joe Metaphor admitted. He actually didn't know much about this stuff, but he was conscious that the experience was still there. There was no other reason. In kindergarten, he often slept in the same bed with this little girl. Who could he talk to about this? Humph, I hear you're making a name for yourself today, brother. After turning a circle of messy things in her head, Xia Coco had also carried her small school bag and stood next to Xiaoyu in a big way. Inclined her head to survey Xiaoyu and said playfully, "Cut the crap and hurry up and give me back my cell phone." Xiaoyu said with a suppressed voice. He really didn't want to tangle with this little girl for too long in front of the classroom. The teacher of the rocket class was always a godsend, and might pop in for a swing at any time. Xiaoyu does not matter. He consciously deal with the teacher's experience is actually quite rich, mainly because he is afraid of affecting this little girl. It was almost time for the midterm, and even from his brother's standpoint, he hoped that the little girl would be able to get into one of the 4 major high schools in Star City, and then get into an awesome college in the future. Humph, what's your hurry? Xia Coco blared at Xiaoyu in exasperation. Nonsense. Aren't you afraid the teacher will see you not studying properly? I improved my ranking by 12 on the last mock exam, and my teacher even praised me the day before yesterday. Besides, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Now the whole grade is saying that we're a couple. And some people are saying that you deliberately didn't do well on the exams because I broke up with you in the first place. So you're disheartened. What do you think? A word of thunder to Xiaoyu outside crispy inside tender. An instantly in-depth understanding of 3 people into a tiger. Blackmail, catching the wind in shadow, empty cave, many mouths and hearty, gossip, hearsay and so on. Similar idioms is how the image and distinctive. Also probably knew why a bunch of kids in Rocket's class had just saluted him, and why a certain classmate's gaze was so held back. Who? This is not a rumor? Even if the 2 of us are really a couple, a breakup should also be my. Xiaoyu said in a low voice with righteous indignation, suddenly feeling that the opposite side of the little girl's expression is not quite right, and the brain flashed through some of last night's images, instantly feeling the danger. There was no way the cell phone was still in this girl's book bag, so she couldn't just grab it at the classroom door. We talk it out, right? Humph, count on my brother to be sensible and forgive you once. Xia Coco arrogantly coldly hummed twice, before she took out her cell phone from her school bag and handed it over. Xiaoyu reached out to take it, but realized that the phone was clutched so tightly by the little girl that her fingertips were white. Let go, in case the teacher comes over and is seen. I don't care, my reputation is tainted, so you'll have to pay me back. Pay for what? When we both go to college, you have to take the initiative. Seriously, and chase me for once, the little girl said with seriousness written all over her face. Chapter 20, My math levels are surprisingly powerful? On the way home, Xiaoyu secretly swore in his heart that he would never run to the entrance of rocket class to look for Xia Coco again. He was a man who grew up listening to his grandfather say, "Why don't you bring a man with a hook to collect the 50 states of North America?" but even in front of the classroom was forced by a little girl to play the hook to hang herself for 100 years not to change that set of things. It is simply a shame. But again, Xiao Yu had to admit that when they parted, seeing that gaze that was about to spit fire from the classroom, his heart actually began to secretly feel good again. It's very human, but it can't be helped. It's completely impossible to resist. Painful and joyful. So when he passed the classic restaurant, Xiao Yu hesitated, but walked in and packed 2 large chili fries. Although I discussed with my mom yesterday to be more frugal in the near future. I'm in a complicated mood and I always need to relieve myself. And food is obviously a great way to do that. Not to mention the fact that today the good old man had introduced him to another way to make legitimate money. It's not always a good path yet, but it's always a thought. A lot of times people are like that. When they spend $2 on a lottery ticket, they can't help but think that the ticket might be worth millions. And confidence always comes in such inexplicable ways. And just now, Xiao Yu probably understood the rules. As long as he could make it to the finals, the probability was that he would get an award of excellence. Speaking of which, there's a $2,000 award for excellence, which works out to a couple thousand big ones. Not bad for a couple hundred or so. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Ha! What a rarity. You really brought your book bag back? Wait, didn't I tell you to be thrifty during this time? Did you buy so many goodies again? Josie stayed home as usual, supposedly just waking up from a nap, with a hint of disorientation in her eyes, but woke up after the smell of the big chili bar came out. The good old man introduced me to a way to get rich today, Xiao Yu casually explained. No, good old man are good to this extent? You've always said not to trust the way to get rich that others introduce to you. If you can really get rich, why would others introduce to you? Xiao Shi lazily muttered. This is what the two were talking about at the time when they were exploring the scam. Xiao Shi asks Xiao Yu to download an anti-fraud app, which is decisively rejected by Xiao Yu, giving this rhetoric. It's different because the path has a higher threshold and it doesn't cost anything. Oh, what way? At the dinner table, mother and son explore. Little Ribaba knows, doesn't he? Nonsense. I cannot go out and still not use Taobao? They had a math competition, and there was a $30,000 prize for making it to the finals and getting the gold medal. Xiao Shi glanced at his son and asked, the good old man has so much confidence in you? Xiao Yu shook his head and corrected. It's not that he has confidence in me. It's that I have confidence in myself. Or rather I have confidence in everything that can make money. If we don't even have confidence in making money, we'll have to starve to death. Xiao Shi rolled her eyes, but didn't say anything. There's no way to hack that one. After all, the kid's grandfather taught him the original phrase, a man should never be unsure of himself. In short, whether you can earn money to say another thing, but the confidence must first have. As if before Xiao Yu pulled her to learn a foreign language, began to think it is difficult, but really found that in fact it is not so difficult. Although the two of them didn't end up making money from being a subtitler, they were at least proficient in 2 foreign languages. If she did go out to work in the future, this would be considered a skill advantage. The most comforting thing for Xiao Shi was that she had educated Xiao Yu pretty well. At least he knew how to eat within the rules. Well, maybe there was also his grandfather. It was probably the most unfortunate thing for an old man who had been straight all his life to have a daughter like her, right? Joe, you could tell that his mom, who had been talking to him the last second, was getting distracted again, but he'd seen it all before. Everyone has different encounters, just like his mom. The brain will always go offline from time to time, the uncontrollable kind. While completely harmless to the person, it's completely maladaptive to the intensity of the vast majority of jobs. Any leader probably can't get used to having a subordinate who suddenly wanders off in the middle of a conversation. So the best career for a mom is really Mrs. Rich. Unfortunately, after having him, Xiao Shi couldn't stand the thought of another man treating Xiao Yu the least bit badly. So many originally good marriages were broken up by him. Xiao Yu felt that this was fate, and because they were dependent on each other, it was both Xiao Shi's fate and his. He needed to make money and then make a better life for himself and his loving mom, and it didn't matter what the means were as long as they were legal. As for what others thought of him, Xiao Yu never cared. Both also happened to have bone-deep pride. In fact, in their situation can apply for a lot of subsidies. Around the neighbors more than once mentioned this to the two, but both just smile and listen, and then gorgeous choose to ignore. And even the two are very tacit understanding did not discuss it at home. After all, by taking the subsidy, you have to be disciplined, scrutinized, and even transformed from living to being alive. Which, at least in Xiao Yu's opinion, is definitely worse than death. Xiao Yu also didn't disturb Xiao Shi's soulfulness. After enjoying the food, he took himself off to the kitchen and then went back to his room. And instead of flipping through his book, he turned on his computer first. After logging onto the official website of the Xiaoli Baba Global Mathematics Competition, He first carefully browsed through the registration and competition rules, and after determining that he was indeed qualified to participate, he then downloaded the previous question bank and answers. Xiaoyu thought that little Ribaba had done quite well on this point. There's no need to go searching all over the internet. The official website registration portal gives a direct link to the previous competition question bank below, so that players intending to participate don't misjudge their strengths because they're looking for false information. An hour later, Xiaoyu felt surprised. Not that it's that hard, but just this? Yes, he skimmed through last year's preliminary, and all 5 tracks of the final, and then wondered if the good old boy was exaggerating a bit, although he didn't know how to do every question. Most of them, after Xiaoyu had read them once by himself, he already had a rough solution in his mind. Isn't it a bit underestimating to take such questions, which a junior high school student can get the idea by scanning through them, to test the masters and PhDs of Yanbei, Huacheng, and the world's most prestigious universities? No, after all, Xiaolibaba is a megacorporation, and this is a global tournament. According to the rules of registration, math enthusiasts from any country can register for the competition, and the organizing committee even solicits questions from all over the world. So it should not be possible to be so perfunctory. Doesn't that mean that his self-taught level of math, or his level of problem solving after self-study, is already able to touch base with the graduate students of Huacheng and Yanbei? This made Xiaoyu couldn't help but mutter to himself in a self-satisfied manner. TSK, 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 Xiaoyu student, is your math level even this strong already? This is too terrifying, isn't it? Chapter 21, 9 out of 10 things that are not as good as you think they are. Delighted. Even a little excited. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu immediately followed the guidelines on the website to start registering and enrolling. What made him happy was that there really wasn't any threshold for this competition, and after filling out his personal information, he was directly enrolled, and he didn't even need to pay an enrollment fee. After making sure that the registration was successful, Xiaoyu didn't start brushing up on the problems and started searching the internet for other online math contests that give prizes. For Xiaoyu, the difficulty of most of the questions in the Little Ribaba Global Math Contest is not beyond his ability, which is a pleasant surprise, because this belongs to the track that has already been abandoned by him. The sunk costs of the early stage have already been invested, and it does not require too much effort to produce direct output. From the perspective of maximizing benefits, the most important thing at this time is to open up harvesting channels, and something like a bonus is naturally more of a good thing. Only soon the world was a huge disappointment to him. Apart from this world tournament, which is open to the public, it is surprising that there are no more math competitions in China that give such generous prizes. The vast majority of competitions are given a certificate of merit to fool around, especially college math competitions into the finals to get the certificate of merit after the prize money is only a mere $1,000. What's even worse is that many competitions even charge an entry fee. That's it? Xiaoyu heart rose deep contempt. How can this world college students so worthless now? It probably didn't even occur to him in this moment that many of those mini contests he found, many of them, had invested thousands, if not tens of thousands, of times more money than that small entry fee just to be able to qualify. For many parents, it's the investment in education and training that's the most expensive, and it's the award that people value. Who cares about that bonus? Typical misalignment of needs. And of course Joe Metaphor would never think that it was actually him who had the problem, not the contests. Unable to find any other suitable competition, Xiaoyu also collected his thoughts and seriously began to ponder over last year's exam questions. After browsing through them just now, he was able to tell that he could find the solutions to most of the questions in his head, but that didn't mean that he would be able to get them right. For the $30,000 reward, it's still necessary to sacrifice some time to brush up on the questions and try out the answer system provided by the other side on the test site. For the matter of making money, Xiaoyu was never serious. In Iron 1, the bell rang. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Evening study was over. The day of study was finally over, and the campus was beginning to become noisy. Ranjie also got off the evening study, returned to the office, picked up the phone and tapped WeChat to see. The mood is not too beautiful. After the afternoon parting, he sent this kid WeChat friend application. So far have not passed, but also really say a set of things to do a set of things. Half a point is not ambiguous. Think of the afternoon respectively. This guy again and again to ensure that get the phone to add WeChat friends. Ranjie were angry and happy. Simply a phone dialed the past. The results of a long time no one answered. Ranjie waited for more than 20 seconds. Just when he was going to give up, the phone suddenly passed. Hello? Me, Mr. Lang. Yeah, MS. Lan? Hello? Sorry, I got busy when I got home and forgot to check WeChat. Hearing this explanation put Ranger in a slightly better mood. It wasn't that he believed the explanation that he had been busy. At least Xiao Yu remembered what he had explained to him earlier. Oh, busy reading those 2 books I gave you? No. I'm working on past test questions from the Koribaba Global Competition. By the way, Mr. Lun, do you know how to use LaTeX? I've learned about it online, and it said that it's best to use LaTeX to lay out the questions when answering them. Ranger froze. Regarding the global math competition held by Little Ribaba, he just remembered to mention it casually, and his intention was to tell Xiaoyu that there was such a math competition that could make money, so that Xiaoyu would learn about it in advance and be able to develop a deeper interest in math. In order to prevent Xiaoyu from expecting too much of himself, he also specifically reminded the competition that many high achievers from world-renowned universities would participate. And then this guy goes back and really gets into those advanced math problems? Will use LaTeX as a layout tool. Later you to the university need to write a paper when then often use this software. Software operation itself is very easy. You should be able to learn in a day or 2. As for wanting to use proficiently, that depends on the weekdays to use more. This is a small matter. But those topics you will do? Ranger suppressed his emotions and replied. Thank you, Mr. Lun. The questions, some I know, some I don't, but I read that the finals are divided into tracks, so I can choose the track I'm good at. The preliminaries questions I feel are okay, moderately difficult. Hearing this, Ranger wasn't quite so calm. Speaking of that year, his university was also in Shuangdan University to read the mathematics and applied mathematics major, and then examined to the ancient capital of the South University for graduate study. Because of the master's degree period took the teacher's qualification certificate. After graduation back to the Star City, into the Iron First Middle School, as a math teacher. 5 years ago, when Koli Baba held his first math competition, he had also signed up with a playful mindset. The grades he didn't want to talk about, probably because he'd been in high school for so long and had been exposed to elementary math topics. In any case, he didn't even make it to the finals. After that, although there was no interest in registering, but every year he would probably look at the questions of the competition. Naturally, he knew very well the difficulty of the questions. Could it be that this Joe metaphor guy couldn't be any higher than him? So call this kid up for training in an Olympiad class and what can he teach? LaTeX applications? Although his mood was complicated, and his expression management at this time was not done well, Ranjia did not show any timidity when he opened his mouth. Okay, you can do the topic first, and remember to add me on WeChat. After coming to the competition class tomorrow, I'll take the time to teach you LaTeX. Okay, thank you MS. Lun. I'll hang up first then. Aha. Hanging up the phone, the opposite side really flew to add his WeChat. Ranger calmed down a bit, and decided to seriously explore exactly where Xiaoyu's level was tomorrow. With this intention, Ranjie walked to the window and looked down to the playground. At this time the campus is still lively. A group of half-grown children are gathered together in 2s and 3s, laughing and walking towards the school gate. It's good to be young. It would be nice to have a few more students like Xiaoyu. Shako, wait for me. Xiaokoko had just walked out of the school entrance with her tablemates when she heard shouting behind her. Stopping in his tracks, he turned around and looked. It was classmate Suzhou, the boy whose grades have long been ranked in the top 5 in his class. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the side of the table whose Xiao was covering her mouth and laughing. Xiaokoko couldn't help but turn her head and glared at her before she looked behind her with a big smile and asked Suzhou's brittle question. What for? Opposite the little boy looked at the girl standing next to Xiaokoko. Some hesitation, but when met Xiaokoko that pair of bright eyes, courage instantly like a tidal wave came up. Simply put, on the head. Chapter 22, A Child's Life. Shako, I like you. It's a simple phrase, but it weighs more than 1,000 pounds to a 15 or 16-year-old boy. After all, at that age, having the courage to shout that out in front of other people is already a gamble on everything. And probably the romantic picture of the two of them together for the rest of their lives in the future has already gone over in their minds a million times. First love is always so good, because people who have not experienced love, under the effect of hormones, will always add a myriad of beautiful and touching filters to love. It's like a fairy tale that ends with the prince and princess living happily ever after. Only the fairy tale writers surely won't go into detail about all the tea, oil, salt, vinegar, and tea that comes after marriage, all to make the goodness filter a little purer. Luckily today, the English evening study teacher of the first class dragged the class for 5 minutes, and there was no kind of crowded congestion in front of the school, but there were still a lot of people, and the strong confession also attracted a lot of attention at once, mostly from the junior classmates. From the countless stares followed by slowed footsteps, you can tell what the most gossipy thing about tomorrow's age will be, especially if this happened in a rocket class, or at a critical time when the midterm exams are coming up. Presumably the teacher would feel a splitting headache, right? Xia Coco had already completely turned around, and when she heard this, her pretty eyebrows wrinkled. Then she glared viciously at the boy across the street and said, "Firstly, don't play the truth or dare thing with me. Secondly, if not, then I'm sorry that you like the wrong person, because I don't like you." Finished a dashing turn, pull up the side of the little sister to step away from the feet intended to flash. Obviously the side of the little sister is not quite wanna go. Xia Coco twisted his head and glared, had to be aggrieved to step away from the footsteps. Only the hero, who had just had unlimited courage, was left standing there dumbfounded. "Coco, you're too cruel, aren't you? I think Suja is quite nice, and he's a good student. You don't really like that Xiaoyu from class 13, do you?" Hu Xiao couldn't help but twist her head to look at the male protagonist who was still standing there dumbly at the school entrance, and said with some impatience, "Are more than 10 years old. No adult so many complex thoughts." Hu Xiao simply feel back to the street lamp. Suja, some poor little girl's compassion will always be inexplicable, suddenly flooded. Not to mention the 3 years of junior high school, experienced 2-class separation, are a classmate, compared to the less familiar Xiao Yu. Naturally Suja is more intimate, always have to persuade a couple of words. Who knew that Xia Coco was generous enough to admit it? "Yeah, I just like Xiao Yu." "Eh? You're serious, Coco? What's there to lie about? Liking is liking, disliking is disliking." Xia Coco skimmed her mouth, full of concern. "Why? He's in class 13 after all and is said to be a single parent." Hearing her deskmate actually say that Xiaoyu was bad, Xia Coco's face instantly crossed, opening her small mouth and starting to fight back with extremely fast speech. "What happened to class 13? What's wrong with single-parent families? You don't know how good Xiaoyu is. When I was in elementary school, the motorized version of the doll my dad brought me broke down and got stuck and couldn't dance, so Xiaoyu took it down and fixed it for me. And when I was a kid, Xiaoyu was especially smart. I still remember when I was learning about the chicken and the rabbit in the 4th grade. I couldn't learn how to do it, and he was the one who taught me all the homework. Besides, didn't you hear what people said today? He's in class 13 simply because he doesn't want to do well in the exams. If you really want to compare studies, Suja isn't necessarily better than Xiaoyu. And don't you know, Mr. Lun, the high school teacher who led the Olympiad, said that Xiaoyu has the talent to participate in the competition, and went to Xiaoyu's house yesterday, crying and begging for Xiaoyu to participate in the math Olympiad. As for being a single parent, so what? You don't even know how good Xiaoyu's mom is." Shako had raised her little head proudly by the end of her speech, as if she was the one being begged to go to the Olympiad. Hu Xiao skimmed her mouth, for this kind of words that clearly had a filter on them, she didn't quite believe them. For example, the competition teacher cried and begged a class 13 student to participate in the math Olympiad. Well, this clearly belongs to the imagination. Yes, Hu Xiao thought so, but just thinking of that lonely shadow under the streetlight, she still couldn't help but mutter, "Actually, Suja isn't bad. Yes, but everything is good or bad, superior or inferior by comparison. You don't know Xiaoyu at all, so of course you'll think Suja is good. Okay, bye. See you tomorrow." After saying that, Xia Coco waved her hand carelessly at Hu Xiao, and then like a person with nothing to worry about, she hopped into the alley outside the school. Hu Xiao watched Xia Coco leave, silently sighed, and took a step towards the front. Her family lived in the new neighborhood in front of her, and the 2 people in the back didn't have a different road, as if the 2 people's choices, if she were to choose, of course she would choose Suja, who was in the same class and had a much better performance. Although Suja hadn't confessed before, the fact that this guy like Xia Coco was known to most of the class, and Xia Coco naturally should have known about it as well. After all, she hadn't joked about the 2 of them on this matter, just that every time, Xia Coco directly denied it, and this time, she couldn't deny it, but directly rejected it. Hu Xiao had thought that Coco was just shy, but now it seemed that she was wrong. Unfortunately then, the next day, Xiao Yu, who had insisted on reading all day yesterday, walked into the classroom and sat in his seat, immediately falling asleep on his desk. It was just like being a class 13 student again. It's not that Xiaoyu slacked off after a day of hard work, mainly because he was too excited to brush up on his problems last night. Although 12 o'clock on the bed, but tossing and turning cannot sleep, has been early in the morning to 2 o'clock before drifting off to sleep. The next day early in the morning and was Xia Coco the little girl to wake up, naturally sleepy. The excitement last night was mostly due to the fact that I thought the money was too good to be true. According to the schedule, registration ends in mid-May. The exam is held at the end of the month. The preliminary results are announced in mid-June. The selected candidates enter the finals at the end of June, and the results are announced in August, which means that he only needs to swoop in and brush up on the questions for a few weeks, and then he will have a chance to earn more than 200 $000. The fact that the contest is held annually and there is no entry limit means that he can come once a year to swipe the gold coin. And won't he have the guaranteed living expenses for the next few years? When Zhou Shuang came to the classroom, what he saw was the sleeping Xiaoyu. This guy just skimmed his mouth, but still very considerate not to wake up his classmate, even though he was struck by this guy yesterday, including the homeroom teacher who came to check on discipline in the morning, saw that Xiaoyu was sleeping extremely well and didn't say anything, even trying to put a piece of clothing on Xiaoyu, deeply afraid that he would catch a cold before the midterm exam. There's no way. After yesterday's trial and error by many teachers, Xiaoyu is no longer as simple as an ordinary student, but their golden KPI. Chapter 23. Yes, it's 9 rabbits. Xiaoyu, wake up, wake up. After morning study, Zhou Shuang went out to use the restroom, and after skirting around the corridor, he excitedly ran back to the classroom, and then he began to ruthlessly slap up his desk. Xiaoyu sleepily opened his eyes, glanced at the excited Zhou Shuang, and asked without any good humor, "What for?" How do you still sleep? You don't know that last night a class of that surnamed Su even dared to confess to your girl in public, but you're still lucky. That guy was rejected directly by your wife in public. Extraordinarily losing face kind of thing, Zhou Shuang said with a fluttering brow. The brain that had been forced to turn on still felt groggy, but Zhou Shuang words in the words of your wife 3 words, let him suddenly awake. Are you kidding me? Wife? Is that even a word you can use? Surprised, he asked. What wife? Coco Xia. Don't pretend. Who doesn't know that you two are a couple? It's rumored that yesterday Xia Kuku rejected that Su guy because of you. Although it sounds cool, I still think this is something we can't tolerate. Knowing that it's your wife, she still dares to confess in public. This is not taking you seriously. Xiaoyu, don't worry. As long as you give us a word, tonight the brothers will help you out. Give that Su a little color, and let him know what it means to say that the 13th class can't be insulted. Zhou Metaphor was speechless. Instead of feeling angry, he even pitied that surname Su a little. A poor child who was deceived by Xia Coco's naive beauty is just a poor child. So what does he always say? Appearance party is not to be. Pick girlfriend must not only look at the external appearance. Inner beauty is also very important. Like if it was him, well, Zhou Metaphor thought he'd probably have to pick a pretty one first, too. Thinking about it, Xia Coco does seem to be quite good. Except for the various bad little minds that are a bit more. Nothing else especially like to control people. Other than that there is no problem. Wait a minute. This morning we ate breakfast and went to school together. And we didn't hear the little girl talk about it at all. So it seems that she really didn't put that surname Su on her mind. That guy is even more pathetic. With all this nonsense on his mind, his mouth did not move as he asked, how did you know? It's a public confession. How can I not know? The whole grade is spreading. Listening to the rocket class side said, that surname Su just arrived at the class, was called to talk by their homeroom teacher, talked for a whole morning study hall, and now has not returned to the classroom. After saying that, Zhou Shuang grinned and scoffed. Serves you right. That expression was close to having the word gloat written on his face, so it could be seen that he was really in the same boat as Xiaoyu. People are so miserable, and you're still thinking about giving him some color at night? Have some humanity, Xiaoyu said without a good mood, and after wanting to continue sleeping on his back, he realized that he couldn't sleep at all, sighed in his heart, and then picked up his chemistry book. Can only say that his classmates are really too idle. No pressure to survive. The small brain likes to think about something. Starving twice a day guarantees that there's no time to think about love. In addition, he had all the assignments for the recent period already arranged. During the day, I spent time at school revising my middle school knowledge in preparation for the upcoming mock exams and the final midterm. On weekdays, I go to Mr. Land's competition class to do some errands and learn professional math layout software applications. And in the evenings and on weekends, I spend time preparing for the upcoming Koli Baba Global Math Competition. As for love, Xiaoyu felt that at this time, whether it was for himself or for his little girl, the love thing was quite heavy. After all, he didn't have a father in his life. People's teenagers just didn't have the experience of being a father. He didn't even have the experience of how to be a son to his father. So his first task now is to get money. Love can indeed wait until college. No, I'm not doing this for your sake. I have to let that Su recognize his own position. Hey, why do I feel so heavy-hearted when I see you flipping through books now? That, Xiaoyu, why don't you help me test if I have a talent for math? Xiaoyu glanced at the bastard searchingly. Yesterday night I went to the internet cafe to specifically look at the online English course, and I found it so difficult. I feel like I might not have much talent for the language, but I think yesterday you do math problems also quite handsome. Old Gong, look at your expression. That is simply. So I thought. Why don't I try to learn math? Zhou Shuang explained. Xiaoyu withdrew his gaze and returned his attention to the chemistry book, saying without lifting his head, "This is simple. Suppose there is a closed ecological experimental area, and the staff put 3 rabbits into it every day for 3 days in a row. Then how many rabbits are there in this ecological experimental area on the 3rd day? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You are looking down on me. Isn't that just 9? Zhou Shuang replied indignantly. The table thought this was real IQ shaming, but apparently Zhou Metaphor didn't think so, and said seriously, "Look, you're very talented at math. And trust me, math is actually such a thing." Zhou Shuang was speechless and said sullenly, "Xiao Yu, how can we say that we are also considered friends? Right? Is this how you snub your friends?" Xiao Yu sighed, his gaze finally moving away from the chemistry book, glancing at his tablemate's drooping look, thinking for a moment, then casually picking up a pen and paper and starting to write, his mouth still mumbling. Okay, it's still a closed ecological test area with a herd of rabbits, and after staff observation, they found that the change in the number of rabbits A with time t can be described by a differential equation, t/dt equals a t asterisk aba t, where a and b are constants representing the natural growth rate of the rabbits and the environmental inhibitory factor, respectively. The researchers also found that when t equals 0, the number of rabbits in the test area is 4, assuming that after 10 days of observation, the number of rabbits reaches 9. What is the maximum number of rabbits that can be accommodated in the environment of the test area? After writing, Xiaoyu directly handed the manuscript paper to his deskmate, and then said encouragingly, "Trust your math skills and intuition. Come on, tell me what the answer to this question is." Zhou Shuang stared blankly at the question, then replied with less certainty, "Just 9? Asterisk 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 surprisingly, I really got it right. Classmate Zhou Shuang, you're a fucking genius. You can even ask for limits already." Xiaoyu raised his hand and patted Zhou Shuang's shoulder before picking up the chemistry book again. Xiaoyu felt that he had already done his best. He couldn't say you're hopeless. Don't struggle. Give up, right? After all, he's at the same table, or a friend who plays well, and encouraging him to learn more is ultimately good. It was good that Zhou Shuang wasn't really stupid. Taking another look at the scribbled handwriting on the sheet of paper, especially the formula that he couldn't quite read, he suddenly realized that there was a huge gap, as big as 848 meters, between him and this deskmate that he originally thought was a fellow traveler. After thinking about it, he suddenly called out in a blessed voice, "Xiao Yu, sign under this question." Xiaoyu looked sideways at the table suspiciously. This request was not quite normal. Zhou Shuang said in a serious manner, "I'm going to bookmark this question." Zhou was speechless, then picked up his pen. The good thing is that his name is pretty well written, so there's no charge this time. Chapter 24, I'm from class 13. From the end of the 2nd class, Xiaoyu has experienced what it's like to be deep in the vortex of gossip. And whether it's a person or a ghost will run to him with that kind of original gaze, fooling around in front of him, and going to the restroom, surprisingly, can also attract a bunch of people pointing at him. During recess, he was even getting frequent sideways glances from a lot of guys he didn't even know. Incidentally, he also learned that the little ninny who turned out to be mediocre in his eyes was actually recognized in the hearts of many boys in Rocket Class, the class flower. Coco Sia, the class president? I wonder if these bloodthirsty lads would go into a collective frenzy if they knew that the girl of the class, the girl of their choice, had slept with him before the age of 7, while being observed in various ways. Xiaoyu thought without malice in his mind. Of course it was just a thought. It was impossible to get him to do this kind of spirited battle with a bunch of kids in his eyes. After all, people have parents who make money and don't need to think too much about the future. He is not the same. Not only to support his mother, but also want to live a prosperous life as soon as possible. How can he talk to these children who are so idle that they only need to be bored with their studies to be praised? Coincidentally, he now only needed to get his studies, which seemed to him the easiest thing to do, to earn his living expenses for all these years, and any further delay would be irresponsible for life. So for the curious gossip of his classmates, he just smiled and dealt with it, and then went about his routine of reading his textbooks and brushing up on the exercise books issued by the school. Didn't even bother to care what happened to the warrior who dared to make a public confession last night. Guess it wasn't too good. From Xiao Yu's point of view, a guy who suddenly made such a mess on the eve of the midterm examination could enter the rocket class in Iron 1, which had already reached the achievement of the upper limit of intelligence. Who in their right mind would care about a cutie who did something stupid? How unlucky would that be? If Xiao Chiol knew what Xiao Yu was thinking about him at this point, he would probably crack up in place. He had also wanted to confess to Xia Coco after the midterm, but yesterday's sudden appearance of Xiao Yu had disrupted all his plans. Truly, the sight of the two of them hooking their two little thumbs together right in front of the classroom door broke his heart into pieces of glass slag. The entire evening study session was pressured as if he was sleepwalking, learning nothing. If he could really make his dream come true, he would have already rushed into the classroom of class 13 yesterday and laid out Xiaoyu in 18 different ways, so that Xia Coco could see with her own eyes who was the real man. Of course, in reality, Suja is still sensible. Really want to charge into the 13th class he certainly does not dare. Even if the naughtiest ones don't need to come to class anymore, the ones that are left aren't nice to deal with. At the very least, those guys in class 13 were really not afraid of getting written up for fighting, but he was. At the moment, the entire morning study is still being lectured by the homeroom teacher, and it's almost time to call the parents, or he repeatedly guaranteed that he would not delay the study. The next mock test will certainly get a good grade. The old class only let him off. It was hard to return to the class. Passing by Xia Coco's position, the girl did not even raise her eyes, which once again let Suja feel a million grievances. A small age to feel the pathos. Truth is mispaid to the dog. Letting him know at this time that his love rival was doubting his intelligence was absolutely unbearable in life. Returning to his seat, Suja could only secretly swear that for the next mock exams to the midterm exams, he would definitely get good grades and let Xia Coco see just who was the man worth trusting. After all, apart from his grades, Xiao Qiu really didn't have anything to show for it right now. People will probably never be able to empathize with people. He naturally couldn't appreciate the melancholy of a little boy in the rocket class with 1,000 sorrows, and only felt that this day was quite fulfilling, although chemistry was a weak point. After reading the book for 2 days and brushing up on the topics for half a day, Xiaoyu felt that getting a perfect score probably wouldn't be much of a problem. After all, the hard part of middle school chemistry was that there was no hard part. As long as the concept of conservation was understood, the equations would be easy to level. Other things such as element symbols, valence, classification and properties of substances were just memorization, which Xiaoyu thought was even simpler than learning English. The rest is nothing more than some rudimentary understanding of acid-base neutralization, redox, and some chemical concepts. Still, as long as you do the questions carefully and still can't get a perfect score, Xiaoyu felt that there was bound to be something wrong with your IQ. So after class to go to the high school side of the competition class, Xiaoyu only feel relaxed. Mock exams for him has no pressure. Normal play over the general high school line is bound to be no problem. Walking into classroom 302 with easy steps. Mr. Lan hadn't come yet, but there were already a few people sitting there in the classroom who were chatting away. Xiaoyu glanced around, not seeing the two familiar faces in the internet cafe, and walked towards the back row on his own. Someone suddenly barged into the classroom, and naturally drew the attention of the few people who were chatting. A few high school students looked at each other, and then someone shouted at Xiaoyu, "Classmate, you're in the wrong classroom, aren't you? This is the Olympiad class. There's still 10 minutes left before we have to go to class." Xiaoyu stopped in his tracks and turned to the few future classmates who were looking at him curiously. The one who spoke to him would have been a boy with glasses sitting in the first row, tall, thin and well-mannered, as he was the only one who stood up. "Mr. Ranger leads the Olympiad class, right?" Xiaoyu asked with a few smiles. "Yeah," the man with the glasses replied. "Then it's no problem. It's Mr. Lan who asked me to come," Xiaoyu explained. "So you're a new student." "Hello," the short-haired boy sitting there next to the glasses said cheerfully, then asked, "What class are you in? I don't think I've seen you before, right? It can't be a new transfer school?" "I'm in class 13, Xiaoyu replied lightly. "Class 13? Several people looked at each other. There aren't that many students in the high school section of Iron 1, and there are only 8 classes from freshman to senior year. Junior year, Joe Metaphor explained again. "The 13th class of the junior year?" The boy with the glasses was even more confused. He graduated from the junior high school of the Iron First Middle School and is well aware of the unspoken rules of the school's class division. Simple and brutal. Class 1 is the eternal rocket class, and the best class in the whole year. Not the top 50 can't get in. The second and third classes were the top classes, and most of them had good grades. Some of the school teachers' children, or their parents had some skills, and their children would be shoved in even if their grades weren't that good. As for the 13th class, he remembered that there seemed to be only 13 classes in the third year. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to ask more clearly, a few more people walked into the classroom, and Ma Yufei and Lu Jia, who were familiar with Xiaoyu, were listed. The first thing Ma Yufei saw was Xiaoyu, who was still standing in the middle aisle of the classroom. "Ha, Joe, Joe Yu, Mr. Lan took you in too? Yeah, we'll be classmates from now on." Xiaoyu also smiled again, and in his heart, he began to calculate whether it would be good to collect some money to subsidize his family if this guy asked for advice again. Chapter 25, The Good Teacher Ranger. Without giving his new and old classmates much time to exchange pleasantries, Ranger practically just followed a few people into the classroom. The first time he saw Xiaoyu, Lan Jia couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly. He came to the classroom 5 minutes early today just to see if this kid had come or not. Now that he saw it, his heart was at ease. Ahem, people haven't arrived yet, but let's introduce everyone first. Today we have a new student in our Olympiad class, Xiaoyu. Although Mr. Xiao is from the middle school, his math level is very high, so if you all don't understand anything in the future, you can find a chance to ask him for advice. Of course, he's younger than all of you, so I hope you can all help Xiaoyu more in life. Although he considered that saying this in class might undermine the confidence of quite a few of his fellow Olympiad students, Ranger decided to give these high school kids the benefit of the doubt first. Just like the classic line in the Star Chow movie, the man who pulls the strings, no matter where he is, seems to be like a firefly in the pitch black. So conspicuous, so outstanding. Math is actually the same. After all, there is usually a variety of training and tests. Can enter the Olympiad class IQ is bound to be above average? A few classes down, the respective level of everyone can feel clear. Instead of getting bludgeoned when the time comes, it's better to give these high-minded guys the benefit of the doubt now in advance. The eyes of everyone in the classroom were focused on Xiaoyu, the vast majority looking less than convinced. Of course this is normal. 7 years old is the age of high-mindedness. Can be selected into the Olympiad class? Are the class math performance leader? The usual exams can get full marks without accident. How can accept a junior high school student math level then they are still high? It was good that Xiaoyu had gotten used to being surrounded by people in the past 2 days. So even if all these eyes were focused on him, there was nothing uncomfortable about it. On the contrary, at this time he was in a good mood. He felt that Mr. Lan's words just now seemed to tacitly approve of him being paid to help these students answer questions. On the one hand, he advertised for him, saying that he was quite good at math, and he also said that he hoped that people could take care of him in their lives. How can we take care of him in life? It can only be wealth redistribution. Of course, Mr. Lan is really a good person. Knowing that he is having a hard time making ends meet, he spares no effort to help him find money. The teacher's heart Xiaoyu consciously get it. It was indeed bad to always catch 1 or 2 people wool gathering. It was easy for them to spend all their living expenses. But if it was the entire AOU class, everyone could pool their money together to buy him out, and his price could be set appropriately high, and each person wouldn't need to contribute much if so many people were sharing it per capita. It was pretty perfect. Anyway, in Xiaoyu's opinion this so-called Olympiad class was a temporary strawman. Having to make a special trip to the internet cafe to get him to help with a problem that's simple is probably about as good as it gets in math. 13 class table to find him to help. He still want to face the friendship of classmates there. Not too good to open their mouths to talk about the price. But in the face of these people who are not too familiar with there is no scruples. Along with the whispers in the classroom, another set of people soon came in, and by the time everyone was in their seats, the class bell rang right on time. Discipline probably wasn't as good as usual, though, and quite a few of the new arrivals looked a few times toward the back row at the prompting of those around them. Xiaoyu roughly counted in his heart. The Olympiad class presented a situation where there were more men than women. Not counting him there were a total of 18 people. 15 boys and 3 girls. Unfortunately, the 3 girls didn't seem to be very eye-catching. In that case, it seemed that there was probably some justification for Xia Coco to be named the class flower of rocket class. Okay, to start the class, there's a new student here today, Xiaoyu. I've already introduced him earlier. Tell the later students again briefly. Although he is still a junior, his math level is very high. I hope everyone can learn more from him. In the last lesson we talked about the relationship between the roots and coefficients of polynomial equations. Today we will focus on several ways to solve functional equations. The goal is to explain the topic in such a way that you can understand how to choose how to approach a functional equation when you encounter it. First let's look at this example problem. For Ranger, today's class was also kind of a new experience. With Joe Metaphor in the classroom, he can be said to use 10% of his efforts to show his teaching standards. There was no way around it. And Joe Metaphor sitting down and listening to the lecture was both motivating and challenging for Ranger. Mostly, he was really not quite sure of Xiaoyu's true level of math right now. Listening to Xiaoyu's own expression, it should also be self-study part of the undergraduate-only contact with the content of mathematics, such as calculus and linear algebra. But if it is just a general level of undergraduate level, understand the small Ribaba math competition questions, will certainly find it very difficult. But then again, in yesterday's phone call, the kid didn't think Cory Baba's past contest questions were hard, and for the most part he had ideas. All he could say was that he encountered real-world strengths that were unknown, and that he would be strong when he met them. so if he gave a bad lecture and made Xiao Yu lose interest in math, he would have sinned greatly. Time flew by, and after 3 lectures, in fact most of the time, Ranger's gaze unconsciously fell on Xiao Yu, and then it was more or less a disappointment. After all, he is an experienced frontline teacher, and he can still tell whether a student is listening attentively or pretending to listen attentively, but has actually wandered out of his soul. Obviously Joe Metaphor falls into the latter category. Even though the guy was empty-handed, didn't have any other props with him, and wasn't sleeping on his back, those unfocused eyes weren't fooling anyone. But on second thought, he was relieved. One of the questions in today's lecture was one that Xiao Yu had done in his office the other day and answered perfectly. There was no point in continuing to listen to him talk about it again, not to mention the fact that it didn't attract his interest at all. But if you speak in more depth, others can't keep up. Why don't we just prepare training questions for this kid for the next Olympiad class, just so we can try the limits of this kid's ability? But unfortunately we didn't prepare today. After 2 questions like that, Ranger simply named Xiao Yu Joe Metaphor. In that case, you'll be the one to explain the last example problem of the day. Xiao Yu, who was thinking that he had already eaten 2 days of big chili fries in a row, and that he should change his flavor today, lifted his head to look at the blackboard in front of him. The blackboard had been wiped clean, while the electronic screen next to it was holding a question. Is this thinking of helping me advertise? This thought popped up in Xiao Yu's head, and glanced at the gazes of those who turned their heads to look at him curiously, and walked towards the podium with little resistance. Walking up to the podium these few steps, Xiao Yu is still in the bottom of his heart lamenting, Mr. Lon, this person is really too honest to see some. Let him feel a little less good. Chapter 26, I'm actually an expert. It was the first time in his life that Zhou Yu stood on the podium during a class. The perspective is different, and the feeling is indeed not the same. It turns out that everything can really be seen. Any small action cannot hide. It seems that many times he is still smart. Always think that in the following some small action teacher cannot see. It's really nothing more than whether or not you want to care. Especially these little. No, it is the high school brothers and sisters. Do not know how to hide emotions. What is in the heart are directly written on the face. Very good to deal with the appearance of. Then Joe Metaphor looked again at Ranger, who was standing at the side of the podium. Sure enough, teachers are different. At least you can't explore what's on your mind at the moment just by looking at that emotionless face. After sweeping his eyes around the room, he too finally set his sights on the title. Let's take a look at this question. Well, it's slightly simpler, but it belongs to a very typical question of analyzing a functional equation. And you should take a look at it to know that this question first requires you to solve the equation by considering the value of the function at a particular point. At the same time, it is also possible to verify and eliminate multiple possibilities by constructing specific functions. And with these 2 perceptions, I believe we all already know how to solve this problem. Ahem. Joe, you directly explain your thinking. Ranger couldn't listen anymore and coughed dryly from the side. Oh. Xiao Yu nodded and resignedly picked up the chalk. The first step is to prove that f(x) is strictly monotonically increasing. We start with the stem f(x) equals f(x squared plus x), and consider the derivatives of both sides with respect to x. This can be done by setting f(x) to denote the derivative of f(x), and it is clear that when f(x) equals 0, then there is 0 is equal to 1. A contradiction. And therefore, f(x) is not equal to 0. 5 minutes later, Joe Yu put down the chalk. Next to him, Ranger sighed. It was really hard to get this kid. Xiao Yu's attention was instead focused on his new classmates on the stage. Things didn't seem to be going too well. There seemed to be only 5 of them looking at his problem-solving process thoughtfully, including Ma Yufei and Lu Jia, who he had dealt with. The vast majority of people with that expression clearly didn't look like they were listening, especially since many of them were stealing glances at Ranger standing on the other side of the podium. That pure and innocent gaze didn't quite look like a fake. It's more than just not getting it. They're not even judging whether they solved it right or not. Sure enough, the Ma Yufei and Lu Jia who had approached him were not an isolated case. These guys, the level seemed to be poor. For a moment Xiao Yu suddenly felt some sympathy for Ranger. It is indeed too difficult to expect these people to train and then go to competitions and expect them to win medals and help the good old boys earn some prize money. It also made Xiao Yu immediately realize why Ranger had been so nice to him. Competitors like him who don't need much training to go to the competition do seem to be a scarce resource, the sought-after kind. But where schools have a choice, they don't put together these high school students who are obviously not quite up to par in math to train for the Olympiad. Xiao Yu, you can go down first. Ranger nodded at Xiao Yu, then walked up to the podium. As Xiao Yu stepped down from the podium and returned to his position with his back to the blackboard, Mr. Lan's voice followed. Xiao Yu's solution is very clear, but there are some key steps that he took with one stroke, and we may not have fully understood them. Let's look at the second question analyzed by Xiaoyu's classmates. When considering possible functional forms through the constructive method, Xiaoyu directly used f(x = x plus 1) to substitute into the original equation, which actually requires some calculations. Similarly, in proving uniqueness, the paradoxical method used by Zhou metaphor to guide the analysis of the likelihood of the function's difference. The step he omits here is actually the monotonicity of the derivative derived in the first question, which, after complementing, looks like this. In summary, to answer this question requires the integrated use of differential basis, function property analysis and construction method, inverse method and other mathematical tools, today or for you to prepare a thinking question. By the way, Xiaoyu, you go with me to the office. Completely not giving Xiaoyu the time to stay in the classroom and negotiate with his classmates about business, he took Xiaoyu back to his office after class, but Xiaoyu didn't feel much regret. He had realized that helping these students make sense of the topic wasn't a simple task. For example, he just watched as Ranger took what was obviously very obvious in the last example question just now, clearly a conclusion that he could have figured out with a brain, and gave it another push, and the large portion of the board that he had vacated was filled to overflowing with additions. In his place, this lesson down, just right, the slate hand have to be crippled to go. Let Xiaoyu deeply feel the teacher's work. Indeed not too easy. Come over here and move a stool to sit next to me. As soon as he entered, Ranger directly waved at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu honestly moved a stool over and sat down. Ranger had opened his laptop and opened the Overleaf interface. This is an online latex editor. There is no Chinese version, but with your English level there should be no problem to use it. I'll introduce you to the main commands. The first one is to create a paragraph. Ranger didn't talk nonsense, and as soon as Xiaoyu sat down next to him, he began to teach Xiaoyu how to use the latex editor, just like he had promised during the phone call yesterday. This math teacher also witnessed once again the talent of Zhou metaphor, nor did he see Xiaoyu take any notes. All the operations only needed him to do it once, and then he knew it all. Commands, formula editing, various lists, and common macro package operations and debugging are all perfectly restored. At first Lan Jie thought that Xiaoyu said he would, more or less reluctantly, but when he let Xiaoyu get his hands on it himself, the skillful operation even made him wonder if this kid had been exposed to it long before and was here to tease him today. Originally, Ranger had planned to have Xiaoyu come back to the school tomorrow, and he used the break to solidify the extremely talented student, but now it didn't seem necessary. Alright, that's probably all that needs to be mastered. That definition of reference is for writing papers and you won't be able to use it for a while. Go back and you try to use the testing system on the Xiaoli Baba Math Contest official website to do a few questions. Then upload the answers and you should be able to fully grasp it. Seeing that Xiaoyu had finished his demonstration, Ranger spoke in a tone of infinite emotion. After all, it had taken him at least a week to learn to use this thing back then, and he wasn't nearly as skilled as Xiaoyu was now. In the past, Lan Jie thought that the gap between himself and those high achievers from Huaqing and Yanbei might not be that big. At most, he could only be that his luck might be worse, and the other party's mentor was very powerful and could give more resources. But now he had completely lost that idea. The world is really unfair. Many students seem to have excellent grades, but the vast majority of them have put their best foot forward, while the best of them may just be studying casually. So how the hell can they compare? You know, this guy skipped 2 days of class 2 days ago to make money at an internet cafe. It is indeed quite simple. I should have known that. I would have just found myself a tutorial yesterday to casually learn it. Xiaoyu nodded, stating a fact. Lan Jie wordlessly glanced at the little guy and barked again. By the way, you guys start a round of mock exams next Monday. Your class 13 doesn't have to make up for it over the weekend, so you should prepare first, and this time the questions will probably all be harder except for math. Xiaoyu glanced at Lan Jie, suddenly found that this math teacher seems to have quite a lot of energy. Can arrange the exams of the junior grades? It seems to be not as pathetic as he thought. Chapter 27, the test is easy. When Xiaoyu returned home, he saw that Xiaoxi's cell phone's parent group had also received a notification from the class teacher. Pretty much the same as what Ran Jie told him, to the effect that all classes in the junior high school will be conducting the second full-fledged mock exams organized by the school, and hope that parents will urge their children to seriously review the clouds over the weekend to cope with the news of the errand. For kids in other classes, this is probably the most important mock exam besides the city mock exams, because generally speaking, the second mock is indeed the most difficult of the 3 mock exams. At the end of May all the other classes have pretty much revised, and the next month is mainly a phase of checking for gaps. By the time the third mock test is held, usually 1 or 2 weeks before the midterm, the main purpose is to inspire the confidence of these children who are about to take the midterm, so the questions are usually not designed to be too difficult. Xiaoyu didn't really care about this because he had lost interest in exams a long time ago. even in elementary school when his teachers would praise him after every exam. The reason is actually very simple. If something is too easy to get, it is easy to make people feel that it is not very interesting, and over time it will become boring. For Xiao Yu, studying was the same. It's really not challenging to get a high score just by messing around. But making money is a different story. This thing has always been challenging for Joe Metaphor. When coupled with the fact that it was particularly easy to spend money, the matter became even more interesting. Xiao Yu has always felt that a man should be tough on himself. The specific manifestation is to be ruthless in making money first, and then ruthless in spending it. His biggest goal at the moment is to be able to have money that he can't spend and then trade it in for everything he wants. For example, big gilded houses, like the luxury cars, yachts, private jets that everyone loves, and all kinds of delicious food. But the most important thing was to be able to have a private medical team with exceptionally high medical skills on call, along with a full set of state-of-the-art medical equipment, so that She could receive the best medical care at the first opportunity whenever she was not feeling well, even if it seemed selfish. I can't help it. People who depend on each other. So Ranger's most effective guide to Joe Metaphor was probably the direct connection between learning and making money. Not need too much visionary planning, but directly can be realized. Will make Xiao Yu to learn this thing again full of passion. Even if the math this thing is really a little bit difficult, so little bit. Unlike foreign languages, chemistry, language so simple, but also does not matter. This was the same reason why Xiao Yu would choose to skip class to play games at an internet cafe. Not that he was addicted to the game, but simply because playing games at this stage could help him make money. Those studios didn't care if he was an adult or not, and were still able to provide him with an account, giving him an opportunity to make quick cash. Otherwise it's too hard to make money at 15. With all the rules limiting everything to death, at least in Xiao Yu's heart, Mr. Lan was not only a good man, but also a guiding light. Of course on the matter of the exam itself, Xiao Yu still couldn't muster much interest. Xiao she said a word, Xiao Yu looked at it, and the matter passed. Both of them didn't put this matter too much on their minds. It wasn't until Sunday night, when Xia Coco, who didn't need to study late, came to Joe's house as usual, and the three of them sat on the couch watching TV, that the matter was brought up again. Hey, tomorrow is going to be the second model. Last night after making up classes, let us clean up the classroom for most of the day. Listening to the teacher said that this time the topic will still be on the difficult side. Let us be mentally prepared. So nervous. In case of a bad test how to do this kind of talk wouldn't come out of Xia Kuku at home, but she was able to say it with impunity in Xiao's house, which was probably one of the reasons why she liked to come and hang out with Xiao Yu. As usual, Josie casually asked, "What's the second model?" It's a practice test before the midterm, and everything follows the requirements of the midterm. It's just that you can't go home after the exam. You still have to stay in the classroom and study. Xiao Yu helped Xia Coco explain. Oh, then you'll have to ask Xiao Yu about that. You know, although he's quite wasted now, he was still quite good at taking exams in elementary school. Xiao Shi made a very pertinent comment about his son. Charcoal thought deeply, then looked squarely at Xiao Yu with a sticky gaze. Why are you looking at me? It's not like I can help you cheat. Besides, isn't the test easy? You just need to do all the questions correctly and you'll get a perfect score. Xiao Yu felt the gaze of the girl beside him, but he didn't look away, staring at the movie on the TV that didn't have much nutrition, and said something tastelessly. Xia Coco was furious. Her small hand had already sneaked onto Xiao Yu's waist and then twisted it fiercely. "I-oh." Caught off guard, Xiao Yu yelped, finally retracting his gaze and looking at the girl beside him in annoyance. Xiao Shi also sniffed and looked at the two little ones, pursed her lips and said in a serious manner, "Coco, Xiao Yu, this is obviously an act. I'll teach you. Next time you pull a little bit of flesh at a time through your clothes, and then pinch hard to get the most pain. If you grab more meat, the pain won't be as strong." Charcoal's cheeks reddened, then covered her mouth and snickered. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, glanced at his own mother and wondered for the nth time which one of him and Xia Coco was actually this woman's biological child. "So brother, this time you must be running for a perfect score, right?" "Probably to ease the awkwardness," Xia Coco asked. "It's still a bit hard to get a perfect score in language, Tao and history, so let's try to deduct 5 points or less. As for the others, that has to be a perfect score." In order to keep Xia Coco from practicing what she had just learned from Xiao Shi, Xiao Yu answered very seriously. "Wow, that's math 120, language 115, English 100, Taoism and history are 95. The percentile paper converted into 60 points converted should be 57. Physics and chemistry, 2 subjects add up to a full score is also 120. That excludes physical education. Biology and geography you can test. 569? Then the last time mock exams the first score of the whole grade is still a big high Charcot marveled. Xiaoyu looked at Xiaokoko in a serious manner and said, "It's fine. Together with the 3 exams I passed, my total score is only 627, so it won't cause any special trouble to your rocket class. I scored 18 points in biology and geography. Am I ever proud of that? 80 out of 80? You only got 18. Is that anything to be proud of?" She couldn't help but growl. "Ha, the paper is 100% system. Finally converted into 40 points. I still have to calculate how many points I should take in order to make the 2 subjects into 18 points when I take the exam. It's very difficult, okay? But if those questions and answers, experiments and short answer questions are more or less points, I won't have 18 points. Xiaoyu really couldn't help but retort. After all, it still made him feel quite hurt to have his carefully crafted scores ignored by his family. So you answered those big questions? Josie asked dismissively. Xiaoyu was silent, and after a long while he could only helplessly shake his head before honestly answering. No. Chapter 28, I'm just dusty. In fact, Xiaoyu felt that it wasn't like he couldn't answer the big questions. His confidence was still there. He was simply just too lazy to gamble. After all, who knows what goes on in the little minds of markers? It would be embarrassing if, on a whim, he didn't give points as he had planned. Or even if he was in a good mood coupled with a sudden flood of sympathy and gave him a few extra points. Xiaoyu has always believed in one thing. Betting just might win, but not betting certainly won't lose. From this point of view, Xiaoyu mentality is very stable. For example, any need to invest in order to see the big benefits of things. Unless there is 100% certainty. Otherwise he will not even look at a glance. His so-called market research, most of them are also no money business. For example, the subtitle group, only need to learn several foreign languages. At home can be directly manipulated, for example, playing games, only need to pay a little bit of internet fees, for example, want to rely on math wool-gathering lottery, found that the winning probability of the Huaxia lottery hardly give any chance to the math, and then decisively give up. But that doesn't mean that Joe Metaphor is cheap. In fact, he's generous, even profligate, when it comes to living. Xiaoyu's grandfather was instrumental in raising such a character. When hanging in the mouth of Grandpa Xiaoyu, another mantra is, men have no money to think about how to make money. Those days blowing great. Sleep at night, only think about how to save money for a lifetime of men do not have too much success. The fact that Xiaoyu is a man and still takes that in creates this character. In fact, Xiaokoko's feelings of admiration for Xiaoyu probably stemmed from this character that Xiaoyu had inherited from his grandfather. When she was little, following behind Xiaoyu's but as a little follower was probably one of her happiest childhood memories. Want to eat snacks? Mom and dad do not give her to buy. Begging to brother here can always find a way to get her. Elementary school grades did not do well. Do not dare to take the paper home to the parents to sign. Xiaoyu pondering the handwriting of the night. A wave of the brush to help her sign. Can always successfully deceive the teacher. Of course it didn't always go so well. Although her mom and dad were busy at work, the WeChat group was occasionally followed. Sometimes they also recalled that the teacher said they had to sign the rolls, and they didn't seem to have seen them. But no matter what, in Xiaokoko's eyes, her brother Xiaoyu belonged to the kind of man who could do anything. So although all these things that Xiaoyu had been emphasizing sounded strange and even suspected of bragging, in Xiaokoko's opinion, it was bound to be true. That means you can actually get a perfect score on the raw land as well. Geez. So that works out to be a maximum of only 11 points deduction for your midterm, which works out to be 689 points for your midterm. Geez, brother, you could have just picked any of all the high schools in Star City for this score range. Coco Xia sighed with regret. She knew that Xiaoyu was intentionally trying to go to class 13. She just never had much evidence, and today she finally heard Xiaoyu admit it in person. Thanks to Ranger. If he hadn't promised the other party that he intended to take the exam seriously this time, Xiaoyu would not have taken up today's topic at all. Everything in high school is the same. Isn't it the same where you go to school? Xiaoyu glanced at Xiaokoko, not understanding what was so unfortunate about this. How can a good high school be the same as a bad high school? Is the promotion rate of the 4 major schools and the 5 minor schools comparable to that of an ordinary high school? Xiaokoko retorted. Xiaoyu sneered, and said in a calm manner, it is true that there is no comparison. But you have to take into account that these prestigious schools have divided the group of students with the best scores in the midterm exams, and it is only right that the college entrance exams should be able to produce good scores. And if they can't, then it rather shows that these so-called prestigious schools are already deluded. The truth is that instead of expecting the teaching standards of the teachers in those prestigious schools, you should expect the overall learning atmosphere created by the prestigious schools by collecting all the high achievers into one piece. It's like when you go to the mall and all those gold jewelry stores on the first floor put in special display cases are beautiful, right? Xiaokoko subconsciously nodded. Is that because the craftsman is unique? Of course it is. but even more so because the material provided was supposed to be gold. If the raw material provided to these craftsmen was a ton of poop, would they still be able to carve gold jewelry worth a fortune? Xiao Yu commented nonchalantly, then commented, so the exams are just that. Don't be obsessive. It's naturally quite good to be able to go to a good high school, but it's nothing more than a better learning atmosphere. In case you fail and don't go to a prestigious school, the sky won't fall. High school learning content is the same. The syllabus is there. And the college entrance exams can't exceed the syllabus? And learning is a very self-contained thing, whether it is a famous school or a general high school, as long as you want to learn, where it is not too bad. Network age. The teacher does not understand the things. You can find all kinds of resources on the internet to make up, to have confidence, like us such shining gold, where will not be buried. Joe Metaphor had a rare long conversation about studying for the midterm. If Xia Coco's mom and dad heard Xiao Yu say this, the probability is that they will have different opinions. But Xiao Yu thinks that Coco has actually grasped the knowledge very well, and what she needs to overcome now is just the problem of her mindset. You can let go of your obsession with prestigious schools and take the midterm exams with ease and maybe even get an unexpectedly good score. Coco, indeed, is shining gold as far as you are concerned, Josie said dismissively. It's not that mothers like to intentionally hit their sons, mainly because Xiao Yu no matter when he encounters anything is a look of confidence. This confidence is indeed too exuberant to some inexplicable. As an elder, Xiao Shi felt that it was necessary for these two to balance things out a little. I understand. It's because I'm hiding it deeper and dusty. It makes me look less honorable. Xiao Yu nodded, opening his mouth to admit his mistake. Oh, Josie sneered. Unfortunately it had little effect, because Xia Coco was too cooperative, looking at Xiao Yu with that adoring gaze that was so hateful it could pull out silk. Sure enough, anything brother Xiao Yu can tell a flower. Although it is not quite the same as what the teacher said, but it sounds more reasonable than what the teacher said. Josie couldn't look away and got up to get a can of beer. Auntie, my mom always says that my dad's drinking too much alcohol hurts his body. You should also drink less alcohol, Xia Coco said seriously. Xiao Shi sat back down next to Xia Coco, raised her hand to dotingly stroke over the little girl's head and promised with a smile. Auntie knows. Next time for sure. Then it's a deal. Auntie. Aha! Xiao Yu rolled his eyes beside him, agreeing with his mom on something once again. This girl, naive and over the top. Not much to say about the next 2 days. Since class 13 did not have any extra classes over the weekend, all of the morning study time was spent cleaning up the classroom. All the books piled up on the tables were moved to a specially vacated table in the last row to ensure that the mock exams that had everyone grumbling would go smoothly. After all, the school is all about the second model. Even the invigilators are crossed. In fact, there are cameras in the classroom, and the choice of unfamiliar teachers nevertheless simulates the solemn atmosphere of a midterm exam. Of course, Xiao Yu to these are not care. Really not he blue powerful. The game practice marksmanship accuracy feel more difficult than to cope with the examination. Or control points kind of. Chapter 29, A Divine Essay. There's not much to say about the exam process. Xiao Yu just did the questions quietly, and when he was done, he lay there quietly to catch up on his sleep. Handing in the paper early and getting out of the limelight? It doesn't exist. Today is another cloudy and rainy day. I can't stay in the exam room after handing in the papers and I have nowhere to go, so I might as well stay in the classroom and sleep. Moreover, Xiao Yu did not like to be in the limelight in the first place. Why would a classmate hurt a classmate? Besides, if it was cool to think that getting good grades was a cool thing to do, odds are these classmates of his wouldn't have been reduced to hanging out in class 13. All in all, the first day of exams really just passed uneventfully for Xiao Yu, but for the teacher to say it is a different story. The full-life mock exam is strictly in accordance with the standards of the secondary school exam, including the exam time. The same 9 o'clock in the morning officially opened the exam. The language and math exam time is 120 minutes, 5 minutes after 11 o'clock at noon. Yuan got the class paper. In the first instance, this homeroom teacher picked out the Xiao Yu one from the pile of papers and then tossed the others aside. The requirements for grading mock exams at the school level aren't as strict, and although it's also a collective marking process, there's no harm in picking the papers out first. And soon Yuan also immersed herself in Xiao Yu's answers. Pretty good. Accumulation and application questions. All correct. But that's normal. These are just some choices and fill in the blanks. In order to get a high score, these questions must be all correct. The main focus of the language test is always in the reading comprehension and writing. Not to mention the big essay, that 50 points. Just a small essay expression. All accounted for a full 16 points. The most basic of those accumulation of questions totaling only 18 points. Similarly, reading comprehension also accounted for 46 points. Before seeing the big essay, the completion of Xiao Yu's reading comprehension surprised Yuan. with a correct rate of nearly 100%, especially when there were many articles chosen from the contents of extracurricular readings. Of course, that's not to say that Xiaoyu's answer is exactly the same as the reference answer. In fact, the reading comprehension of this kind of formal exam not only gives the reference answer, but also gives the principle of giving marks in particular. For example, if you answer blah blah blah, you will be given as many marks as you want. And if all the points in the marking scheme are not mentioned, naturally you will be given 0 marks. But in general, reading comprehension is one of those things where it's hard to get full marks. After all, it's impossible for students to fully grasp the intent expressed in the text, and it's easy to make mistakes and omissions. But it's also hard to score no marks at all unless you don't use your pen at all, which is also very difficult to do. This is the reason why it's almost impossible to get a perfect score in language, and it's actually quite hard to fail. Not to mention the extremely subjective slam dunk that is the essay. Well, the essay. Yuan pressed down her excitement and looked at Xiaoyu's essay. The small essay was moderate. The big essay question of this mock exam is in the form of 2 choices. The first question stem is that different truth, and the second question is to read a material and write an essay according to the requirements. Obviously the former has more freedom and requires slightly more composing skills from students. Joe Metaphor chose the former, and the essay opens like this. At Qingming last month, it was slightly raining in Star City, so it was not advisable to go out. However, at my strong request, my mom still agreed to take me along to XX Mausoleum to pay tribute to my father. The hill was crowded, but fortunately civilized memorial service has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Compared with previous years, there were fewer firecrackers and less sandalwood smell in the mausoleum, and more people chose to use a simple bouquet of flowers to express their condolences. It's a good wind direction, but I don't like it. In fact, I always prefer to use the traditional way of paying tribute. When the light and shadow of the burning plutonium paper reflect the brightness and darkness in front of the grave, I always feel that those paper money carrying blessings and remembrance seem to be able to really cross the yin and yang and pass on to the world of the deceased. Next is a variety of descriptions of the mausoleum, as well as in the process of worship met some people, some things. The author of these emotional short stories can be linked to the nostalgia of the father's feelings, the lack of a father's company of a teenager on the father's love of the yearning for the father's strong true feelings for his father. Show to the fullest. It made this language teacher unconsciously think of Xiaoyu, a child from a single-parent family, and there was already a vague mist filling her eyes. And this essay is also very consistent with the requirements of the topic. Junior high school students to write true love, mother's love, father's love, or friendship between students. In fact, can be, of course, the midterm. Well, it is best not to touch the love of good, not to mention the fact that this essay is fluent and sincere. As long as you don't look at the handwriting that doesn't look too good. Yuan thinks it's no problem at all to get a high score. But the most stunning part of the essay is not the essay itself, but the final paragraph of the essay, which is a godsend. Yeah, suddenly I remembered that my mom had told me that my dad ran away before I had a chance to be born, went overseas with his family, and was never heard from again. So actually I don't have a dad. Never did. But no one can deny that it's a different kind of true love, can they? Goddamn, this is a different kind of truth too. Earn all her tears, then make a sudden 180-degree turn at the end? Your father people where do not know. So you Qingming festival ran to some mausoleum to pay tribute to him? No wonder the essay directly used XX to represent the name of the mausoleum. Truly, the last sentence, sublimely so that she didn't even know what to say about the essay, was rather cajoling. In terms of traditional Chinese cultural sentiments, the article is clearly deviant, but if she really had to score it, full marks, it would have to be full marks, even if the handwriting is a little scribbled. But based on this line of thought, the degree of pertinence, do not give a full score. Yuan feel unable to pass that hurdle in her heart. After reading the essay, Yuan picked up the paper and walked out of the office, went straight upstairs to the office of another language group in the junior year, knocked on the door and went in. Mr. Xing, are you busy? If you're not busy, come take a look at this essay. Mr. Xing, as Yuan calls him, is a senior teacher with nearly 30 years of teaching experience, the head of the junior high school language teaching and research group, and currently leads only the language classes of the graduating class, the first class and the second class in the school. It's hard work, but the treatment is also excellent. It can't be helped that over the years, the best teachers in ordinary secondary schools have been targeted by many wealthy private secondary schools, and poor treatment does tend to lead to a brain drain. That Xiaoyu's in your class? Xing Yund asked. From this, it could be seen that Xiaoyu's name was indeed very hot in Iron 1 middle school these days, and the teachers who specialized in teaching fast classes had all heard about it. Right. Yuan nodded, bringing you head. Xing Yuandi put down the matter at hand and took the paper Yuan handed him. The page of essays placed at the top. This writing needs to be practiced, or else it'll be more of a loss. Old Xing glanced at the composition and immediately muttered. Yuan smiled shyly. There were actually 2 good writers in her class, but unfortunately there was no Xiao Yu among them. Xing Yuandi didn't say anything more. He knew better than anyone else what the situation was in class 13, but he soon ignored these minor details. Considering that a child in class 13 can write such an essay, it was indeed quite amazing until I read the last paragraph. Xing Yuandi looked up at Yuan blankly. The real thing? Well, single parent, no dad, definitely true, but whether it's gone abroad, I don't know. It just feels like it's too on topic, doesn't it? Chapter 30, that's how powerful it is. Indeed, if that's the case, it can be interpreted that the father of this article is just a vehicle, so it's not really the father who is being honored, but the father's love. Xing Yuandi commented succinctly, then turned the essay down in his hand and began to look at the rest of Xiao Yu's topics. Yuan was stunned, then a little emotional. This is a good comment. Why didn't she think of it? Considered in a different direction. The stance is much higher again. She didn't second anything at this point, though, and just watched quietly as the other woman flipped through Xiao Yu's papers. In fact, she had taken all of Xiao Yu's papers without the intention of showing them off. Even Yuan herself felt that Xiao Yu's language grade had little to do with her. Hey, this reading comprehension is also doing very well. It's just that the first literary comprehension, the third sub-question answer is slightly flawed. This child's ideas are still a little too radical. All the other questions were well done, especially the literary comprehension. Yuan laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't close, and finally couldn't help but ask, do you think Xiao Yu can give full marks for this essay? Xing Yuandi did not answer directly, but carefully read the whole paper before looking at Yuan, nodded and said seriously, my opinion is that the large essay can be given full marks. The small essay is also expressed completely. So let's deduct 1 point at your discretion. The reading comprehension has to be deducted by 1 point, and the other topics are all correct. But given that this is a mock exam, his font, the paper should be deducted 3 points. To mark out the reason for deducting these 3 points, when the collective marking of the midterm exams, the teachers will not have the patience to recognize the things he wrote, to warn him that he needs to practice his handwriting more during this period of time. Yuan smiled from ear to ear and quickly said, right. I feel the same way. 3 points is even less. It's normal to deduct 5 points from him for this paper. This kid obviously has the ability to write all the mock exams so casually. He must be warned. Xing Yuandi also laughed and said, alright, this essay of his, in fact, taking out the last sentence is quite suitable to be the model essay for this exam, but it involves something very private, so ask him if he's willing. In addition, I moreover feel that this kid is very good at doing reading comprehension topics. After saying that, the senior language teacher hesitated for a moment before continuing. By the way, you can ask him again if he's willing to take a period of study session after this mock test to come to the several classes I'm leading to share his insights on doing this type of reading comprehension, problem-breaking ideas and all that. Letting Zhou go and talk about this to the kids in rocket class? Not really. Despite the words, there was no hiding the smile on his face. Of course, Xing Yuandi also had this aspect in mind when he hesitated that bit. It was indeed not good to have a child from class 13 come to rocket class to introduce the experience of doing reading comprehension to the public. However, when he thought about how Xiao Yu was able to deliver such an answer sheet even though he was hanging out in class 13 every day, he was bound to have his own unique understanding of how to take a language test. If Joe Metaphor is willing to share his insights with you before the midterm, it will certainly be helpful for those kids in fast classes. Maybe some children will be frustrated, but for those who can enter the rocket class and the Puiyu class, Xing Yuandi still believes in their ability to self-regulate. There's nothing wrong with that. It's supposed to be a school tradition for the best students to share their experiences in studying and taking tests. It shouldn't be different because of which class they are in. Xing Yuandi said with a smile. He'd only let Xiao Yu share in the class he was leading anyway, and even though he was the grade-level leader, he wouldn't be making decisions for the language teachers of the other classes. Alright, then I'll ask Xiao Yu later. Yuan curbed her smile and spoke seriously. In fact, she could also imagine that this Mr. Xing let Xiao Yu go to the rocket class to teach problem-solving experiences to bear some pressure, and even some admiration for the senior teacher's commitment, is really a mind to enhance the student's performance in the midterm examination. Let me know when you hear something so I can schedule it. Okay. After returning to the office and returning Xiao Yu's papers to their place, Yuan went straight to the classroom of class 13. As usual, it's a mess, and no one's matching answers. The good thing was that when she appeared in the doorway, the clamor immediately diminished a bit, But Yuan didn't care about that. The first thing she did was to look at Xiao Yu's position. It was quite good. The guy seemed to be doing a problem. Zhou Yu, come out here for a minute. This time the homeroom teacher called Xiao Yu out and no one sympathized with the guy. It's no good for old Yuan to call anyone else, but not Xiao Yu. Zhou Xuan looked enviously at the calm Xiao Yu. Other people don't know how fast Xiao Yu answered the questions, but this desk mate of his knows. He finished the paper in 3 or 2 clicks, and then lay down there to sleep. Although when setting up the exam room, the neighboring tables were pulled apart slightly to ensure that it was not so easy for the same table to cheat, but it was right under his nose, and he wasn't answering the questions seriously, so he naturally saw Xiao Yu's performance clearly. To be honest, Zhou Shuang's mind was quite unbalanced these 2 days. In the past, everyone was a poor student and didn't feel it, but now that Xiao Yu had suddenly risen to prominence and he was still the same hangdog he was before, the mood was really complicated. Happy for Xiao Yu may have, but more still confused about the future, and even began to be a little skeptical of the comments given by those guys who graduated from vocational school in the comment section of the small video software. What's so good about general high school? You can't learn real things. Our vocational school is the place to learn real skills. There are plenty of college students who graduate and can't find a job. It's no big deal. Vocational school is the place that actually tells you how to get a job. Lin always many such statements. Read more. He really believes some. Self-deception. Nothing more. Xiao Yu didn't know that his tablemate was already sad under his influence at this moment, and had even begun to doubt life. He was actually troubled. Ever since he decided to take the exam seriously, the homeroom teacher looked at him differently, as if a demon had seen the meat of a Tang monk. If you bring that face of gossip flavor, it will be even more helpless. Xiao Yu, your essay for this exam, even the head of the language teaching and research team thought that you should be able to give it a perfect score. But is it true that your father has gone abroad? That essay shouldn't matter how it's written as long as it's on topic, right? Actually, I made it all up. My mom and I just went to sweep the graves of my grandpa and grandma on Qingming Festival. Xiao Yu replied coyly. Made it up? Yuan was a bit surprised, but she didn't ask any more questions and cut to the chase. The language teacher of the rocket class, that's our language teaching and research team leader, Mr. Xing, said that your essay can be used as a model. And he also hopes that you'll take some time to go to the first class and the second class during your self-study sessions to share with everyone your thoughts on how to do reading comprehension. Would you be willing to do that? No problem, Xiao Yu replied with certainty, an answer that surprised Yuan a bit. This kid, suddenly so nice? Chapter 31, The Vanity of Youth. In the past, Xiao Yu would definitely have little interest in such things as sharing his experience and answering questions, but since he could go to the first class and share it with his classmates, Xiao Yu agreed after going over it in his head. On the one hand, it would make Shako happy and pleased, and on the other hand, it would make him happy and pleased. That day in front of the classroom of the first class, enjoying being stared at by that boy named Su something, with a cannibalistic gaze was quite a good feeling. It could probably be even better to be invited by the other teacher during class time and give test-taking tips in class, and there's no telling if the guy would be pissed off enough to explode. Xiao Yu had actually always enjoyed admiring those who couldn't stand to look at him and couldn't beat him to death. Not only in reality, but also in the game. When he picked up a gun and abused a certain anchor on the opposite side of the room who was fully equipped with luxurious equipment to the point where he was wailing in the live broadcast room, he would feel very happy. Of course, being a man of work ethic, by the time these people are willing to pay to abuse him, he'll let go of that pleasure and move on to the pleasure of making money. One job, two pleasures. If Ranger hadn't come along and made him decide to try to take a different path to try it out, Joe Metaphor probably would have held on to that job until he couldn't fight anymore. So for the sake of this pleasure, Xiao Yu didn't even mention money to the teacher this time, and for a while, Xiao Yu even felt that his sentiments had sublimated. Sharing without compensation is great. Of course Yuan didn't know about Xiao Yu's bad taste. She only felt quite happy and relieved. After all, it was her own student who had made good progress. That's fine. I'll let you know when I've made an appointment with Mr. Xing, and do well on the next exams. By the way, practice your handwriting. Your language paper was deducted by 3 points. Oh, in the afternoon, I took a math test. One of those small, multiple choice, fill in the blanks kind of tests where you can get it right if you're not careful. This discipline is inherently special. Those who can learn it only find it simple, and those who can't, it's as hard as hell. In Xiao Yu's opinion, the perfect thing about math, as opposed to language, is that you don't need to move around and write a bunch of words, as you would for a liberal arts subject. The language was 120 minutes, and Xiao Yu only had half an hour left after writing the essay, while the math only took about 40 minutes, and he had already answered all the questions. The ones that took the most time were mainly the ones that were calculated. But unlike the language test, one of the two invigilators had been standing next to Xiao Yu's seat watching him answer the questions, not moving a step. It's really just a matter of guarding Joe metaphor and answering all the questions. When he saw that Xiao Yu had finished solving the last question and put the two papers to the side with the intention of lying down to sleep, he also took the initiative to bend down and asked in a low voice, "Not checking? No need. Full marks." Xiao Yu replied confidently. The teacher laughed. "Then why are you staying in the exam room? Not handing in your papers? It's Monday, and I have to go to my Olympiad class later." "It's okay, it's already past 3:40. Just turn in your papers then go straight to 302 and wait. The classroom is inactive on Mondays. It's empty in." "Is this the invigilator from the senior high school? Old Lon has quite a face." Xiao Yu sighed in his heart, then got up to hand in his papers from the goodness of his heart, then walked out of the classroom. Although he was not in the habit of handing in his papers early, it was different since the teacher had taken the initiative. But Xiao Yu didn't plan to go over to the high school. The rain seemed to have stopped outside. It was just cloudy enough to go to the playground and move around a bit. The invigilator was right. The 302 electronic classroom was not scheduled for the afternoon, and the students of the Olympiad class had already come to the classroom one after another at 4 o'clock after the 7th period. According to the curriculum of the Iron 1 Middle School, the 8th and 9th period is usually a study session, from 4:10 to 5:40. Selected to participate in the Olympiad class on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays do not have to take these two classes, so as long as the homeroom teacher of each class didn't have any special arrangements, most of them would come straight to classroom 302 as soon as they got off from 7th period. If you can't find an idea for a question you left in the last class, it's just the right time to have some fun with the rest of the Olympiad class, especially today. There were quite a few students who came early. "Hey, Ma Yufei and Lu Jia, come here, come here." Today, Ma Yufei and Lu Jia came quite early, and just after walking into the classroom, they were called by several students who were already chatting in the classroom. The participants of the Olympiad training are mainly freshmen and sophomores. Because they are in different grades and classes, they do not have much interaction and communication except for the 3 Olympiad classes every week. Occasionally when they came in early and talked about something, it was usually as a class and each had their own circle. Ma Yufei and Lu Jia were inseparable on weekdays just because they were both in the same class. It was the first time that a couple of sophomores had taken the initiative to call them over like they did today. "What is it?" the two men asked as they walked over. The one who called them over was one of the only 2 girls in the Olympiad class, named Luo Yaton. Girls in the Olympiad class were already scarce, so the two were always surrounded by several boys in every class. It's not that Ma Yufei and Lu Jia don't want to get together, but they are not in the same grade, so it's not good to get together. Young people love to save face. "It's that Xiao Yu from last class. How did the two of you know each other before?" It was Luo Yaton, who had just called out to the two to come, who opened her mouth and asked. Of course, the others gathered around were quite curious. To be honest, it was true that quite a few students from the Olympiad class were struck in the last class. However, on Friday, Mr. Lan called Xiao Yu away directly after the class, and there was no way to inquire about Xiao Yu's bottom line. When they were just chatting, someone remembered that Ma Yufei had greeted Xiao Yu when he came in, and this scene came about. "Xiao Yu, didn't Ms. Lan say? Just opposite the junior high school before we just, well, played ping pong together and chatted a few words and got to know each other. I really didn't expect him to be so good at math as well." Lu Jia grabbed in front of Ma Yufei and answered. Ma Yufei glanced sideways at Lu Jia and didn't say anything, as if he had acquiesced to this answer. The reason why he went to the internet cafe to find the answer in the first place, and even spent money to bite Xiao Yu's answer, was just because he wanted to pretend to be a pussy in the class. It was also because the answer that he bought from Xiao Yu the first time was correct, and he was praised by Mr. Lan in the classroom. But there was the story of going to Xiao Yu again after that. It's all about fucking vanity. If you tell the truth at this time, won't you lose face? Young people tend to unconsciously produce a kind of illusion that they are the center of the world and the focus, naturally, face than anything else. Well, in fact, not only young people, many middle-aged people still do not understand the truth that face is not too or too heavy. As for the reasoning that lying often costs more, it's even less understood. "Oh, ping pong balls." Luo Yaton looked at the two suspiciously, not quite believing it. While it's true that the school ping pong tables are all together and that they often play together over there regardless of middle school or high school, this is a bit too much of a coincidence. "Yeah, he also likes to play ping pong. Met him a few times and got to know him." Ma Yufei hastily chimed in as well, then pulled down Lu Jia. "Let's go. Put down the exercise book and go to the restroom. The pads are different, not the same." Chapter 32, What a painful realization. Xiaoyu really did play a few games of ping pong with someone on the playground before coming to the high school. In fact, Xiaoyu wanted to find a wild team to play a few games of basketball. Unfortunately, there was only one class in gym class on the basketball court, and a bunch of first-year students were there around a bunch of basketballs. Bang, 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 bang. The only alternative was to retreat to the soldier ping pong table by the playground, pick a random table, and cut a few games with the first years who were enjoying their afternoon gym recess. After a little bit of exercise and shallowly teaching the two first-year elementary school students who liked to brag about how to behave, Xiaoyu only felt physically and mentally relieved. Xiaoyu's grandfather was a ping pong enthusiast, and had won awards in competitions organized by the railroads, making him a well-known figure in the unit. When he was free after retirement, he would take little Xiaoyu to the Senior Citizen Activity Center to play ping pong. It was probably one of the favorite sports of Xiaoyu's grandfather's generation. After all, table tennis was a sport that had a very special place in the hearts and minds of that generation in China. Xiaoyu learns things quickly, plus the old generation of people playing ball is not so much to talk about. But in those 2 years, with his grandfather and those who also retired ball friends to learn a bunch of on the stage of the shady tricks. What steals corners, hides serves, rolls fake underspins, tweaks short balls, roundabout tactics, continuous spin control. Encountering a real expert could give the opposite side a headache. Not to mention educating the first-year elementary school disciples who liked to brag about how powerful they were, casually letting 2 elementary school disciples know in advance how sinister this society was, spreading the word that it was all a matter of great merit. So Xiaoyu was really in a pretty good mood. It wasn't until he got to the second floor and a half that he was suddenly stopped. Joe God, my Yufei with you that, what is it called? Fat, Lu Jia. Oh yeah, where is he? He's waiting for you on the other side of the stairs. What? Something for me? Hearing this, Xiaoyu came to be interested and looked at Ma Yufei who was standing in the stairwell and asked curiously. Truly speaking, Xiaoyu actually quite liked this tall and thin senior. Or rather Xiaoyu liked all the gold masters who gave money without ink. Well, it's nothing really. It's just that if anyone in our OU class asks you how we met before, just say we met playing ping pong together, okay? Don't say it was the math problems in the internet cafe. Xiaoyu looked at Ma Yufei's wrinkled eyebrows and red face. His heart probably knew, and reached out and climbed onto Ma Yufei's shoulders, saying righteously, what's this? We've known each other since we played ping pong. We played on the table next to the playground. And I was thinking of learning techniques from you. What does it mean to say a good word will keep you warm for 3 winters? This is it. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Ma Yufei immediately stretched his brows and said gratefully, good brother. Xiaoyu nodded and said thoughtfully, it's all a small matter. This way, I'll hang around the building for a while. You hurry up and call up Lu Jia to go into the classroom first. I'll go in later. I went in ahead of you guys. I'm afraid that my classmates will misunderstand. These words really almost made Ma Yufei's tears fall, only to feel that Xiaoyu was more thoughtful than both his parents, and immediately said gratefully, thank you so much. God Xiao. This way I'll treat you to dinner at night. Xiaoyu laughed and said, it's meaningless for a family member to say this. If you're really over it, mark this meal down first, and it's not too late for you to treat us when we go to the city for the preliminary Olympiad exams. Okay, then it's a deal. I'll treat you to a big meal at that time. Ma Yufei swore and promised. Hurry up. Xiaoyu retracted the hand that was climbing on Ma Yufei's shoulder and urged, well, let's run faster. We'll be in class in 3 minutes. Okay, wait for you guys. Seeing Ma Yufei run down the steps, Xiaoyu smiled and simply paced the second floor, intending to go around to Mr. Lan's office first, then follow Lan Jie to class. Xiaoyu's principle of dealing with people is to do it straight to the end, whether they choose to be good or evil. Doing it halfway was more than just pointless, it often led to trouble. This wasn't something Grandpa had taught him, though, but rather a conclusion he had come to from his daily observations. The door to Ranger's office was wide open, and as Xiaoyu poked his head in front of the door to take a look, several teachers were in the office, chatting away. Xiaoyu was debating whether or not to go in and say hello to the good old man when Ranger turned around just in time to see him and waved. Xiaoyu, what are you doing there? Come in. Unable to hide, Xiaoyu greeted the curious gazes of the other teachers and walked in graciously. Hello Mr. Lang. Well, at noon your teacher Yuan specially called me to praise you for your good language test, saying that you could get full marks for your composition. Xiaoyu smiled coyly. Others had bragged for him, so he should not brag himself. It was quite good to keep silent. Teacher Lan, this is the little genius you were talking about. isn't it? I can finally see it today. Another teacher with glasses next to Lan Jie spoke up. Yes, Mr. Xiao. This kid is awesome. Alright, you guys chat first, I'm going to class. Let's go. Xiao Yu, seemingly thinking of something, Lan Jie said with a smile, picked up his prepared notebook and stood up. Ha ha. Lao Lan, we won't rob with you. No need to hide it. Xiao Yu walked ahead of Ranger and heard a giggle of joy tinged with acid behind him, but unfortunately Mr. Lan walked out of the office smoothly, taking the soundproof door with him. The teachers in high school are pretty good, Joey Yu commented. Oh, how? Ranger asked curiously. Just like to tell the big truth, Joe Metaphor replied. Ha ha. Ranger couldn't help but smile. He hadn't really expected the kid to joke with him, which was a good sign. After laughing, Ranger pulled a book from the bag containing his laptop and handed it to Joe Yu, with a pen clipped to the title page. Seriously said, for you, later when you teach example problems in class, you don't have to listen if you can do it. At least write 10 pages carefully, give me a check in the next class, and continue to write if you don't write well. I've got a lot of them for you. Xiao Yu took the book and looked at it with a complicated expression. A word post? No way. Mr. Lang, are you serious? What else? Your handwriting is as good as a dog's, not even as good as an elementary school student. You want to be deducted from the paper mark for the midterm soon? Sorry to hit you, but you just said that high school teachers like to tell the big truth the most. Xiao Yu was speechless, feeling that he had learned another life lesson. Guys who kissed asses always met with some bad luck. Lan Jie looked at Xiao Yu's face that had reluctance written all over it and advised. Words always need to be practiced, not just for exams, and don't think that you don't need to write well in the internet age when everything is electronic. Think about it in case you become a big professor or a big shot in some other field and make a lot of money. There will be a lot of times when you need to put up your pen and write, and then you'll be able to write like an elementary school student. Are you good at it? Xiao Yu blinked, surprised, and asked back. I become a big shot and made a lot of money through hard work. And I still have to mind if people will laugh at my ugly handwriting, so wouldn't I have succeeded for nothing? Lan Jie was surprisingly speechless for a moment, so without hesitation, he chose to take out his teacher's dignity and chided. Don't talk nonsense. If I tell you to practice your writing, you practice. Sure enough, a teacher can't get along like a friend with a guy who likes to snipe. The good old boy also thought to himself. Chapter 33, this is what not so smart looks like. While many of the students in the Olympiad class wanted to interact with Xiao Yu was the one who followed Ranjia into the classroom. Even though he shrugged his head and had a less than reluctant look on his face, he was still the envy of his classmates in the Olympiad class. Most students with good grades want to be recognized by their teachers, and being close enough to their teachers is a kind of recognition in disguise. Of course, everyone can only be jealous in their hearts. This new guy stole the love of Ms. Lan. Only my Yufei and Lu Jia. Their gazes were filled with gratitude. Joey is a good man. After determining the short-term direction, Joey continued his customary style, listening to advice. Although he didn't really like the repetitive labor of writing, since his teachers all thought he should practice his handwriting. Let's go ahead and do it. Looking up at the example problems given by Ranger, he roughly went through them in his head, and after he had the idea of solving the problems he didn't bother to look at them, and his eyes went to this book of calligraphy given to him by the good old man. Xiao Yu didn't directly pick up a pen and start practicing, but instead flipped over the character posters and carefully studied them, then casually wrote 2 lines in the margins for reference. After glancing at it twice, he realized that practicing one stroke at a time and counting the strokes was tiring and inefficient. His aim was not to become a great calligrapher. As long as the writing was passable, it was almost good enough. It's not like writing well on exams would add to the score. So with a little attention to the structure of the font, and the neatness of the volume, you should be almost there. If he really practiced according to the regular script of this book, it would not be of much benefit to him except to slow down his writing speed. With this in mind, Xiao Yu didn't follow the stroke-by-stroke instructions given in the character book, and directly began to analyze the structure of the characters in the margins, and began to write in the most appropriate position, so that when many characters were accumulated together, they would look neat enough to be comfortable. The biggest advantage of practicing this way is that it is not tiring, and the results are quick. After casually writing a few pages, Xiao Yu probably got the hang of it, and was able to smoothly keep the font structure in a more appropriate position without having to think about it. In this way, Xiao Yu wrote one side, then stopped to take a look at it, and compared it with the first page, and it really looked much smoother at first glance. Even if it used some of the continuous strokes that would only be found in the writing of a running script, it didn't have any effect on the overall feeling. There's really nothing wrong with it except that you can't look at it closely. And it seemed to Xiao Yu that once he started to pay attention to the structure of the words, he was able to write a little faster. So as long as the best structure of the font is engraved in your mind when you write, you will subconsciously focus on the structure when you write, and it will be more than enough to cope with the exam, regardless of whether it is a secondary school examination or a college entrance examination. The teacher marking the paper is under great pressure, mostly at a glance, so how can they possibly scrutinize whether each word is well written or not? With this knowledge, Xiaoyu wrote faster in the back. The good old man had given him the task of writing enough for 10 pages by the end of class, and he only took 40 minutes to get it done before he stopped writing and began to rest. Although this book of calligraphy is more than 50 pages, but Xiaoyu main fight to listen to persuasion. Said 10 pages, 10 pages. No matter whether it is less or more, a word is disrespectful to the good old man. As we all know, Xiaoyu has the most respect for teachers. He will not even allow any half disrespect to the good old man. After a 10-minute break in the middle of the Olympiad class, Ranjia stepped down from the podium and briefly explained a few more sample problems roughly to the few students sitting in front of him, then walked over to Xiaoyu's seat in the back row and picked up Xiaoyu's calligraphy posters in passing and flipped through them. Can see that the progress is obvious. The first page with the third page behind. The handwriting has been greatly changed. It does seem to be practicing seriously, but after all, is an experienced teacher? More serious look at a few eyes will probably understand. Xiaoyu is how to take the trick. The writing is pretty neat, but it's not at all a one-stroke from a character book. But then again, simply paying more attention to the structure and layout of the characters has made the original dog-eared characters readable, and quite comfortable to look at. To be honest, Lan Jie was very convinced, and inwardly marveled again at Xiaoyu's talent. Even the practice of words such as the need for long-term precipitation can quickly find ways to take advantage of the tricky. This kid, even if the future really do not read the book, inevitably can be mixed up into a character. Just whether this character is positive or not is unknown. Something deep inside called responsibility is starting to germinate again. Yes, at this point Ranger felt that now that he had discovered Joe metaphor, he had to make sure that the greasy kid was on the right path, at least in the future. We can't let this kid's name and ID number appear on the Netflix wanted list. I am asking you to write 10 pages carefully in one stroke. Just tell me if my handwriting has improved. Then you can write 10 more pages. No, I can never let you be a man who doesn't keep his word. 10 pages when he says so. Both of their voices were not loud, but both were resolute, and when they looked at each other, they still exasperated Ranger and said, "So you're still doing it for my own good, right?" Xiaoyu returned unabashedly. "Yes, who in the entire high school grade doesn't know that you, Mr. Lan, are the most trustworthy? I can't ruin your good reputation with me." This time Ranger lost, mainly because it is inconvenient to really quarrel with Xiaoyu in the classroom. The Olympic class, so many children watching, especially considering that he couldn't let the other kids in his class get mentally unbalanced. He didn't even bother to ask Xiaoyu to go with him after the 5:30 Olympiad course ended. It didn't hurt Joe metaphor either. Today's touch test went quite well, and also found the trick to writing good-looking words. At this time, Xiaoyu is really feel that he has been so strong that it is scary. It is simply a merciless examination machine. Not to mention the middle school exam, or the college entrance exam is not a problem. Thinking to himself, his heart began to calculate what kind of delicious food to buy today to treat his hardworking self, when a clear voice called out to him, "Student Xiaoyu, wait." Craning his head to look, one of the only two girls in the Olympiad class, Xiaoyu remembered that it seemed to be surnamed Luo, but his name didn't ring a bell. For Joe metaphor, it's not family and gold masters, it's mostly passers-by. It's not that Xiaoyu doesn't want to give more emotion to embrace the world, mainly because sober people understand the truth that for small business, too much emotion can easily hurt money. As for big deals, it's not like Xiaoyu had the ability to do that for the time being, so Xiaoyu just casually asked as he turned his head, "What is it, Mr. Lan said in last class that we could ask you about any topic we don't understand, and I happen to be working on an Olympiad question that I haven't been able to come up with any ideas for, so could you help me out?" Hearing these words, both Ma Yufei and Lu Jia, who were about to walk out of the classroom, slowed down their steps. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment. It's already 5:30, slightly late. This schoolmate does not look too smart, just do not know if there is no money. It's a good thing that the quest to make money overpowers laziness, so Xiaoyu asked with a tentative ear, $100, I'll help you solve it out in detail?" A statement that froze a group of kids in the class. In the middle of the morning Luo Yadong asked with uncertainty, $100? What $100? The real deal. This schoolgirl is really not too smart. Chapter 34, not convinced? Hold it in. At this point in the entire classroom, probably only Ma Yufei and Lu Jia felt normal, and even vaguely grateful again. Xiaoyu was indeed very kind to them, and when they weren't familiar with each other before, he even helped them answer questions with a 50% discount, only needing V50. Acquaintances thought it was cheap, but it was certainly a very novel experience for other students. As for Xiao Yu, although he felt that the other party's question was silly, he still patiently answered on the basis that he might be a potential gold master. Money, or RMB. The lesser comprehension is this. This time the class also finally reacted, and Xiao Yu immediately gained heaps of contemptuous glances. Fortunately, since childhood, this kind of gaze Xiao Yu has seen a lot. Very frankly accepted. The bottom of the heart pressure did not have half a ripple. Xiao Yu never cared if people looked down on him or not, and he often looked down on those people anyway, so it was nice for everyone to get even. No way. Xiao Yu, you want to charge for helping a classmate with a question? You want to charge $100? Have you never seen money before? A sophomore senior couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for justice. It was a bit of a strong word, but it did seem a bit implausible to innocent high school students. But apparently, this level of contempt was completely unkilling to Xiao Yu. Yeah, poor kid. Haven't really seen much money since I was a kid. You can let me see it if you have the chance? Xiao Yu laughed and returned the sentence, then turned his head with the intention of walking away. A customer who is not willing to give even $100 is not a good customer. So naturally, it is not worth his while to play smart with a bunch of loafers here. Not to mention the fact that, in Joe's opinion, any behavior that has nothing to do with immediate or long-term goals and does not result in physical or mental pleasure is a waste of time and life. Just as he had raised his step with the intention of dodging, someone else said behind him, "Wait, 100 is 100. I'll pay for this." This time it was a different person, but the voice sounded and felt a bit familiar, and Xiao Yu turned around again, immediately recognizing it was the same senior who had reminded him if he had the wrong classroom when he first came to class. So he smiled and said, "Thank you, boss, for the money up front." Hearing this, the other party didn't look much annoyed, but just reached out and casually grabbed a handful of money from his pants pocket, drew one, and handed it to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu just glanced at it, and probably estimated that there must be at least $1,400 or $500 in that pile. Relative to high school students, it's considered rich, because the money also had the cafeteria's meal card stuck in it. It was enough to show that in general, the senior also ate in the school cafeteria, and the cash was purely pocket money, and the money is not folded neatly. Moreover, the other party did not put these money on the heart. The family condition is probably the middle class but also up so a little. I don't know why I didn't go to a high-end private school and ran to Iron 1 when I was rich enough to go to the Olympiad class, which means that my grades are not bad. Of course Xiao Yu wouldn't bother with other people's business, much less envy it, and observing these details was mainly for Ranger's sake. At least it doesn't make Mr. Lon worry about his students not having money to eat again. That's how good old men are, worrying about things they should or shouldn't care about. So Xiao Yu took the $100 with a clear conscience. The other party smiled and said smoothly, "Hello, my name is Zhang Luo. Zhang, the head of the Bao. Luo of Luo Shinfu." Xiao Yu smiled back and replied, "Hello, no need to be so troublesome. I usually call the gold master directly boss." After saying that, he walked next to the girl, oblivious to the dozen or so contemptuous gazes around him, and enthusiastically asked, "Classmate, which question? At least you can't pick any faults from the service attitude. Wait, what if you don't know how to do it either?" Instead of immediately taking out the questions, school sister Luo asked, "Easy, an immediate refund. But don't worry, generally speaking the questions you guys are looking for can't be hard for me. I'm pretty strong in math." Xiao Yu replied with a relaxed face, "How about this? If you can't answer, not only do you have to return this $100 to Zhang Luo, but you also have to take out another $100 and treat everyone to something to eat. How about it?" School sister Luo stared at Xiao Yu and said. Xiao Yu laughed more happily, "Sorry you may be mistaken. I belong to the paid service. You can understand as a mode of knowledge payment. Just like those training courses you enroll outside is almost the same. Not with people bet. You can't bet with the teacher of the training course to refund the tuition fee, right? By the way, I've never been a betting man either. And after receiving the money, unless you take out questions that I can't do, then I definitely won't refund the money either. Oh, by the way, don't think that a large crowd can scare me. I'm a mess in other subjects except for math. That's why I was assigned to class 13. You all know the 13th class of junior high school, right? What do you mean? My classmates." The dog passed by the side. "Not cheap to kick the kind. Let them study. Certainly cannot learn. But if you let them help fight, one by one to rush fierce. These guys do not have a few school to hang a few demerits or something. Out of the door are embarrassed to say hello to people. Their Monday flag review and basically asked me to help them write. We have a good relationship. So if you are not convinced, it is recommended to hold back." When he said this, Xiao Yu really had a businessman smile the entire time. but it made everyone in the classroom look at each other. Xiao Yu, you misunderstood. Really didn't mean that. Luo Yatong, which question you don't know? Directly take it to Xiao Yu. It was still Zhang Luo on the side who took the initiative to round up the situation. Only then did the atmosphere ease down. Luo Yatong indignantly took out a book, and Xiao Yu walked over to him, noticing that the other schoolmate beside Luo was looking at him with a curious face, and didn't forget to politely nod her head as a greeting before she took the book. Reading the question carefully, he stood there in silent thought for over 2 minutes, then simply sat down in the seat next to him and began to write furiously with the pen Ranger had given him. This time when writing the answer, Xiao Yu also used the just practice the font. Even if it is a number, also try to write a better look. The seal of the mouth are sealed. The last question of the proof. Xiao Yu also thought of the last lecture questions written briefly. The good old man added a lot of things. Then simply also write a more detailed, some of the obvious places, and following the teacher's example of the problem. I also wrote out the full derivation, so it took a little longer. It took a full 7 or 8 minutes to write down the entire solution to the problem. So he could only say that the Luo schoolmate who had approached him to buy the answer this time had earned a lot. Done. You keep it. Completely solving the question. Xiao Yu put away the pen and returned the book to his schoolmate. That's it? You're not going to explain? Luo Yatong asked in surprise. I'm sorry, $100 for this service. Explaining that's a different price. It's fine. I wrote it in enough detail. You'll definitely be able to read it. Xiao Yu said thoughtfully. Then how do we know you're doing the right thing? Don't worry. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Lun. If it's wrong, find me in the next class for a refund. Okay, let's go first. Boss Zhang. Next time something like this happens, you can still find me. Yes. Before leaving, Zhou Yu hadn't forgotten to say hello to the gold master who had given the money. It was a long time before someone suddenly came up with, ********, is the math strong guy's heart so dirty? Numerous annoyed glances then made him realize that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Chapter 35, The Return of the Prodigal Son? The cardiac junior teenager walked down the stairs, feeling that it was still early, and went to hang around the playground out of habit, and saw Zhou Shuang, who was playing with the wildcard team, on the basketball. There are not many other recreational activities in the school. The existing recreational activities are too healthy. Basketball is considered to be one of the most interesting and fierce rivalry activities by the 13th class of male students. Love. Xiao Yu. Come one no? Zhou Shuang also saw Xiao Yu, just as the ball was in his hand, and simply shouted. Xiao Yu shook his head decisively. No, go home. Although the rain had stopped, the basketball court was still a little wet, and both sides of the court inevitably got a bunch of muddy spots on their clothes. If you're just coming down, it doesn't matter if you can play longer. It's almost time to go home for dinner, so it's not a good idea to play more than a few games and get your clothes dirty. Then you wait. I'll go home too. Together said Zhou Shuang, throwing the basketball in his hand, casually talking to his playing companion, picking up his jacket that was casually hanging on the basketball rack, and walking over to Xiao Yu's side. When Zhou Shuang walked up to him, Xiao Yu casually spat. What are you doing with me? I recently quit internet cafes. I don't want to go to an internet cafe these days either. Zhou Shuang casually replied, then seriously asked, Xiao Yu, I suddenly don't want to go to a vocational high school or that kind of vocational school. Do you think there's still hope for me to go to a general high school? Xiao Yu was surprised and glanced sideways at the classmate beside him, thinking for a moment before asking, how many points did you score on your last practice test? 386. That seems to have copied a few of your multiple choice questions, Zhou Shuang said honestly. Xiao Yu frowned and asked, did you add in the grades for raw land and physical education? Zhou Shuang nodded. Right. Xiao Yu carefully recalled. Said, 2 days ago to check last year's scoreline. I remember Star City Private General High School's minimum scoreline is 457, but to go to that kind of high school is said to be quite expensive tuition. A year at least or large tens of thousands of dollars. Tuition doesn't matter. Zhou Shuang sighed and answered. Then explained, last night with my parents mentioned this matter. They did not want to spend more money headache, but also particularly happy. Especially my father. Said as long as I really willing to study seriously, and the score can line then. How much money are willing to give me? By the way, they were going to spend a lot of money on a tutor for me, to tutor me at home during this time. I don't think it's necessary though. I want to just learn on my own. Sure you're not going to learn how to be an excavator? Zhou Yu asked suspiciously. Zhou Shuang suddenly made such a mess, making him feel a little less accustomed. Truth be told, if Ranger hadn't had to say that he had a talent for math that could get him a bonus, he hadn't really wanted to continue school. Carefully think about it, think later, really do this business is indeed no fun. I also want to be like you. Later go anywhere can be looked up to, Zhou Shuang said seriously. Stunned, Joe Yu asked, "What gave you that illusion?" "Illusion? Didn't you notice the way the teacher is looking at you right now? There are still more than 30 people in the class, and you're the only one in the teacher's eyes, looking at you all the time. The old class is now lecturing. Every sentence is not away from you. I went to squat in the pit between classes, and I heard those fast classes outside going to the toilet talking about you," Zhou Shuang said with slight excitement. One could tell that Xiao Yu's sudden outburst had indeed brought a great deal of distress to the table. "Said we all mix together?" The result of mixing and mixing, usually play together with the table suddenly mixed into the grade college bully, is indeed a very subversive emotional thing. Xiao Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. The long words he had said to Coco Xiao last night could not be uttered at this time. For those who have the foundation and the ability to learn, the influence of the teacher's level and the learning environment is negligible. But for a guy like Zhou Xuan, whose grades are really lousy, the influence is still great. What with 5+3 also having a future and the pathway to college still existing? It's basically bullshit. It takes great perseverance to keep studying when all the students around you are muddling through. Zhou Shuang obviously didn't belong to the kind of guy who had great perseverance. Xiao Yu even suspected that this guy just had a sudden whim. Then you'll be studying hard for the rest of the month. Every day. Language, English, and chemistry. These three are slightly easier and only need to be memorized. If you really want to go to a high school, you need to memorize everything you should in the last month. Zhou Metaphor gave advice after all. What about math and physics? Zhou Shuang asked vainly. In math you don't brush up on those difficult problems. Memorize all the theorems and only brush up on the basic problems in the textbook. And physics is similar. 2 hours a day. Only catching the basic problems in the textbook and making sure that you get all the after-school exercises in the textbook right. As for the two subjects of Dao Fa and history, don't worry about them first. Open book exams. The last 2 days you familiarize yourself with the textbook, and then go to see the pattern of questions and correct answers from previous years. That's all you can do at this time. Based on Zhou Shuang's current situation, Xiao Yu gave advice. There's not much you can do about it. The foundation is so poor that if you want to improve your grades quickly in a month, you'll have to give up on the mid-range questions and the difficult ones. The good thing is that the middle school exam is not really too difficult now. If you change the college entrance exam, it is almost impossible to improve your score in a month. Alright, I'll start doing what you said tonight, starting with memorizing English words, Zhou Shuang said with conviction. If you do go to high school, you'll have to live a hard life for those 3 years. Otherwise there's not much point in going to high school and not getting into college. Xiao Yu reminded. Here's what I think. There's almost a month left in the midterm, so if I do get into high school, it means I'm still somewhat capable of studying. Going to high school is like buying myself 3 extra years. If I work hard this month and still can't get in, forget it, Zhou Shuang said seriously. Then you go for it. You'll memorize the vocabulary today, and after the exam tomorrow, I'll give you my chemistry book for free. I've marked all the key points on it that you need to memorize. You turn around and memorize them all accordingly and you'll get a high score. Zhou Yu decided to help his good brother out. What about your other books? The chemistry book, because I've read it recently. The other books are blank like yours. What do you want them for? Then how come you're doing so well in all your other subjects? Because it's easy. When you're bored in class, don't you just read the textbook? What's the point of taking notes? After saying that, Xiao Yu glanced at the entrance of the school, and the alley not far away, and suddenly opened his mouth to ask again. Seriously, why do you want to go to high school anyway? Is it really because I've been making some waves lately? Zhou Shuang sincerely replied, the vast majority of the real because of you. That day you did not let me see Shi Shaoka's short video? Later I searched for some of the school bully with some of the video of university life, but also popped up a lot of people randomly interviewed in front of the school video. Hey, it turns out that the capital A, Linhai Amor elementary school students are able to speak a mouthful of fluent English. When I think about how I can't even write a good essay in my fucking language, I really feel like I'm kinda wasted. Anyway, I suddenly don't want to drive a backhoe anymore. It's not cool at all. Really? Oh, well, good luck with that. Xiao Yu, who had already reached the entrance of the alley, raised his hand and waved casually before twisting his head and walking away. Sinning. Chapter 36 Everything for the Children. To kill Xiao Yu did not expect. He is just a casual sentence. But let Zhou Shuang such talent want to go to high school. Listen to that speech. It seems that the high school stage also have to work harder to make up for the debt owed by the junior high school. Of course, if you can really pass the exam, there are 3 years, which is really not a very tough thing. The key is still persistence. Xiao Yu really didn't know if Zhou Shuang's determination was really that great. If so, he didn't even know if he had accrued merit for this. Xiao Yu has actually always believed that people should go and do what they are good at, and that studying is not the only way out. But after listening to Zhou Shuang's words today, Xiaoyu suddenly felt that he might have looked at things slightly more one-sidedly, especially when you think that the tuition fee of Huaxia University is so cheap. Even for top universities like Huaqing and Yanbei, the tuition fee is only more than $5,000 per year when you get in. $5,000 You can enjoy the top of the country's various learning resources, which is compared with those foreign universities, just like no money, and feel that if you do not go to take advantage of this cheap, it is indeed a waste. The average well-off family in the city has very few opportunities to legally take advantage of the country, and getting into a prestigious public university is one of the easiest, most harmless, and most affordable ways to do so. So as a person who has always believed that going out without taking advantage is a disadvantage, Xiaoyu thought that maybe he should really consider the matter of going to a good college. With something on my mind and little appetite left, I packed 2 dishes from a random diner. When he got home, Xiaoxi threw his cell phone at him. The good old boy called you. Said what? Didn't tell me. Just let you call back. Oh. Agreeing, Xiaoyu handed Xiaoxi the meal he had brought back and took his cell phone to call Ranjie. Xiaoyu, you charged to give questions to your classmates in class? Well, yeah. Last time you promised me that you wouldn't think about your classmates' triple living expenses. That, not my Yufei and Lugia. The one who pays is quite rich. And you really didn't help me with publicity when you asked me to go to the podium last class? After Xiaoyu asked this, there was silence on the other side for quite a long time. In this case, Xiaoyu, after the results of this mock exam come out, I'll go and apply for a bursary allowance for you at school, about $1,500. You also develop your style in the Olympiad class, and then if any of your classmates come to you with a problem, help them out for free. Oh, that. Line it. Xiaoyu agreed, mainly because he didn't want to make things difficult for the good old man, but added, if I would, there's no way I wouldn't. Try to do better on the test tomorrow. Good grades are convincing. There was a long silence from across the room and another wordy comment. Don't worry, Mr. Lang. Hanging up the phone, he sat down directly at the table and saw Josie with a can of beer. Last time you promised Coco to drink less, Xiaoyu said seriously. Josie looked up at her son, some confusion in her gaze. And just because you want me to go to college, I've promised Mr. Lan to quit smoking. I don't smoke a single cigarette now, Xiaoyu added. Josie responded. Quit drinking? Xiaoyu nodded seriously and said, yes, quit drinking. Mother and son looked at each other for a long time, and Josie looked distressed. Why do you suddenly want me to quit drinking? Josie asked with a frown. Xiaoyu replied, before, I thought that the days would pass by. Let's live a life of small fortune. Happy is a day. Unhappy is also a day. The quality of life is more important than the length. But now I've decided to go to the capital to attend a prestigious university. And in the future I want to be successful and make a lot of money, so that you can live a good life that you can't even think about now. You drink like this every day. When I succeed and you're drunk out of your mind, who am I going to share it with? Xiaoxi glared at Xiaoyu and said, let's not talk about the fact that my mother doesn't have such a short life. Even if she really doesn't, you can marry Coco later. Live your good lives. Without budging, Xiaoyu said, well, then what if you're not around anymore? What if that shameless man doesn't die and happens to know that I've succeeded and become famous, and comes running back from abroad to recognize his family and ask me to support him? He dares. Xiaoxi gritted her teeth. What wouldn't he dare? And by the time you are gone, who can say what happened more than 10 years or even decades ago? That man will then hire a mediator to come to my door to persuade me bitterly. After all, he's my real father, and I'm so successful. How can I not ignore it? What do you think I'll do? Don't you like to watch Love Hunters? Isn't that what they do on the show? If he really had some face, he wouldn't have left us and left a few $1,000s behind and run off to a foreign country. Would he? FFS. He didn't even have enough money to pay for the baby's nutrition. Xiaoyu opened his mouth and composed a scene that could drive Xiaoxi mad. You wouldn't just beat him out the door? Josie questioned with a huff. Come on, Mom. Now we're previewing a scenario where I'm already a big, successful celebrity by that time. I'm going to personally kick my own father out of the house? That's gonna get a lot of flack on the internet. You know that little essay? That guy is shamelessly coming to my door. He writes a little essay on the internet. I'm just being ungrateful. Do you know how many people behind a successful person will look at him with displeasure? At that time God knows how many people would scold me on the internet. People can even hire water armies to hack me and put all kinds of hats on me. Are there not many people in this world who are generous at the expense of others? Especially on the internet. What do you want me to do? When Xiaoyu said these words, Xiaoxi's face had already turned red, and even her breathing was shortened by a few points. Xiaoyu struck the iron while it was hot. So just do me a favor. I've really cleaned up my act this time. I'll try to go to a good university. And in the future, I'll try to become a super rich man who does big things like lay bozy and ma xiaoyun. Your task is to love your body and try to live as long as possible. When the time comes, you'll be responsible for enjoying life. And if he does show up deadbeat, you'll step in and sweep him off his feet. And I'll be responsible for figuring out how to make the rest of his life enjoy life's hardships. And we'll be mother and son, and make his future one to regret. What do you think? Xiao Shi nodded, but just his eyes couldn't help but look to the dining table, the several cases of wine that the family had stocked, and then tentatively asked, "Then, finish those cases and I'll quit drinking?" Xiao Yu insisted. "How can you quit drinking like that? If you really want to quit, start today. I'll share the boxes of wine later. When Grandpa died, several families helped us, so each family will share a box and send it to them at night. If you get another headache, go to the hospital and take medicine." Xiao Shi finally nodded. "I told you not to buy such expensive wine." "Hey, then you can promise me that you will go to a famous school and give your grandpa a chance to win. Our neighborhood hasn't gotten into Yenbei or Huaqing yet. Don't worry, this is the easiest step. When the time comes, you'll help me decide whether to go to Yenbei or Huaqing, or any other good school." Xiao Yu was serious about his promise. Chapter 37, Terrifying Execution. There were a lot of smart people in this world, and there were a lot of people who clamored that they would definitely work hard, but there were very few people who were actually capable of executing. Coincidentally, in the Qiao family, both Qiao Shi and Xiao Yu were strong in execution. Intermittent complacency and a persistent attitude towards life that is irrelevant to both of them. Once you have made up your mind, the next step is to overcome the obstacles and fulfill your mutual commitments. So just after dinner, Xiao Yu carried the wine stored at home and walked out of the house. After 5 runs, the living room and balcony of the house felt bigger. Yes, while Xiao Yu was carrying the wine outside, Xiao Shi had already sent all those piled-up jars of wine on the balcony to the granny downstairs who liked to save various bottles to sell. "You can't see what you don't see, so you can't be bothered. I'm going to study," Joe Metaphor said. "Wait, there has to be something for me to do, and I can't drink the wine, so I can't just stay home and swipe my phone every day, right?" Xiao Shi said bitterly. "Playing mahjong?" Xiao Yu suggested. "No go. Don't like it." Xiao Shi shook her head and said, "In this case, I'll start learning how to cook tomorrow. You study hard and I'll research recipes for you on the internet. You can also ask Coco to come over for dinner on the weekends, so you shouldn't bring back outside dishes in the future." Xiao Yu hesitated for 2 seconds, her mind seeming to recall some not-so-good scenes, but in the end she nodded firmly. "Okay, but your cell phone has to set an alarm to go off every 5 minutes while you're cooking." The biggest problem that prevented Xiao Shi from learning how to cook was the fact that he could not move. This also taught Xiao Yu at a very young age that the ultimate destination of any ingredient after overheating is carbonization. The carbon, while edible, is really not good, but people have something to do so that they don't get bored, not to think about it, even if it's a challenge to their own weaknesses. Xiao Yu felt that he had to support it. As for him, it's just a matter of getting over his trepidation and studying hard. "Okay, I'll remember to set the alarm. It's better if I set it up for you." Oh, for others trying to learn is probably a tough thing to do. When he came to school the next day, it was obvious to Xiao Yu that his classmate didn't seem to be in good spirits. "What did you do last night?" Joe Metaphor asked. "I memorize formulas when I'm tired of memorizing vocabulary until 1 a.m. Joe Shuang yawned and replied casually. "Looks like this guy is serious. I just don't know how long it will last." Xiao Yu didn't say much, just reminded, "It's still important to combine labor and rest." Then he didn't bother to pay attention to this guy. If it really lasts a week, that means there really is salvation. But it looked like Zhou Xuan was really on a collision course with his studies, and after briefly chatting with Xiao Yu, he picked up his second-year English book again and memorized it silently. Very smart choice. It just so happens that you have an English test coming up in the morning, and it's true what they say, it's not too soon to sharpen your sword. I just hope it's not an occasional flash of insight. Xiao Yu also did not bother to pay attention to the same table with their studies, lying there to continue to catch up on sleep. He was pretty tired last night, too. All because of reading that Introduction to Algebra and Number Theory book the good old man gave him, probably because of a different mindset. The things that he found difficult to understand before, when he went to read them again, he actually found them quite interesting, such as the analysis and properties of prime numbers, which successfully aroused Xiao Yu's interest in mathematics. The twin prime conjecture and the Riemann conjecture are also briefly discussed in this book on the prime number problem. It also made Xiao Yu couldn't help but search for the specifics of the two conjectures in more detail, and then once again felt a twinge of wanting to worship the former math guru. These people are working too hard to solve this problem. For example, to be able to prove the twin prime conjecture, contemporary mathematicians have constructed a system of finite numbers. For example, in a finite number system with only 5 elements. 4 plus 3 equals 2. In this system, other operations follow the same pattern. With this antecedent theorem, then the concept of prime numbers is meaningless. For example, 7 is directly divisible by 3 and is equal to 4. The reasoning is simple. In this finite field, 7 is the same as 12, and they are both in position 2 on the clock face. With this series of transformations, the twin prime conjecture for finite fields is related to direct prime polynomials. Of course, if one really wants to understand this concept, one needs to understand again what a prime polynomial is and what a twin prime polynomial is. In short, the emergence of this line of thought allowed mathematicians afterward to take integer problems, transform them into polynomial problems, and to accommodate infinite polynomials in even the simplest finite fields. Guided by this mode of thinking, each polynomial is imagined as a point in space, and the coefficients of the polynomial are considered as coordinates that define the position of the polynomial. For example, the polynomial x3 x1 can be represented by the point 1, minus 3, minus 1 in three-dimensional space, and the polynomial 3x plus 2x plus 2 times 3x plus x2x plus 3 can be represented by a point in 8-dimensional space. By this method, mathematicians proved that the twin prime conjecture is correct in finite fields. There are infinitely many pairs of twin prime polynomials differing by arbitrary intervals. It blew Joe Metaphor's mind that math can be played this way. When you don't have the tools to solve a problem, build it yourself. This is like playing the game. Stuck in a certain level, how can not pass? The player can be transformed into artifact builder, as long as there is enough imagination, completely able to build it as long as the encounter boss can be directly deducted 9,999 drops of blood of the rod. Of course, the construction of this stick has to make sense in the grand scheme of things. And isn't that a hell of a lot more fun than playing a game? Especially when Xiaoyu looked up the information and found that the prime numbers were closely related to almost all the encryption systems in the mainstream of the modern internet. It triggered his great interest. For example, the most widely used RSA encryption algorithm. It relies on the mathematical property that products of prime numbers are difficult to factorize. The core of encryption and decryption relies on the Euler function phi, n, satface p1, q1, and modulo power operations. This simply means that it is difficult to compute phi, n, from n when two large prime numbers p and q are chosen at random and no one else knows the values of p and q. In addition to this, Diffie-Hellman key exchange and elliptic curve cryptography are also closely related to prime numbers. In other words, if he could completely grasp the secrets of prime numbers, such as finding a way to quickly factorize prime numbers, that would mean that all of the mainstream encryption algorithms of the world's internet would be ineffective against him. And how much money he could make. Xiaoyu simply didn't dare to think. In particular, digital signatures, authentication, and even blockchain technology in the financial sector can be tampered with because of the reliance on RSA/ECC signatures along with a bunch of other cryptographic algorithms that make smart contract systems tamper-proof. Truly, after seeing this vast future of money, the math that he had previously found difficult suddenly became extremely interesting. So last night he worked on it right up until 3 a.m. And still felt refreshed. If Xiaoxi hadn't gotten up and forced him to go to bed, Xiaoyu might have actually worked straight through the night on the prime number problem. Sure enough, learning math is money na. Chapter 38, Teacher's Ambitions. The English test in the morning, needless to say, belongs to Xiaoyu's strengths, and the physics and chemistry in the afternoon are also quite simple. The most troublesome is actually history and morality and the rule of law. Although the last two subjects are open book exams, it is actually difficult to find ready answers from the books after the difficulty of the questions has increased. The most typical is to read the material and answer the questions. For example, an excerpt from the General History of Chinese Culture about the spirit of harmony in the Zhou-yi points out the claims of Taoism and Confucianism about the spirit of harmony. Then two ancient diagrams are given, and the students are asked to list two historical facts that reflect the spirit of harmony in the formation and development of the ancient united multinational state of China. Taking into account what they have learned, it made Xiaoyu, who hadn't listened to the lectures properly, feel a slight headache doing it. Fortunately, he turned the pages of the book quickly, and the two pictures were introduced in the textbook, and soon understood the meaning of the test questions. Although he was not a fan of the so-called harmony spirit itself, he had no problem answering the questions. Anyway, Xiaoyu experienced the difficulty of the exam design, but to be honest, it wasn't that great. Add to that the fact that questions in the liberal arts classes can often get a few points for scribbling, and it makes it even easier. So what's really hard to learn is actually the science type stuff. It's just that the middle school ones are so basic that they can't be considered hard. Xiaoyu went home after the exam to continue doing his number theory research. However, this time, the papers from his exam were almost immediately rushed by class teacher Yuan, who pushed the teachers of each subject to give a rough grade against the reference answers. That's how Xiaoyu's scorecard was delivered to her soon after. Language with reference to the grade team leader Mr. Sheng's opinion. 115 points, math unsurprisingly directly give full marks. 120 points, physics and chemistry. Also full marks, English 97. The main reading and writing and the synthesis of the use of grammar some problems. Deducted 2 points. The final essay deducted 1 point. The open book history and ethics and rule of law were deducted 3 points and 5 points respectively. However, although these two subjects have 100% paper, but only 60 points in the middle school exam, after conversion is 58 and 57 points, excluding biology and geography, which he had already taken in his second year, and physical education, which he had taken last month. Xiaoyu's total score was 567 points after conversion. Even if it was put into the rocket class, it would still be the number one in the grade. It is important to know that the rocket class is full of outstanding students who have perfect scores in biology, geography, and physical education. And if the results of this mock exam can be 567 points, the total score can reach a staggering 687 points. If you add the 3 points deducted from the language paper, that would be 690 points. Considering that this exam was already a bit more difficult than the questions in the midterm, if a student from the rocket class could score this, basically the city's number one would be up for grabs. According to the score band given in the last city mock test, the highest score in the city was only 693, and there were only 2 people above the 690 band. But the questions in the last mock test can be much simpler than this one. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu's physical education, biology and geography combined only 58 points. So his total score is actually only 625, although not high, but the general high school line is certainly over. I'm sure it's not a problem to go to the first Iron Middle School. Seeing this score, Yuan thought that Mr. Lan from the high school had found out about Xiaoyu at too good a time, and the Olympiad was timed quite well. It wouldn't start until September 13th when high school started. If the Olympiad was held before the midterm, Xiaoyu really passed the national line, and the midterm scores on the general high school line probably will be a bunch of schools to grab admission. Then there really wouldn't be anything for Iron 1 Middle School, especially those private schools. They are really willing to spend money in order to publicize their schools and make a name for themselves. Not only tuition, accommodation free of charge, directly take hundreds of thousands of scholarships hard to hit the top students of the matter is not unheard of. It's just that these years the control is a little tighter. But privately all kinds of small means of robbing the outstanding students cannot be less. This is fine as it is. Really. And Yuan is already thinking about how she should build her homeroom teacher persona around Xiaoyu. Helping the school retain such a gifted kid deserves a little bit of hard work if not credit, right? At the same time Ranger was busy entering Xiaoyu's information into the registration system for the National Mathematics Olympiad for secondary school students, and this year's registration for Star City would close tomorrow. According to the system of the National Mathematical Olympiad for secondary school students, a preliminaries is to be organized for the regions that are supposed to be province-based, with each province and city proposing its own questions. Students for the Math League are selected through the results of the preliminaries. However, considering the varying difficulty of such propositions, the Star Province in which Star City is located simply didn't organize a preliminaries, and directly adopted the form of redistributing the competition slots allocated by the Huaxia Mathematical Society to the competition area and then directly to the various schools within the competition area. Specifically in Star City, the 4 prestigious schools that are big names in the country naturally have the most places, followed by other A-class middle schools. As for Tian Middle School this year, only 5 places were allocated. Yes, don't look at the Olympiad class originally had 18 people, but in fact, only 5 people could finally be selected to represent the school to participate in the National Mathematics League. This was also the reason why Ma Yufei and Lu Jia would be especially concerned about those Olympiad questions that Lan Jie usually assigned. Now that Xiaoyu had been discovered, there were naturally only 4 spots left in the original Olympiad class. This was probably the reason why the original group of students were somewhat hostile to Xiaoyu's sudden appearance. What Zhou arrival steals is their chance to go to the competition. After all, people enroll in this Olympiad class. They also have to give up their study time, even if their goal is not to become the top in the province, so that they can form a provincial team to go to the CMO, and they have no ambitions to win a national award. It can be a rare opportunity to win an award in the province no matter whether it's Provincial 1 or Provincial 2 or Provincial 3. Although the Provincial Olympiad Awards and the college entrance examination no additional points policy, but after all, this year the college and university independent recruitment and strong base plan. Many colleges and universities' strong base school tests still value the experience of having 5 major subject competitions, especially in the comprehensive evaluation of many well-known colleges and universities in the enrollment. Competition awards have been one of the necessary conditions for enrollment, and there are also some colleges and universities that directly take the competition awards as a school test plus points. It is still quite important for those students who have a clear plan for their future. From Lan Jie's perspective, he was no longer interested in what grades the others could get. All he could think about right now was to hurry up and send Xiaoyu to be sent to the provincial team to represent Xingnan province to participate in the National Secondary School Student Math Winter Camp. It was announced at the closing ceremony of last year's National Math Olympiad Finals that this year's Winter Camp and Finals will be hosted by Diakhai High School in Nimnoi City, Dongkol Province. For Joe Metaphor, Ranger now had plenty of confidence. As long as the final can enter the top 60 in the country, will be able to participate in the national level training team, and at the same time obtain the qualification of direct guaranteed admission to Huaqing and Yanbei. In fact, if Xiaoyu could make it this far, Lan Jie was satisfied enough. After all, no student in the history of Iron 1 has ever been in the top 60 national gold medalists in the Math Olympiad. Not only the Math Olympiad, the other 4 major subject competitions have also not been. You can imagine that if Xiaoyu can really reach this achievement for the Iron 1 middle school, then there will be a big surprise if it does make the final 6-man national team. Well, that was too far away for next March, and Ranger was too lazy to think about it now. Chapter 39, The Target of Showing Off. Xiaoyu didn't really care what the teachers were thinking, and even the eager anticipation he had for the math competition in Little Ribaba was now fading. Yes, at this point in time, Joe Metaphor had put the vast majority of his mind into studying this part of number theory, especially prime numbers, large prime numbers. Joe Metaphor has his own understanding of math. He has always believed that math is, to put it bluntly, a study of laws. The distribution of prime numbers or not, integrability or not, there or congruence relations, to put it bluntly, are all laws. He believed that as long as he could find those underlying, as yet unrecognized, patterns, he would be able to master the method of quickly factorizing large prime numbers or even very large prime numbers. As long as he mastered this method, the wealth of the world would have to bend over for him. It's not an exaggeration to say that he could make a fortune just collecting protection money. Yes, Xiaoyu had it all figured out that if he could really solve this puzzle, he would then set up a company that would specialize in providing password security services to all the big companies and organizations that needed it. If he really succeeded, maybe the richest people who were now affectionately called dads would have the urge to call him Papa Xiao. Xiaoyu had little interest in being a human father, but he was really interested in money, and along with that, his interest in math had never been stronger, especially for numbers. Yes, not just for prime numbers, but numbers, or more accurately, integers. Because Joe Metaphor thinks it's impossible to get around the relationship of prime numbers to other integers if you want to study them thoroughly. For example, the book mentions the law of quadratic reciprocity, the most fundamental tool of classical number theory, which, although it primarily describes the quadratic residue relationship between two odd prime numbers, in Joe's metaphorical view is just as directly related to the relationship between prime numbers and other integers. If Ranger knew what was going through Xiaoyu's mind at this point, he would probably be very relieved. Under his guidance, Xiaoyu unexpectedly developed a strong interest in number theory, which was what Ran Jie hoped to see the most. With the talent that Xiaoyu had shown so far, it was indeed too bad that he didn't go into number theory. Of course the surprise must have been there. After all, the algebra and number theory aspects were actually a bit too far ahead for Xiaoyu's age. But in any case, driven by the drive to become the richest man in the world, Xiaoyu's emotions about number theory quickly swelled to infinity from the previous feeling that it was too esoteric. So much so that the hint of trepidation that had arisen earlier was gone, and his confidence quickly swelled to infinity. If good old Xiaoyu were to ask Xiaoyu about his senses for math at this point, the answer would probably be a deep love. Xiaoyu, why have you been listless for the past 2 days? While eating breakfast, Xiaokoko stared at Xiaoyu and asked, have you ever seen the moon at 3 in the morning? Xiaoyu casually replied back, receiving a blank stare in return. What are you doing up in the middle of the night? Learning, of course. Learning makes me happy. Studying in the middle of the night? What are you studying? Math. You're too young to understand how much fun it is to learn real math. This sentence Xiaoyu said very seriously, conscious of knowing Xiaoyu very well. Xiaokoko could tell that this guy was really on board, and could not help but ask curiously, what is real math? Hearing this question, Xiaoyu flew and shivered the last mouthful of powder, and actually became energized. For example, you know about prime numbers, right? Xiaokoko rolled her eyes again. Nonsense. I'm in rocket class. I learned prime numbers and combining numbers in the first year. Okay, and do you know why there are infinitely many prime numbers? Joe Metaphor pressed on without a care in the world. Xiaokoko frowned and thought carefully, and after a long time, shook her head and said, I remember the textbook directly stated that there are infinite prime numbers. This is a theorem, right? In fact, the proof is very simple. First assume that there are a finite number of prime numbers, from P1 to Pn, and then construct a new number n. N will be equal to the product of all the prime numbers plus 1, because before we assumed that prime numbers are finite, but n divided by any prime number pi will have the remainder 1. This means that the new number n is not divisible by any of the prime numbers. So n is either a new prime or has a prime factor that is different from all the other primes, which proves that there are infinitely many primes, which is real math. Xia Coco skimmed her mouth. Although her grades were indeed good, her math scores could only be said to be generally excellent. It was hard to get this kind of excitement for Xiao Yu, so she decisively changed the subject. By the way, how did you do on the exam yesterday? The last question in physics they all said was quite difficult. There was a difficult physics paper yesterday? Are you guys a rocket class? Xiao Yu, who was still in a state of excitement, casually despised it. Wasn't that last question on circuits hard? So many people got it wrong. Xia Coco emphasized with an exasperated voice. Circuits? Oh, that's the one where you forget to record the program and compare which of the two methods is more energy efficient? It only uses 2 laws in total, 1 Joule's law and 1 Ohm's law. So how can you call it difficult? It just requires a little bit of translation. So the final answer must be the second one. Connecting a heater wire in series at point B. The calculated value of the newly connected resistance should be approximately equal to 18.33 ohms. Xiao Yu said with certainty. After all, it was the content of the test only yesterday. Want to forget also stop hard. I did it right too, but a lot of people did it wrong. Charcoal emphasized again. Oh, you're great. Xiao Yu complimented against his will, but still couldn't help but add. But if you find this kind of question difficult, you're barely making it into the first class, right? Why does this rocket class sound like it doesn't live up to its name? It wasn't a lack of emotional intelligence, but after all, Xia Coco had been his little follower for years, causing Xiao Yu to always be unable to resist striking out twice. Most importantly, now that he didn't need to pretend, he could show his cards, and that bit of junior high school was very simple indeed. So simple then you can get full marks? Charcoal asked. Math, science and chemistry is definitely no problem. Other subjects the teacher will have to deduct a bit more or less. After all, it's just a mock test, and the teacher is afraid that I'll be proud. But if this is the level of your rocket class, crushing you should not be a big problem. Xiao Yu said honestly. Xia Coco sneered. She believed in Xiao Yu's words in her heart and was very happy, but seeing Xiao Yu's confident look made her still want to hit this guy. Apparently her attitude didn't even have half the effect on Xiao Yu. A lot of times it's just so hopeless. Some people don't even know they were so weak-minded if they don't try a handful of times. For example, those of your students who find this physics exam difficult, I suggest they should accept their mediocrity earlier. Be kind to themselves. Don't push yourself so tired. Life is not worth it. From these words, it was clear that Xiao Yu was a sincere person. Chapter 40, Men Who Can't Read. Coco. You're finally here. What's wrong? Just now Huang Ruan went to the teacher's office to get the information to be used today. Came back and told us that the entire office all teachers are discussing the results of Xiao Yu. I heard that Xiao Yu this time the test was 567 points. The total score is only 580. She listened to the teacher said then the highest score in our class is still 8 points higher. Xia Coco just sat down side tablemate Hu Xiao then rambled in her ear. Huang Ruan in the mouth of the table is the class of the school committee and language class representative. The teacher's office of regular visitors. Said the words are naturally credible. Is that strange? Xia Coco glanced at Hu Xiao and said proudly. I told you the other night. Xiao Yu's a strong student. He went to class 13 purely because class 13 is loosely regulated and can reasonably not have to go to night study. In front of Xiao Yu himself, Xia Coco definitely wouldn't say that. But in front of her tablemates, it wouldn't be too much to blow Xiao Yu. The point is that when he took biology and geography last year, how did he dare? These two subjects are counted in the total score of the midterm. Isn't he afraid of playing it off and really not going to high school? Moreover, if his grades in biology and geography are good, it would be very easy for him to go to the Big Four, right? Hu Xiao said regretfully. If Xiao Yu wants to take the Big Four of course it's easy, but if he can easily take first in his grade in class 13, do you think he'll care about going to the Big Four or not? Xia Coco asked rhetorically. Xia Coco would not talk about Xiao Yu's useless theory of prestigious schools in front of her classmates. She knew very well that there were some things that Xiao Yu could do that didn't mean others could. Since she was a child, she has been very clear about this. A guy who can fix circuits by casually looking at the manual doesn't need a teacher around to read to him, and can certainly be self-taught. But those are things she can't read. As if Xiao Yu Elementary School, She witnessed this guy sleeping in class did not listen to the teacher. After class, chicken and rabbit with the same topic will do. On the contrary, she is a serious listening to the lecture is not fully understand is a reason. Some people are born without a teacher. Unfortunately, she can't. Hey, there really are such people in this world. Hu Xiao sighed, subconsciously twisted her head and glanced at Su Zhe, who was sitting by the window, and suddenly felt that this guy's loss wasn't unjust. Well, you haven't seen much, Xia Coco casually responded, then took out the book. But in her heart she thought about what Xiao Yu said in the morning. Some people don't even know they were that weak. Unless they try a little harder, she decided it would be better to keep that to herself. It would be too offensive. After all, her tablemates, 4-1, found yesterday's physics paper quite difficult. Xiao Yu went back to his class to lie down on his desk and sleep without being disturbed. Apparently so far they didn't know that there was a grade 1 in their class. After all, no kid in class 13 goes to the teacher's office in the morning. Of course, even if they knew, they'd probably just be surprised. After all, this was class 13, and getting good grades was never considered a cool thing. The saying that you don't know how much of a weakling you are because you don't work hard couldn't be applied to class 13. Well, except for Zhou Shuang. This guy who didn't know which tendon was wrong in Xiao Yu's opinion was still insisting on being worded during morning reading time. This guy is also still so well informed. Go to the restroom between classes. Just rushed into the classroom door and yelled, asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Yu, this mock test scores the first in the whole grade. The sound was so loud that it made the otherwise noisy classroom stutter and go quiet for about 2 seconds. It took a long time for the others to come back to their senses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhou Shuang, you're fucking sick. You just realized today that Xiao Yu studies well? That's right. It's not like you got first place on the test. So what are you excited about? Silly. Screaming my ass. Can't you be a bit more public spirited? If you don't rest early in the morning, others won't sleep if you don't? Reams of spit made Zhou Shuang roll his eyes one after another, and once again began to regret how he hadn't put in some effort in the first place. Even if it was in an ordinary class, the first in the whole year. Out of their class. The students are this kind of attitude. Are hopeless. Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar? Zhou Shuang subconsciously looked at the familiar location, and saw Xiao Yu tilting his head and staring sleepily at him, and immediately lost his temper. He could look down on anyone in this class, but Xiao Yu he now admired from the bottom of his heart. What's the point of getting good grades in rocket class? That's all because the teacher forced it. He knew best what Xiao Yu did in class every day. After all, the two have been at the same table for almost a year, either sleeping, bored and flipping through textbooks. At night, the two often meet together in the internet cafe to hang out, playing the game. Then he is still slippery. The fact that you can still get first in the grade with that is a complete testament to the saying that there is a difference between a perfect score and a perfect score. Most perfect scores are because the ability ceiling is just enough to reach the score ceiling, while others are simply limited by the score ceiling. Obviously Zhou metaphor falls into the latter category. Zhou Shuang also remembered that in elementary school, his father had to go on a business trip the next day. He lay in his room and couldn't sleep, so he hid behind the door and eavesdropped on his parents chatting in the living room, and heard her mother instructing his father to say this: when you go out on your own, make sure to control your temper, especially don't mess with those who can't read. It's a phrase he's remembered to this day. In the past, he actually didn't quite understand the meaning of this phrase, and after he went to middle school, he probably understood it somewhat, so whenever he thought about the phrase, he would go and observe the people around him, trying to see who around him he couldn't understand. It wasn't so much that he wanted to know who he couldn't mess with, but mainly he wanted to learn from others and become that person that others didn't dare and couldn't mess with, as his mom had said. Unfortunately, there had been no one that he had really seen through, and no one that he had completely failed to see through. Naturally, he had never been able to figure out what that really meant either, until Xiao Yu suddenly broke out. Zhou Shuang felt that the kind of person his mom said he couldn't mess with was probably like Xiao Yu. Can't read it at all. Zhou Shuang even wondered if Xiao Yu was an earthling or not, so without arguing anything more with the others, Zhou scowled and quietly sat back in his seat. Boss Zhou, just now when I went to the restroom, I heard them say that a teacher told the rocket class that you were number 1 in the whole grade this time. Isn't this nonsense? I'm taking the test seriously. If I can't get a first, why am I so serious? Xiao Yu slowly and methodically educated Zhou Shuang. Whether you can get into high school or not in the future, you have to remember that being serious is a very tiring thing. So as long as you put in the effort, you have to reap the benefits that can be seen with the naked eye. Whether it's grades or money, you always have to get something. Remember that if you find that you're tired as a dog every day and you're not getting anything out of it, you must pull out of it. This either means that you are not fit for the job, Or that someone is taking advantage of your earnestness and not yet sharing it with you, and is doing absolutely nothing? Always keep this in mind. Oh. Zhou Shuang nodded his head earnestly, ignoring the glance that Xiaoyu glanced at his English book spread out on the table. Chapter 41, The Heart of the Matter. Being woken up by Zhou Shuang's voice and implicitly giving his advice, Xiaoyu had wanted to continue sleeping on his back but realized that he couldn't sleep. This was probably due to the good habits that Zhou had developed before. Unable to sleep, Xiaoyu took out his exercise book and began to ponder over the questions. Zhou became interested in algebra and number theory, and spent his evenings reading books and using the internet to find instructional videos to deepen his understanding of modern algebra and number theory systems. Zhou Metaphor is truly grateful to the almighty internet. Not only can you easily find full-class videos of top professors from top universities in China on the internet, you can even find full videos from top universities abroad. Yanbei, Huaqing, Shuangdun, Shijiao, Foreign MIT, Princeton Institute of Advanced Study, Harvard, really is everything. If a little more patient, Xiaoyu even found the Fields Prize winner on the internet released on the network about the number theory of popular science lecture video, while many of the forms that are not blackboards, such as that Fields medalist, Richard E. Borchards, start directly with a piece of paper with a pen. The effect is pretty much the same for Zhou Metaphor. Coupled with Xiaoyu's strong English, what he lacked was nothing more than some math-specific terminology, which he was able to integrate after a few encounters, allowing him to make rapid progress without having to be bothered by bad subtitle translations, and to be able to completely and directly draw on the most complete explanations of those bigwigs. This is the reason why he gets into his studies at night, and without realizing it, he learns at 3 or 4 a.m. The super high level of difficulty makes him experience the joy of learning again. Couldn't sleep at all. It was a bit of a hassle to watch the videos directly on my phone during the day in class, so I simply used it to brush up on the questions. Xiaoyu's exercise book had copied many topics on algebra and number theory from the internet, and luckily the final track of the Little Ribaba World Math Contest also included algebra and number theory, and the questions were extremely clever, so naturally, they were also copied by Xiaoyu. Study and prepare for the competition at the same time. Figuring out the distribution of prime numbers and solving factorization problems with large prime numbers are medium and long-term plans for making a fortune. Getting school awards and prizes from the Kalababa competition are immediate plans. One has to live before one can think about the future. It is better to live more comfortably if you can. Money is very important as it provides adequate nutrition and also keeps you in a good mood. On this side, Xiaoyu took out his exercise book. And on the other side, Zhou Shuang, who hadn't yet entered the study state and was silently experiencing the words Xiaoyu had just said, stuck his head over again. It couldn't be helped that he was now extremely curious about everything that Xiaoyu did. Then he saw something that seemed to be a math problem, using what seemed to be because he couldn't quite read the stem that Xiaoyu had copied. The worst part was that the stem of the question came apart, and he recognized every word except for a few odd letters, but combined together, it gave him the feeling of reading feats from a metaphysical novel. Is this a math problem? What does ideal mean? Zhou Shuang really didn't hold back from asking. The main problem is that the question stem seems too abstract. What is meant by an ideal eye? What is meant by an ideal closed? Elementary school language teacher did not say that the ideal is the human individual's planning and vision of the future? How can it be closed? Yes, the math question. This ideal is not an ideal in the language. It's a concept in ring theory. You can think of an ideal as a special subset of a ring. What's a ring theory? Never heard of it, right? Aha. So have you heard of linear algebra? An ideal is similar to a subspace of a vector space in linear algebra. It's stuff that you'll definitely be exposed to when you get to college. A big universe over a small universe? Linear algebra. Zhou Shuang had never heard of it either. But subspace he consciously understood. There is often a setting like this in metaphysical novels, where the protagonist, after ascending from his original world, realizes that the original universe he is in is just a branch of a larger universe. If you want to progress, you have to continue to fight monsters and upgrade, and do what you did before in the small world, all over again. Xiaoyu glanced sideways at Zhou Shuang, then nodded affirmatively, indicating that this understanding was really awesome. So how come this math problem is like a mystery novel? Can this thing really be solved? Zhou Shuang asked again like a curious baby. You didn't see the original question. The original formulation of the question was not like this. It was more abstract. Here is my solution after analyzing the original question. There is definitely a solution. The conditions are already clear. The ideal eye is closed, meaning that the number of polynomials is constant when scaling the variables x and y. Given that the dimension of the quotient ring is 6, this represents the fact that there are 6 independent quotient ring primitives. Combining the other conditions shows that these ideals have a specific algebraic geometric structure, and in combination with the conditions on the number of dimensions and scaling invariance of condition I, it can be deduced that the number of ideals I is finite. See, once the ideas come together, the problem isn't really that hard, is it? Xiaoyu casually explained to Zhou Shuang in standard chicken and duck talk. He knew that Zhou Shuang definitely couldn't understand, and was actually persuading the guy to know what he was doing. Ring theory, group theory, and all that stuff, and junior high school teachers didn't teach it. He still has an understanding of ring theory because when he studied statistics, he was exposed to homotopy statistics, which requires the use of algebraic topology to analyze data structures, which include ring structures, homotopy groups, and all that. And many results in algebraic topology are originally based on ring theory. Similarly, it is precisely because it involves algebraic topology that Joe Metaphor has done some research on group theory. After all, one of the most classical notions in algebraic topology is the fundamental group, which describes the wraparound property of a space by means of paths, and is in fact a group. Yes, at first only in order to be able to find ways to crack the lottery puzzle. Xiaoyu spent more than 2 years on the network to desperately draw all kinds of mathematical knowledge, trying to find the lottery through a variety of mathematical principles and the mathematical design of the loopholes, so as to embark on the reason of getting rich. It turned out that the Wachovia lottery was surprisingly loophole-free for mathematicians, so you can imagine how devastating it was for Joe Metaphor. It certainly wasn't without its benefits, which firmly established that Joe Metaphor would never touch anything that was too gaming in nature, like betting, and like speculating on stocks. The point is that it's better for people not to be overly ambitious. Xiaoyu felt that the repercussions of trying one's hardest and not being able to reach the goals one sets for oneself can sometimes be brutal, especially when Star City's side of the world clearly states that middle school students are not allowed to repeat a grade. After all, with Zhou Shuang's demonstrated learning ability and knowledge base, it was indeed too difficult for him to work hard for the last month and just pass the line. If you can go to a high school like this, you're not showing much respect to those kids who study hard every day and never dare to slack off. Chapter 42: The Rector's Decision. Apparently Xiao Yu's good deskmate didn't appreciate this good intention, and just skimmed his lips, dropping a sentence, "Forget it, I won't ask you. Luckily you don't have to take these tests in the midterm." Then withdrew his gaze and went back to dyeing the English book in front of him. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart, glanced at the book of English vocabulary, only memorized to the second unit, and then looked at this small companion who had accompanied him for a year, and found that dark circles had really appeared near his eyes. And his mind suddenly flashed back to the scenario mentioned by the old class before, which was said to be the scenario prepared for him by the good old man. Take a year off from school. If Zhou Shuang really wanted to take a high school on the exam, 20 or so days was really short and unlikely. However, if there was a year of systematic review, it would still not be a big problem. So Xiaoyu asked seriously, "Are you really sure you want to go to high school?" Zhou Shuang looked at Xiaoyu and said, "Sure as well as certain. Otherwise, do you think I'm fed up? Memorizing every day until the wee hours of the morning, and in the morning I still have to memorize. My mom even said for me to combine work and rest. Don't work too hard. Here's a serious suggestion for you then. Take a year off from school. I'll help you get a revision plan for your final year back. You follow it and wait until next June to take the exam." Xiao Yu gave his advice. Zhou Shuang smiled bitterly and said, "My dad actually thought the same thing, and he even invited a teacher at the school for dinner, asking if he could find a way to let me repeat a grade or take a year off from school. That teacher said that it's too close to the midterm now, with less than a month left, so there's really no way to operate. If 2 months earlier can think of a way, now maybe suspended from the process is not complete. The midterm are finished. That means if you could take a year off from school, you'd still want to, right?" Joe Metaphor asked. "Definitely. My dad is also going to take care of the suspension and report me outside to the midterm sprint class," Zhou Shuang said seriously. "Alright, I'll ask for you later." Xiao Yu didn't say anything to death, although the teacher the other party found said that it was too close to the midterm to do it. But Xiao Yu felt that since the good old man had planned it this way before, it could probably still be done. The problem was simply that there was little motivation in the matter. Mr. Lang probably wouldn't have come up with such a bad idea if it was completely out of the question. "You have an idea?" Zhou Shuang asked suspiciously. "Said I was just asking for you. Don't get your hopes up." Xiao Yu dropped this and focused on his exercise set. Ever since he stopped controlling his grades, he had begun to experience in many of his classmates a sense of detachment that he had once experienced only in adults, as if everyone wasn't in the same category as him, and only this guy Zhou Shuang was still foolish enough to treat him as a brother. If he could really pull this brother's leg without spending any money, he'd still be willing, just so he could try to see how much the good old man really valued him. Iron 1 Middle School Administration Building. Principal's Office. The school office director Fan Jiangao just finished reporting a reception matter about the higher unit to come to the school to inspect, and then thought of a strange thing that I heard today, and said it in passing. By the way, just now the old Lou of the teaching office told me a rare thing. Just now the simulation test, the worst of the junior grade that the backward class examined the first in the grade to come. Upon hearing this, Principal Zhang Tiejuan's brow but frowned as he asked, the junior year's backward class produced a grade 1? Director Fan. No kidding? Fan Jiangao immediately continued to report. The situation is like this, the student's name is Qiao Yu, and the teachers are all very sure that there can't be any cheating. It is Qiao Yu's true level. It is said that this child was discovered by Mr. Lan, who was only discovered by you when you took office. It is said that because of a chance encounter, Mr. Lan discovered that the child was gifted in math. Who would have thought that this Qiao Yu is not only talented in math, but his other grades aren't bad either. The composition of this mock exam also got the only perfect score. Other subjects are also good, especially English listening and reading skills, which are also very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that last year's raw land midterm score was so bad, only 18 points, otherwise, it would definitely be able to pass the 4 major lines. Mr. Lang found it? Yes, Mr. Lang found it. Zhang Taijun was slightly stunned, and then his brain subconsciously flipped through his memories from not too long ago. Last week Ranger called him and talked about how he'd suddenly discovered a kid at school who was particularly strong in math and had high hopes of making the national team. He also promised a bunch of bonuses, but to be honest, Zhang Taijun actually didn't put too much emphasis on this call. Standing from the perspective of a secondary school principal, he has always believed that the current system of educational selection, at least in a big city like Star City, has actually made it difficult to leave out the truly gifted students. Of course, talent here is more than just IQ, but also the most basic motivation and ability to learn. Self-enrollment, multidisciplinary competitions, wherever a student stands out, he or she is sure to be noticed. But now it seems, old Lou specifically went to find the class teacher of class 13 to understand. It is said that this child intentionally took an 18 last year, just to be able to not have to go to the evening self-study. Said it was a single-parent family, no father. Maybe the family conditions are not very good. Thinking that they can go early to earn money. Only 18 points on an open book? What kind of money can a middle school graduate who is not yet an adult make? Zhang Taijun spat out with hatred, but suddenly the thought of what Ranger had said on the phone came back to him. No, if the grades are really that good, won't they be taken by the Big Four again? If this Joe metaphor does make the national team. Thinking of this, Zhang Taijun suddenly became somewhat unable to sit still. Within the education system, how do you show the performance of principals and teachers? Isn't it by student achievement? Under the guidance of the principal and the efforts of the teachers, the force of the 4 major and 5 primary schools in Star City, to produce a math Olympiad national competitor, to conquer the world, to fight for the glory of the country. For any secondary school principals, this is not to be erased from the political achievements. To put it mildly, if after next year's math winter camp, only their Taiwan middle school students in Xingnan province end up staying on the national team, becoming one of the last 6 national team members and achieving good results on behalf of Huaxia in next year's international tournament, it is possible for him to be promoted in place. After all, the leadership above is also to face. The 4 big 5 small did not earn the face. Iron a middle school to help earn back. He is not on who is on. Where is this a backward student? This is a fucking golden KPI. Who says it isn't? The director followed with an exclamation, and then got the point out. What the faculty office means is that even though the kid doesn't want to go to evening study, he can't be allowed to continue in class 13, and he has to be transferred to class 1. It's just that the teachers of the 13th class are more opinionated and emotional. The opinion of the faculty is correct. It is indeed unlike such a child to stay in class 13. What will people say when the word gets out in the future? As for the classroom, teachers have emotions. Zhang Taijun thought for a moment and said, let's do it this way. Turn around and I'll talk to the teachers. The people go to the first class, but the real achievements are still counted on them. This thing should be implemented today. As for the evening self-study, don't be too reluctant. That child can let him apply not on well. This time don't let the child have resistance is the most important. Chapter 43, Unpredictable. As a person who has been there, Zhang Taijun is well aware of the thoughts of those young teachers of the 13th class, who are all motivated at the age of 20 or 30. Whether he went to talk to these teachers or not, this matter would definitely end up in the office, and the vice principal in charge of teaching would bear the brunt. But in the end, this lawsuit would definitely come to him. High schools aren't like colleges, they're just so big. Although most of the teachers with backward classes are not established, at this point in time he really needs to consider the thoughts of these teachers and appease them. There is no way. The network era really should be the old saying, Woe is me. Blessing is me. At the very least, if Xiaoyu really did make it to the national tournament and became famous in one battle, his thoughts were exactly the same as the faculty's, and he really didn't want the news that Xiaoyu had stayed in the 13th class throughout his junior year to be spread all over the place, for reasons that can only be described as know-it-all. When Director Fan finished his report and left, Zhang Taijun directly picked up his cell phone and dialed Lan Jie. This Mr. Lan, on the phone, said he would bring the good seedling he found to show him, but in the end, after a phone call, there was no news. The day before yesterday, I ran into him at school and said hello, but I didn't say anything. If it wasn't for the fact that the faculty office had a conflict with the teacher of the 13th class over the transfer of Xiaoyu to another class, this probably wouldn't have reached his ears today and would have to be criticized. Hello, Principal Zhang. How are you? What can I do for you? Xiaolan last time you called me and said that you found a good seedling in the school. Shouldn't it be the kid named Xiaoyu from the junior high school? Zhang Taijun asked as he opened the door. You heard about it too? Oh, the results of the mock exams are out, right? It seems that this kid did do well on the exam. The results of Rocket class and Xiaoyu are out. The results of the other classes aren't yet. But that's not the point. You said you'd bring the kid to show me last time. Did you forget? You knew he was in class 13. Didn't you say so earlier? Letting him stay in class 13 all the time. How passive the school should be if this gets out in the future. Zhang Taijun implicitly criticized. I know. The main thing is that Xiaoyu's situation is rather special. I originally wanted to let him take a year off from school. I also didn't expect his grades in other subjects to be so good. Composition can even get full marks. Hey, I'm also planning to wait for the results to come out this time and determine what to do afterward before I go and discuss with you. Well, there's nothing wrong with explaining it that way. After all, as a principal, things do get pretty busy in general. So Zhang Taijun didn't bother to dwell on these trivialities and asked the question he was most concerned about. Is he really good at math? Do you think there's really hope to enter the national collection? Let's put it this way. Xiaoyu's level of math is something that I can't try to figure out at my level at the moment. I picked out the questions that took at least an hour to think about solving before in the International Olympiad with the training camp, and he was able to find the idea and solve it in about 10 minutes or so. This comment surprised Zhang Taijun to the core. Back then, he brought up Lan Jie, valuing this Mr. Lan's level of cultivating Olympiad students. Lan Jie didn't let him down. Once historically trained a child that overwhelmed many of the Big Four students, entered the provincial team, and went to the national tournament on behalf of Xingnan province. Although we only got the bronze medal in the end, we have achieved zero breakthrough for Iron 1. This kid then enrolled in Strong Foundation at Sundance University and was accepted with flying colors. Zhang Taijun even remembers the year when the competition in Xingnan province was set up in Normal University High School, giving him a feeling that his own students were alive to snatch a place on the provincial team from the hands of a famous school, which was honestly very cool. It could probably be even better this time. He vaguely remembered Ranger's comments to the kid at the time that he had a good foundation, a good brain, and hopes for a prize. The comment given to Joe Metaphor this time was that he wasn't good enough to try. This is a student who was really hoping to win a gold medal in State I. So when he opened his mouth again, Zhang Taijun directly asked, which high school is hosting our provincial competition this year? Nagarjun Middle School. Oh, Changjun Middle School is good. In that case, I'm going to have Xiaoyu transferred to the Rocket class today. Since he was discovered by you, you must be able to talk to the kid, and if he's resistant to this decision, you can help the teaching side to work on the kid. Zhang Taijun got a little excited. Not to mention into the national team last 6 list, even if Xiaoyu just into the country one of the top 60, can be directly guaranteed to Huaqing or Yanbei. To realize these years Xingtia 1 Qingbei 0 breakthrough, that is also worthy of a big book of things. Thinking about this Zhang Taijun is really a little heartbroken. The same as the Iron 1. The other Shilin Iron 1 every year on the examination of the Qingbei cannot be more than 40, 50 people. Then the 4 big schools in Xinjiang is still powerful. Star City side. The 4 big 5 small absorb superior students too hard, resulting in so many years are rare out of a Qingbei students. Think about it, all feel suffocated. Now is the chance to finally raise an eyebrow for once. Really, it's too hard to get a regular high school in Starling City that isn't a prestigious school. This kid is very opinionated. So, why don't you ask the faculty side to take it easy for now? I'll go talk to him about this first, then I'll go say hello on this side and give me a call when you've talked to the kid. But the transfer needs to be completed today. Plus don't let the kid be resistant. He can discuss whatever he wants. Okay, I'll go over there between classes later. By the way, there's also something else. I told you before, Xiaoyu this also child's family condition is actually not very good. Xiaoyu had originally planned to go back to the good old man tomorrow afternoon when there was an OU class. And by the way, talk about Zhou Shuang's matter. What he didn't expect was that Ranjie took the initiative to find the class and waved at him at the classroom door. A heart-to-heart? Walking out of the classroom, Lan Jie brought Xiaoyu to the corner of the corridor, a less crowded location, and said with a smile, "Xiaoyu, you are not a hit, but a hit. The results of this mock test the faculty office has noticed. The school is planning to let you go to the first class. What do you think? First class?" Xiaoyu wasn't too happy about it. It was well known that the first class was the most tiring. Lan, I actually study at home every night now, and it works quite well. Principal Zhang personally said that if you go to the first class, you can apply for no night study and the teacher will approve it. It's just a change of classroom for the daily lessons during the day. You can also mention any other requests you have, and the school will consider them at its discretion. Lan Jie explained. If you put it that way, Zhou Metaphor probably understands what the school is thinking. In fact, he wasn't very resistant. If the school had been so reasonable, he wouldn't have had to get into the 13th class. And isn't that a coincidence? Can that request anything? Xiaoyu asked rhetorically. Feeling a bit of a headache, Ranger quickly said, as long as the school can do it. Anything that goes too far won't do. For example, if you want to run a fee-paying cram school in the school, you definitely can't. Xiaoyu thinks the good old man thinks too much. He was still willing to do anything that could make money by casually solving problems. Cram school? Forget it. Solving problems and teaching people how to do them were two different concepts. And the latter was obviously very much too abrasive. Chapter 44. It's cool to pretend. Am I that kind of person? Mr. Lang, Xiaoyu said angrily, not waiting for Lan Jie to react, gave his own appeal. In fact, I just want to make some benefits for my tablemate. Hey, I don't know which of his tendons is wrong. Suddenly desperately want to take a high school, but he is really the strength of the 13th class. And now there are no more days until the midterm exams. I estimate that hanging. Last time our old class said that you were planning on taking me out of school for a year. I don't have to take a year off, but he needs it more. So surely you can help come up with a solution, right? If I can get him to take a year off from school, I'll move my desk to the first class later at lunch. What do you say? Lan Jie originally wanted to persuade Xiaoyu not to get into this kind of trouble, but thought of Xiaoyu this kind of nature can take this kind of thing out as a condition. Probably the two people's relationship is really good and hold back. When he opened his mouth, it became, you have a good relationship with your classmate? What's his name? Zhou Shuang. The relationship is indeed not bad, mainly because it's like he's had a sudden awakening lately, and he's been thinking about studying hard to get into high school, so I think I should help him get a chance. Xiaoyu relaxedly continued. Of course, if the school feels that it doesn't matter if it's troublesome, then I'll just stay in class 13 for this period of time and forget about it, so that I can usually help him with his questions and whatnot. After all, we've been at the same table for so long. So a little help is a little help. Ha! Ranjie smiled, having a feeling of being taken for a ride. But it didn't matter. This matter didn't require him to have a headache either. Trying to get Xiaoyu to switch classes had the most motivation on the academic affairs side, and it didn't have any impact on him as a high school teacher. So if this was going to be a problem, it was also a problem for the academic affairs department. Alright, I'll react to this with the school later, and I'll have your homeroom teacher notify you if there's any news. In addition, I've already signed you up for this year's math league. The preliminary round will be held on September 13th. Remember to go to class tomorrow. I have prepared 2 volumes of Olympiad problem sets for you, so take the time to brush up more on the problems and find the rhythm of the competition. Okay, Ms. Lang, I'll go back to my class then. Well, go ahead. What? His deskmate wants to take a year off from school? Yeah, if the school doesn't allow it. He said he'd stay in class 13 and help that deskmate of his with his tutoring. Class 13 is pretty friendly with each other. That's right. By the way, you've agreed with him that he'll enroll in our middle school after the midterm, right? How about this? Let Xiaoyu sign an enrollment agreement with the school, and find a way to get this done. But talk to both kids in advance. Don't talk nonsense outside. No problem, Principal Zhang. It's still your thoughtfulness. I thought that the child had agreed, so he shouldn't go back on his word. On the other hand, Xiaoyu walked into the classroom, returned to his seat, looked at Zhou Shuang who was still reading, and raised his hand to pat the guy's shoulder. What is it? Zhou Shuang asked as he raised his head and glanced at Xiaoyu. I'm trying to think of what would be a better disease for you to have right now. Zhou Metaphor whispered. No, why would I get sick when I'm fine? Zhou Shuang felt a bit puzzled. I just mentioned your suspension to a very powerful teacher at the school, and judging by his response, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, but there has to be a step down for the school, right? An inexplicable suspension from school can be troublesome in case word gets out, So it's better for you to get an illness in the near future, Joe Metaphor suggested seriously. Ha? Really? Joe Shuang froze. To be honest, when Xiaoyu said he would help him think of a solution this morning, he really didn't take it seriously. As good as Xiaoyu's academic performance was, it was hard to help him with this kind of thing. After all, even the teacher that his old man had specifically looked for found this difficult. Who would have thought that it was only 2 classes ago that Xiaoyu had given him such a message? At least 80% sure. I think headache is a good way to think about it. Some primary headaches are determined to be functional, and in any case it's hard to check the cause. And the doctor will prescribe something like ergotamine caffeine, zolmitriptan and sumatriptan. But don't take them if you're okay. Joe Metaphor gives advice. The voice was not loud, but the front row partner suddenly turned his head and looked at the two of them, saying excitedly, "Were you guys just talking about Shuma Guret, the eye demon? You guys have been catching up on Dr. Strange 2 lately too, huh? I think the Marvel Universe has positioned Shuma Gurlit as the final boss for sure. Much more powerful than that ringing finger monster of some exterminator. Rolling. You uneducated. The big boss of the Marvel Universe is Sidorak," Joe Shuang said contemptuously. Soon the two are engaged in an in-depth academic discussion about who is the best boss in the Marvel Universe. Xiaoyu was speechless and didn't bother to pay any more attention to the argument between the two. I think he just mentioned Shumaptan. Presumably the word Shuma triggered the thought steal of the little guy in front of him. Well, after 2 boring guys argued, they caved in. The main thing is that Joe Shuang in a hurry biao out of a sentence that Xiaoyu did not understand at all. But it does sound like English. The opposite side is obviously even more unlikely to understand. And then was plastered with face taunts, asterisk. The original text in the comic book you cannot understand. You still have the nerve to argue with me? Dude now reads Marvel comics in English because the Chinese translation is not allowed. Understand? So the little guy sitting in the front row, cut, and turned back. There was no suspicion that Joe Shuang was talking nonsense. Probably because he saw that the guy still had an English book in front of him to review. Or because Xiaoyu's sudden outburst of grades was indeed astonishing. It just so happened that Joe Shuang was also Xiaoyu's deskmate, and didn't quite dare to underestimate. Only Xiaoyu knew that Joe Shuang probably didn't even understand that English, and couldn't even repeat it in full. Although Marvel's author constructs many parallel worlds, when writing texts, he certainly doesn't make up all sorts of words and then knead them together to create a language of parallel worlds. After all, his readers are on Earth. A small thing, but it made Xiaoyu realize a truth. If a debate opponent is ignorant enough in a certain area, he or she can brutally defeat them with fearless courage, provided of course that they are shameless enough. The next second after the two ended their debate, a note was handed to him. "I just realized how you feel, and I'm definitely going to study up, because pretending in front of is fucking awesome." Obviously for Zhou Shuang, what had just happened was like opening the door to a new world. Xiaoyu glanced at it and casually replied back, "Haven't pretended. Don't really know. This is the heart of the matter." At least in Xiaoyu's opinion, this world can make him feel better. Probably is the moment the gold coin into the pocket, when Alipay or WeChat receives a transfer. The sound of gold coins falling into the bag is far more pleasing to the ear than Celine Dion singing. Even when he watched Titanic in order to learn English, he had been moved, even amazed, by the song "My Heart Will Go On." But Xiaoyu knows very well that for the mother and son who do not have any capital now, money is the most important thing, the foundation for survival in this society. Chapter 45, The Law Defining Adulthood. Without any surprises, at noon, class teacher Yuan made another trip, calling Xiaoyu and Zhou Shuang to the office during the lunch break. After a few instructions, when the two returned to the classroom again, they were no longer at the same table, not even letting Xiaoyu do it himself. Taking advantage of the half-hour lunch break at noon, Yuan ordered 2 big and thick students in class 13 to help move Xiaoyu's desk and chair together to class 1, under the command of Ms. Han, the class teacher and English teacher of the first class. It was placed in the last row, by the window. The first class is also divided into 8 groups. The middle 6 groups of the position of the table 2-2 together distribution. Only the first group and the 8th group is a single sit against the wall. Only the first group and the 8th group were seated alone against the wall. The 8th group was located by the window. 13 class before the table has long been self-loathing. Every day will always suddenly think of where to go to play, and then disturb him after a sudden awakening. Will be for some learning problems. Disturb him, although the delay is not much, but brush the problem when the thought is often interrupted. Quite troublesome. Sitting alone now means that no one is disturbed by brushing up during the day. Perfect. Sitting in the last row means that if you don't want to go to class, you can sneak out early between classes without disturbing the other students. Perfect. It would be perfect if the welcome was removed, though it was only the new homeroom teacher who simply spoke from the podium. Everyone welcomed the new student, Xiao Yu, to the great community of our first class. A warm round of applause. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, stood up under teacher Han's eye gesture. This angle could see 80% of the class looking back at him brightly, with all kinds of gazes, curious ones, fiery ones, indignant ones, and the kind that clearly wanted to hit him. And that gaze that wanted to hit him also turned more than once at the place where Charcoal was sitting, looking quite pitiful. But these stares had absolutely no effect on Joe Metaphor. It was a well-known fact that the children of Rocket Class were polite and generally preferred to talk with their grades rather than their fists. School discipline doesn't scare the warriors of Class 13, but it works extraordinarily well in Rocket Class. This goes to show that 9 years of compulsory education actually works, just as the children in the first class were applauding with vigor. Another teacher's figure appeared at the classroom door. The homeroom teacher signaled that everyone could stop, then walked out of the classroom. And after the two teachers exchanged a few words, the homeroom teacher left straight away, and the other teacher walked in and stepped up to the podium. Xiao Yu, who had just sat down, heard the new teacher ask, "Where's Xiao Yu? Where are you sitting?" There was no way out. Xiao Yu, who had just sat down, stood up again, and this time there were fewer people turning back, but Xiao Yu could see clearly that Xia Coco had turned her head around again, wearing her signature smile and looking particularly excited. "Introduce me to the new students. My name is Xing Yuan Di. I'm the language teacher of the first class. I'm sure you already know that Xiao Yu scored excellent in language this mock exam. Although he only scored 115 points, 3 of the deductions were paper points. He scored a perfect score on the major essay, deducted 1 point on the minor essay, and only deducted 1 point on the reading comprehension. At this stage of the exam, I believe it is difficult for the majority of students in the class to deduct only 1 point for reading comprehension. So I would like to take this time to ask Mr. Xiao Yu to share his experience of doing reading comprehension questions with you. Now please welcome Mr. Xiao Yu to the stage to share his experience. It's not exactly a surprise attack. Xing Yuan Di let Mr. Yuan help ask Xiao Yu's opinion yesterday, and Xiao Yu agreed. Xiao Yu only felt pity at this point. If he had known that the school would let him transfer directly to the first class, he wouldn't have agreed so readily at that time. The reason was simple. Having just reaped the benefits of that gaze that wanted to knife him, it was already cool, and going up to the stage to share it no longer reaped much emotional value. The good thing about Joe Metaphor is that he's good at one thing, and that's keeping his word. He was still willing to fulfill what he promised, even if it was a loss, as long as the problem wasn't with the other party. So in the midst of the warm applause in the classroom, Xiao Yu walked up to the podium that the teacher had given up with steady steps. Stage fright? Doesn't exist. Xiao Yu has had a strong heart since childhood, the specific expression of which, in the popular expression on the internet nowadays, is that the personality traits can freely switch between the so-called I person and the E person according to different situations. Quiet and silent versus cheerful and lively. As long as the money is there, it can be adapted exactly to the needs of the gold owner. When his eyes collided once more with the impish one sitting by the window, Joe Yu smiled. In fact, you can't exactly say there's no emotional value. It's actually quite an accomplishment to watch a peer go on an impotent rampage up close and personal. It's not bad taste, it's simply that dark pleasure. Actually, the main thing I do with reading comprehension and such is to think differently. Of course, the transposition here is not to bring substitution into the author's point of view to think about those questions, which is a mistake that many students will make. To dwell on the circumstances under which the author wrote those articles, answers to the test need to substitute the point of view of the teacher, which is in fact similar to the historical system of imperial examinations. Whether it is the examination of the Analects of Confucius or the 4 books and 5 classics, when you cut the questions, you need to consider them in the context of the thinking of the greatest person of the dynasty, in order to get a high score and become a scholar. One should never think that the writer of an essay is the one who knows best what he or she is trying to say. Can the writer know better than the teacher who wrote the question? No way. As long as you are a test taker, you should firmly believe that the question writer is the one who knows the essay best. Our reading comprehension is similar. When you see an article, the first thing you have to think about is, why did the teacher who wrote the question choose this article? What is his intention for the question? What you have to pay attention to is that this information is often hidden in the keywords of the question. Let me give you an example. Su Zhe, who was sitting in the first row by the window, looked at Xiao Yu with a gaze that had been full of hostility. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that Xiao Yu didn't see him as an enemy, only as a naughty child. In Xiao Yu's opinion, adults and minors should never be categorized according to age. All the guys who hadn't broken away from their parents' wings and had to survive under their parents' protection were kids. Even if they went to college or graduate school, although he was only 15 years old, he was already able to support his family independently, and could even take on the burden of a family. and it wasn't too much for these little kids to call him uncle. If it wasn't for those bosses who had already taken a liking to his talent, learning that he was still underage and afraid of getting into trouble for hiring child laborers, maybe he would have already signed that voluntary abandonment of commitment to the secondary school examination with the school as well. The bottom line of the law left the math fire burning, and everything was arranged just right. So in the principal's office in the afternoon, another different agreement was placed in front of Xiao Yu, the first in his life. To put it mildly, sitting across from him was the principal, and beside him was the good old boy. Chapter 46 Signing of the Secondary School Examination. Something like midterm signing is new to most students. It is mainly a means for schools to lock in the best students, and usually after the second model as well. From the school's point of view, it is natural that the advantages of doing the signing of the midterm exam outweigh the disadvantages. After all, who does not want to lock up the outstanding students in advance? As a matter of fact, after the unified organization of the first model in Xingqing City, many students in the rocket class and Peiyou class of the junior high school division of Tie Middle School had already signed up with the high school of their choice. To put it bluntly, students were asked to lock in their first choice directly after the midterm. Some students have even been notified to sit for internally organized exams at prestigious schools over the weekend. If the results of the exams are outstanding, they will also sign up with the prestigious schools. Operating in this way, as long as the results of the HKCE are up to standard, the school will directly fish for students who are particularly outstanding in certain aspects. Even if the score of the HKCE is that much worse than the score grade set by the school will also fish for people or promise scholarships as well as the treatment of key classes. The high school section of Iron 1 certainly does often target middle school students and have classroom teachers talk to them in the hopes of keeping the next best middle school students. For example, the part of the students who have mid-range grades in the Puyu class. It's not like the school doesn't want to sign up the top students in the rocket class and the Puyu class, but the parents can't even get past that. After all, the goal of those students are the 4 big 5 small, and no more to go to the remaining A-class high school. Iron First High School, after all, is just a B-class high school. These years at Qingbei have not come out, is not at all in the choice of the list. In fact, the so-called signing of a contract for the Hong Kong Certificate of Education Examination, HKCE, does not have any legal effect, and both the school and the student can actually break the contract. It is nothing more than that the school is in a strong position, and if the candidate fails to perform well in the HKCE, it can repudiate its previous commitment. However, for most students and their parents, because of the information mismatch, thinking that they have already signed up before, even if they got a very good score, they will fill in the previously agreed volunteers when filling in the volunteers, which is a pure profit for many schools. For some of the more serious bias, or have other specialties and indeed very strong students, some famous schools will also be through some special ways to fish in, such as self-admission preferential. In Star City, the independent enrollment of a good high school, the midterm scores account for only 70%. The school's independent enrollment assessment accounted for 30%. Of course, those famous schools that do not worry about students are also very cautious about signing contracts with outsiders. Not really have particularly impressive specialties, simply will not sign that kind of contract to get the money. That's why Yuan has been lamenting the fact that Xiao Yu was discovered at just the right time. If it is the second year was found out, Zhou Yuxingdi, but where there is a 70% or more in the examination, has long been the major schools to focus on. There is no iron a middle school. What happened? From the school's perspective, especially Zhang Tiejuan's, even if Xiao Yu hadn't been targeted by a prestigious school yet, he couldn't be taken lightly. There are so many Class B high schools. What if after the midterms, word gets out about Zhou Metaphor and he gets scooped up by another deadbeat school? Some years ago, every college entrance examination season, about grabbing excellent students' class opinion topic, often are Qing, North 2 colleges and universities monopolized. After all, these 2 colleges in China comes with a star color. But in fact, in addition to the Qing, North, other schools as grabbing very fierce. Starting from the 5th or 6th grade of elementary school, those students who performed well enough were targeted early by some well-known junior high schools in the district. This is also the reason why Zheng Taijun, who is the principal, has never quite believed that there would be any undiscovered gifted students under the current education system where the top students are the KPIs. One can only say that Xiao Yu is really hiding himself too deeply. Finished reading? How about it? It's still acceptable, right? Zheng Taijun said smilingly. Xiao Yu naturally has seen the principal. Enrolled in school, the internal orientation ceremony, this uncle on the podium has spoken. Summarize it is to encourage everyone to grasp the 3 years of junior high school to study hard, wishing everyone to become successful. Those cliched content, not too new. Occasionally, they also show up during Monday's flag-raising ceremony. However, the vast majority of the time, This principal's uncle was unsmiling, and today's appearance that was so amiable that his eyes were almost lost in laughter was really the first time that Xiaoyu had seen it. After reading it, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, Xiaoyu replied politely. The conditions given in the contract are indeed good, although there is nothing material reward, but the entire high school period free of tuition and fees. The school also regularly give a certain amount of subsidies, is already full of sincerity. Of course the tuition for this type B public high school wasn't much, only $800 per semester. But if you add in the rewards of getting a gold medal for his participation in the Olympiad, as well as being on the national training team versus going to the International Olympiad, it's a different story. It all adds up to $400,000, and it's all written into this agreement. Only this $400,000. Is the need to Xiaoyu to fight? The final can take how much? Depends on his play. As long as you think there's no problem. If there's a problem, you can also let Ms. Lon explain it to you. In addition, we have fully considered your family situation, so we won't bother your mom to come to school. Later on, we'll let Ms. Lon accompany you to go home. Explain this agreement to your mom, and then you can just sign it together with her. Zhang Taijun was still in a joyful manner. Does that need to be so formal? Is this kind of agreement really binding? Xiaoyu asked rather surprised. Principal Zhang's smile faded away, while Lan Jia beside him couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ahem, Xiaoyu, why do you think the agreement is not binding? Did you hear something from someone? Principal Zhang couldn't help but ask. Xiaoyu shook his head, thought about it, but still gave an explanation. There is a word that often comes up in statistics called rule of thumb. This thing doesn't have a strict mathematical formula, but the probability of being right is judged through experience. About the midterm, teachers emphasize to us many times that if the admission scoreline is not met, there is no possibility of transferring the file. So theoretically, if I really don't have enough points to meet the scoreline, it would be difficult for the school to admit me through other methods. In other words, this agreement is not really very binding on the school. Based on the general principle of reciprocity, that shouldn't bind me much either. Should it? Zhang Tiejuan's head hurt a bit as he looked at the innocent-looking Lan Jia across the room. Luckily, Ranger immediately cried and laughed and spoke. No, Xiaoyu, this agreement is very important. If you think the school can't fulfill its promise, turn around and stamp it. It will keep a copy for you. Think about it, if you really get good grades in the national math competition, the school won't fulfill its promise for fear of you announcing it, right? So this agreement is definitely binding on the school. As for the lack of a certain admission clause, that's because based on your second model score, we don't need to worry at all about whether or not your score will pass the line. And currently the school's independent enrollment is limited to the fine arts. Xiaoyu nodded, then looked at Ranjie. Oh, in that case, let's make a trip to my house together then. Despite the words, the two adults really couldn't quite see what the little guy was really thinking. Chapter 47, Inexplicable Sentimentality. You don't need to bring dinner today? Followed by Xiaoyu directly into the neighborhood. The good old man asked in surprise. He was planning to invite Xiaoyu to have dinner with his mother today. My mom is going to cook for me herself starting today, Xiaoyu replied. Well, this is pretty good too, Ranger replied. Xiaoyu looked back at Ranjie and said seriously. My mom can actually do well at anything if she is serious about it. But you're right in thinking that she does have some physical problems, so she can't adapt to society. But she's normal. Ranger was tempted to say that it was a sick sentence. That normal shouldn't be equated with having some real physical problems and an inability to adapt to society. But seeing the seriousness in Xiaoyu's face, he chose to shut up. Even as a teacher, dealing with kids who are too smart can be stressful. Hey, Mr. Lon is here again. Come on in. Have you eaten? After Ranjie was warmly welcomed into the house, he obviously felt that today's Xiaoxi was not quite the same. Without that smell of alcohol, the whole person looked a bit more energetic. And then he suddenly felt that the living room seemed to be bigger. And only after a moment did he react to the fact that those wines that were piled up in the living room before were no longer there. And those bottles and cans on the balcony were no longer there as well. Are you going to stop drinking? I haven't eaten yet. But don't mind me. I'm here today because I was commissioned by our Principal Zhang to sign a contract with you regarding Xiaoyu's application after the midterm. Principal Zhang is still in his office waiting for me to return to resume my duties. Lan Jia walked through the door and opened the door. There was always an inexplicable nervousness about coming to Xiaoyu's house, and he didn't want to stay much longer. Xiaoxi's gaze went to Xiaoyu. I've already signed it, but I'm underage, so I still need my guardian to sign it, Xiaoyu said succinctly. Oh, where's the pen? Xiaoxi asked, rushing to Xiaoyu. Next to him, Ranger immediately drew a pen from his pocket and handed it over, saying in passing, I have it here, but don't you have to read this agreement first? Xiaoxi took the pen handed over by Lan Jie, directly flipped to the last page of the agreement, began to sign in the guardian's column. His mouth whispered, "It's okay." Xiaoyu recognized on the line. When he went to junior high school, we agreed that he was in charge of his things. These three all have to sign, right? Right. Ranger had prepared a bunch of sayings in his mind, none of which could be used, and he even felt redundant walking into someone's house this time, because just as he froze, Xiaoxi had already finished signing and handed him another stack of agreements. It made him feel less like a teacher and more like he was playing door-to-door collector. "Sure you don't want to join us for dinner? I've fried 2 dishes. Xiaoxi retained the sentence. "No need. No need. When Xiaoyu has made his mark, then I will definitely come to Kaodao. I'll leave first. Bye." Ranjie was busy exiting the door of Xiaoyu's house. Xiaoxi looked blankly at the door of the room that had already been closed, and looked at Xiaoyu with some suspicion, asking accusingly, "Why is this good old man a bit strange? Is he afraid of me? Am I so ugly that I can't be seen?" Xiaoyu replied calmly, "On the contrary, probably because you're so pretty. Good old men generally don't have much insight, and feel awkward when they see pretty people of the opposite age." "Oh," Xiaoxi thought for a moment, thinking that her son was right, then as if prompted, asked with wide eyes, "So you're the same? Well, Coco is indeed quite pretty. Are you quite afraid of her too? Do you want to hear what you're talking about?" "I'm afraid of her?" Xiaoyu finally broke his defense. "I'm simply afraid of early love. Early love is shameful. Besides, compared to making money, is love that important? If you don't have money, you can't love a twisted love." Xiaoxi maintained a bland attitude, and even though her son appeared to be somewhat disrespectful to her, she only responded carelessly, "Right, right, you're right. Alright, go wash your hands and eat. What's all the excitement for? It's not right to fall in love early, but I didn't say that. I'm just asking if you're afraid of her." "Forget it, the dishes I fried today are not muddy. A minute and alarm clock is indeed quite effective." Hey, the adolescent still has the opinion of the small child. Really a headache, or a little bit of small time to look at the most well-behaved cute. Ranger wasn't lying about one thing, the principal was indeed still waiting for him in his office. Although it was true that Zhang Taijun was usually quite busy. For Iron 1, nothing at the moment was as important as keeping Xiaoyu in Iron 1. He even specifically asked for a copy of all the papers from this Xiaoyu's second model exam and looked at them carefully, which gave him even more astonishing discoveries. The papers for languages and math were written in a stroke that was simply unattractive, and it didn't look like they were answering the questions very carefully. He even thought that the deduction of only 3 marks for the paper in language was debatable. It was not enough of a wake-up call, and should have been at least a 5-point deduction. But by the time he turned to English, the physical, chemistry and history, ethics and rule of law papers, it was another feeling. The handwriting was much more comfortable to read, as if he had suddenly used a typesetting program. Is this after a paper mark was deducted for language and the teacher notified you before you started to finally answer the questions seriously? In other words, the 2 main subjects, language and math, didn't even answer the questions seriously enough to get 2 nearly perfect scores. And that's despite the fact that the questions in the second model exam are far more difficult than the questions in the previous year's midterm exams. You can see from this that Ranger's comment about not being able to try to see where Joe Metaphor's ceiling is, odds are it wasn't a joke. To know that Xiaoyu, after all, is in the 13th class mixed for a whole year, the quality of teaching in this class, Zhang Tiejuan's heart clear, to the class teacher's task did not require any teaching results, as long as the class can be arranged to be submissive, do not make any mess affecting the school, can be praised. Under these circumstances, to still be able to get this kind of score is enough to show that this child's self-learning ability is terrifyingly strong. Even more than self-learning ability, he might even be able to analyze the key points of the textbook and test points by himself. Zhang Taijun was also promoted from teacher to the current position of principal. In the early 1990s, at the age of 19 just graduated from the secondary school, teacher was assigned to teach in a school, and now has been more than 30 years. I was able to rise to my current position by having a very sharp sense of smell. From the beginning of China began to prepare for accession to the WTO, Zhang Taijun felt that the future as a teacher qualifications will inevitably be very important, while colleagues around them have not yet reacted to the examination of on-the-job postgraduate studies in education, all the way to the doctorate. Sure enough, after 2,000 years later, various schools had higher and higher requirements for academic qualifications, especially for managerial positions, and generally prioritized the promotion of those with higher academic qualifications. By the time his colleagues realized the benefits of a diploma, he had already received his doctorate. In this way Zhang Taijun slowly in the original school all the way up to the position of vice principal in charge of teaching, some years ago, and was transferred to the Iron One when a hand. It was half an exaggeration to say that in such a long educational career, It was the first time he had come across a student who was so good at playing, and to be able to hide all the classroom teachers from him. This kid was really paying attention. Chapter 48, Love to Brag. When Ranger brought the signed agreement back to the principal's office, it was only a little after 6 p.m. The busiest time of the school year. Looking at the energetic teenagers along the way made his mood much happier. Of course it could be that the signing went well. His confidence in Xiaoyu was really high. Not even after special training yet. He was able to solve all types of Olympiad questions with quality and quantity. And he didn't dare to think that after a period of targeted training, this little guy's ability to compete could reach any degree. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was partly because he was waiting for the results of the second model to come out, and partly because he was still preparing a large batch of various targeted questions for Xiaoyu that would broaden his mathematical thinking. This was a very interesting thing for him. For other children doing OU training, he also had to worry about the math level of those children, fearing that the questions given would always be too difficult, which would hit their self-confidence as well as their interest in math. But Xiaoyu had no such worries, so for Xiaoyu's choice to stay in Iron 1, he was more joyful and purer than the principal. After all, the principal was thinking in terms of performance, while Ranger was thinking purely in terms of being a teacher. When Ranjie walked into the office, he handed the agreement in triplicate to Principal Zhang and said in a tone that carried a hint of excitement, "The agreement is signed." Principal Zhang took the agreement, looked at it, and said with a smile, "Mr. Lun, good work, but you can't take it lightly. Turn around and I'll emphasize with the teachers that after the midterm, it doesn't matter about other students. Xiaoyu must come to the school to fill in the volunteers. You also do more ideological work on Xiaoyu's students during this time. Don't worry, Principal Zhang. This child, Xiaoyu, is still very trustworthy from what I've observed." Lan Jie spoke up. In fact, there were some drums in his heart. Mainly, he was still afraid that those private high school student scouts would inquire about Xiaoyu's situation and take money to hit people. The good thing is that in recent years, the education department of Star City is 3 orders do not allow the direct exchange of money to dig the top students, which also makes Lan Jie less worried. Otherwise, like in previous years before the higher authorities came up with specific norms, some schools threw away money to dig up quality candidates, angrily dropping hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he felt that the probability was that Xiaoyu could not stand this temptation. As for those so-called prestigious schools, Lan Jie on the contrary is not too worried. For one thing, most of the famous schools wanted to face, usually could not do the thing of directly smashing money. For another, the scores of Xiaoyu Sheng and D's midterm exams had almost eliminated the possibility of getting into the scoreline of a Class A high school. Before having enough results to prove themselves, it is unlikely to be taken seriously by those famous schools. Well, that's pretty good. Don't worry, the school will definitely keep its word as well. As long as Xiaoyu can produce results, the agreed upon rewards won't be missing a single point. By the way, just now, what was that statistic he said about what rule of thumb? Zhang Taijun asked curiously. Ranger laughed bitterly. That statistics, although it relies on mathematics, or is based on mathematics, but those who specialize in mathematics don't study those things too much. Our school's math major is more focused on the field of pure numbers, and there are very few statistics-related courses. What Joe Metaphor was talking about was probably the 68-95-99.7 rule, which is mainly about the normal distribution. I haven't studied anything more specific. Oh, then this little guy knows quite a variety of things, Zhang Taijun lamented. Ranger hesitated, but said, "Well, we've talked about this before." And Joe Metaphor's interest in math stems from learning statistics well enough to hopefully find lottery loopholes and exploit them. One sentence made Principal Zhang silent. For a moment he simply stood up and said, "Come on, I'm getting more and more curious about this Xiaoyu. I'll treat you to dinner tonight and talk about this kid." At 9:30 in the evening, Xia Coco, who had returned home after her evening study, opened the door and saw that on the sofa, not her grandmother and grandfather, but her mom and dad were sitting there watching TV. "Ha, Dad. Mom, you're all back today?" "Yeah, we happened to be on duty on a bus this time." "Coco, did you miss Mom and Dad?" Xia Coco's father, Xia Hongliang, stood up and replied dotingly. Generally, if both husband and wife work on the train, the arrangements are staggered. But this is not an absolute situation. Occasionally, a husband and wife will be placed on duty on the same train because of personnel leave and other reasons. Definitely want to Xia Coco put down her book bag and directly jumped over, hugged her dad, and then sat between the two. "Have you finished your homework, Lulu?" the mom next to her asked. The man has just one daughter, naturally spoiled, so mother can only be more serious. Otherwise with Xia Coco's nature, is really able to lawlessness. "Finished writing, didn't I tell you?" Coyote and Mother, that my grades have been improving fast lately? I heard my teacher secretly tell me that I improved one more place in the second model exam this time, and ranked 21st in the class. The teacher said that if I keep up my steady play in the midterm, I'll be able to get the top 4. Charcot tilted her head and replied, after all, it was in the rocket class of the junior year, and usually the top 30 in the class was no different from the top 30 in the grade. Although teachers are now required not to directly announce the rankings of test scores to their students, in order to encourage students who are making rapid progress, classroom teachers will also privately reveal the specific rankings of a particular student. As long as they don't announce them all, there is no fear of the children talking about them everywhere. Hearing this, Xia Hongliang's hand had already been placed on his daughter's head. That's a good feeling. Like this, what do you want to eat on the weekend? Dad has the next 3 days off. Take you to eat a big meal. No, it's better to wait until after the exam. By the way, you guys guess who's the number 1 in our whole grade in this second model? Xia Coco asked with a mysterious face. The two froze at the same time. Across the daughter looked at each other. Or do the father said, you also know that we are busy at work. Your classmates, we have not recognized all of them. I remember the last parent-teacher meeting your class teacher especially praised a classmate surnamed Su, said that his grades have been quite stable. I have asked so. This classmate you all must know directly can call out the name kind. Xia Coco said with dissatisfaction. Mom thought for a moment and asked in a highly uncertain tone. I don't suppose you're talking about Joe Metaphor? Xiao Yu? Old Xia was a bit surprised and glanced at his wife. Ha ha, it's still Mom who's smart enough to guess with a hint. If you don't count the raw and ground scores, Xiao Yu is number 1 in the whole grade. He scored 567 points. He was directly transferred to our class by the school today. Our language teacher even had him on the podium to share his experience in doing reading comprehension questions. Right, and he got full marks in all 3 subjects of mathematics, science and chemistry this time, and full marks in the language composition. And the language was also deducted 3 points for not writing carefully enough on the paper. How about that? Awesome, right? Old Xia looked at his daughter's face of excitement, slightly heartbroken, but soon that bit of heartache was covered by surprise. That kid? First in his grade? You guys don't believe it, do you? There's something even more explosive. Xiao Yu has been spotted by our school's Olympiad coach and is begging him to represent the school in the Olympiad. I'm telling you guys, in the future, don't be too surprised if the admissions teachers from Huaqing and Yanbei universities come over here to snatch people. Chapter 49, One of Xiao Yu's Dreams. Late at night, Shako in the next house had finished her homework and climbed into bed to rest. The couple had also been lying in bed, unable to sleep, talking. Old Joe's kid, is he really that good? Didn't they say that he couldn't keep up with his studies, but he ended up casually taking the number 1 exam in the whole grade? Lulu still didn't feel too daring to believe it. It should be true. You've also seen the WeChat group where the teachers have said that there's an extra student in the class today that got in, so it must be Xiao Yu. Old Xia casually replied. Nonsense. I'm not suspicious. It's just a feeling. Feeling. Lulu suddenly realized that she didn't know how to describe the mood at this time. It's probably just very unsettling. In fact, they feel very clear about the situation of the Chow family downstairs, a single mother pulling the child. Xiaoxi's health is not very good, but also thought of helping the 2 families downstairs dependent on each other to go to the community with the unit to apply for some subsidies and so on. After all, the previous generation are very good friends. Xia Coco and Xiao Yu also played very well as a child. Can help out a little. The family are still willing, but they were both rejected by the mother and son. They have always thought that the source of life of the Chow family relies on the deposits left by Xiao Yu's grandfather and grandmother in the pensions issued by the unit. The two even discussed with the older generation, if Xiaoxi came to their family to open their mouths, not more than 50,000 borrowed, and then advised Xiaoxi properly that he can't die trying to save face. Apply for a poor family. The subsidized money is not much, but at least it can save Xiao Yu's tuition and fees and Xiaoxi's medical expenses, to protect the basic life of the two. But several years have passed since this family resolution, and not only did the family downstairs never look for them to open their mouths, but listening to the news that came back from Xia Coco, the two of them seem to be doing quite well, and still rely on Xiao Yu to make money. Let a person very sad. After all, Xiao Yu is still only a 15-year-old child, and the person is smart. If you put your mind on your studies, you might be able to get ahead if you get into a prestigious school. Today, I even heard Coco's mother-in-law tell me that the 2 extra cases of foreign-branded beer that suddenly appeared in the house were still sent up by Xiao Yu. Let's just say this family has a heart, and it's almost summer, and old Summer does like to have a whole 2 bottles at dinner. With the above knowledge, the sudden additional information that Xiao Yu had casually scored first in his grade was more or less shocking. One thing that people of a certain age know is that it's generally hard for people to be both, and be able to. Suddenly, that little kid downstairs, whom they knew very well, broke through this theorem, and was able to make money and get first in his grade at the same time? And it's still a minor. This can't even be described as being smart since childhood. This is the wisdom of more than a demon. It's unbelievable, isn't it? So do I. It's been a few years since we've had a kid from our unit who got into Qing or Beijing, right? Old Xiao lamented. Next to Lulu did not say anything, just thought in his heart how this child of the Chow family is always on the wrong side of the sword. Either he hangs out in the worst class, or he suddenly explodes and comes first in his grade, scaring people to death. Hey, forget it, go to sleep. Get up early tomorrow and make Coco a nice breakfast. Good. And yes, by the way, make one for Zhou Yu, too, who carried 2 cases of wine up here yesterday. With you? Xiao Yu never considered what kind of perception his sudden outburst would leave in the eyes of his neighbors. As he had felt in the past, the exam was something that was easy for him. Simple often meant that there was nothing challenging. Naturally, it was also hard to generate any emotions such as pride. His biggest dream is to one day have a 9-figure bank card, return home in fine clothes, and invite the entire neighborhood of people who have helped their family to the best hotel in Star City to eat him hard for 3 days. If he could get more than 10 figures on his bank card, he'd trash this rundown neighborhood and replace it with a new building that could withstand a 10-strength earthquake. Not only that, there is also a spacious and bright underground parking lot, but also a beautiful greenbelt and a spacious fire escape. The name of the district Xiao Yu have thought of a good, directly with the name of his grandfather to name, called Xiao Guozheng Railway City. Then in front of the district to do a grandfather's statue, the life of Comrade Xiao Guozheng and biography carved in the statue below the monument. That way, as long as the neighborhood is still there, no one can forget that he had a great-grandpa. Then he would find a way to find his dad. And Xiao Yu even wished from the bottom of his heart that his dad, grandpa, and grandma would all live a long and healthy life and still be alive. In that case, the whole family could be invited to Star City, and he could even pay for them first, so that the family could come to Star City in the most luxurious and comfortable transportation. Then let them see grandpa's statue in the beautiful new neighborhood with their own eyes, and then have Xiao Shi step in and tell these things to get the hell out of here. Xiao Yu is also a benefactor. When the family left, in fact, did not forget to leave $3,000 to the mother. This money can be received in this family to the Star City road bill. Deductions. He can even generously calculate another $2,000 interest. No, that's even better. He's willing to spend 10 or even 100 times as much money on the best lawyers in the world to slowly fight a cross-country lawsuit. It was a scene that Joe Metaphor often dreamed about. The only unfortunate thing was that for the time being, one could only dream about it. And for a kid of only 15, making money was obviously too much harder than studying and taking exams. So even though the whole building had quieted down, Xiao Yu was still at his computer, desperately trying to extract knowledge. It's hard to make money nowadays, so but anything you can do to make a quick buck, you have to work harder than anyone else. That's how Joe Metaphor perceives the world. In the past, he felt that studying wasn't the fastest way to make money at this stage, so he slacked off. But this time, in this situation, Xiao Yu felt that he wasn't qualified to slack off. And so, after a tasteless Children's Day, the time came to June 7th. During the day, he specifically sought out his new homeroom teacher, Mr. Han, to take a leave of absence from his Saturday tuition classes. And at night, he even climbed into bed at 10 o'clock and began to sleep. For the Koli Baba preliminaries officially kicked off at 8 a.m. the next day and went on till 8 a.m. on Monday. A total of 48 hours of question and answer time. An open book at that. But to be honest, Xiao Yu really didn't know what was the point of opening papers in the subject of math. It couldn't be about checking formulas, could it? Of course this kind of trolling makes no sense. At 7:30 the next morning, Xiao Yu woke up on time, washed up, brushed his teeth, and then sat down in front of the computer 10 minutes early and began to brush up on the videos to give his brain a pre-exam massage. Probably one of his biggest criticisms of the math competition in Koli Baba is that the preliminaries don't directly announce the scores for entry into the finals. Instead, the scoreline for entry into the finals has to be drawn based on the preliminary scores. This is for the face of less important exams. Habitually want to completely in accordance with their own mind to test for Xiao Yu. This obviously belongs to the upper difficulty, can only choose to make their own score as high as possible. Chapter 50, End of the Preliminaries. Xiao Yu didn't want to get a good score in the preliminaries. As long as he passed the line he was satisfied, because according to the rules of the competition, the preliminary score was irrelevant to the final score. But after waiting until it was time and opening the question bank, Xiao Yu smiled. The first question, for example, belonged to the category of combinatorial geometry, a question that tested plane geometry, combinatorial math. and visibility diagrams. Among other problems, the question mentions the problem of line of sight obstruction, which, in Joe's understanding of math, is usually found in computational geometry. But this is a multiple choice question. It really wasn't that Joe metaphor blew his mind about being good. He was best at multiple choice questions. He didn't even need to draw a diagram. Just based on the pre-arrangement of dots and the visibility problem, he reasoned that the number of people couldn't be more than 6, eliminating answer D. Together with the fact that towers E and F are not in the line of sight, the next step is simply to draw a diagram in your brain based on the conditions. The final answer was exactly 6. Taking 10 minutes and feeling very good about it, Xiaoyu looked back to the second question, a question consisting of 2 multiple choice questions. Coincidentally, this question examines probability theory versus expected value. It happened to be another area he was familiar with, and the mathematical idea that needed to be used in the first quiz was probably the memorylessness of the exponential distribution. In layman's terms, this means that the probability of an event occurring in the future is independent of the past. In short, it's learned and simple. By the third question, Xiaoyu finally felt the difficulty begin to mount. However, this question was about algebraic number theory and geometric number theory, combining eigenvalues with number theory. Xiaoyu also finally understood the significance of the exam being open book. Discussing the density of lattice points in the plane, he had some vague impression in his head, but he wasn't sure. So Xiaoyu, according to the prompts below the title, began to search the internet, and soon found the famous Minkowski theorem, and then began to look for all kinds of video sites for the geometric number theory of the explanation, well labeled, direct collection. However, Xiaoyu didn't bother watching those videos for the time being, and instead just gave up on the third question and started to work on the later questions. It's just the preliminaries. It's enough to get to the finals, and as per previous years, you don't need to do all the exam questions. In this way, the entire Saturday Xiaoyu had been sitting in front of the computer answering questions except when Xiaoxi called him for dinner. Xia Coco came to see Xiaoyu once in the evening as usual, but after learning that Xiaoyu was participating in an online math competition, she didn't knock on the door to disturb him. That totaled 7 questions, and by the time Xiaoyu felt dizzy and went to wash up and go to bed, he had answered 3 questions in full, the first and second questions, and the fourth question. The fourth question belongs to the content of linear algebra and abstract algebra. The main test is the eigenvalue decomposition and the analysis of eigenspace structure. This piece of Xiaoyu strong terrible. Before the similar preliminaries cannot be difficult for him, not to mention that this time he strengthened the study of the content of many algebra and number theory. The other 4 questions, Xiaoyu is not too sure, or only have a general idea, decided to wait for the next day to see the video, and then selectively answer 2. Based on the experience shared on the forums by selected finalists from previous year's preliminaries. Basically, if you have the confidence to answer 4 questions correctly, you basically have a ticket to the final. Of course, to be on the safe side, Xiaoyu decided to answer at least 3 to 4 more questions tomorrow. I don't want to be completely correct, but I think I can get some points for passing on the general idea. Also, the reason I didn't rush into it today is that any action online leaves a trail. It's especially easy to die out when you're using someone else's backend and doing a few questions a day. There was no need to show something very special when the preliminaries didn't pay. After all, he was only 15 years old, and there was hardly any threshold on the Alibaba math contest, meaning that as long as the heart was strong enough and not afraid to lose face, math professors from those top universities and even Fields medal winners could sign up, and he was just a little karami of a little over 15. In case you get noticed because you're doing too well, you might get the spotlight to observe. Xiaoyu didn't really mind being famous, but according to this year's tournament schedule, the results would be announced at the end of June, and after the contestants were allowed to prepare a little, the finals would begin at the beginning of July. During this period of time, being watched and talked about, and there is no money to get, is purely to find things for themselves. To be clear, the focus is still on the final. The next morning at 6 o'clock Xiaoyu got up from the bed. He started watching the videos that he had collected and labeled online yesterday, and spent the morning studying. All of his meals were brought to his room by Xiao Shi. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Xiaoyu resumed answering questions, and at 11 o'clock in the evening, 9 hours before the end of the competition, all the questions were finished. It could have been earlier, but this online question and answer system of Koribaba is not that good. After overcoming this small difficulty, Joyu was still confident that he would make it to the finals. Monday is the Dragon Boat Festival, a day off, but Ranger still climbed up early in the morning, and at 8 o'clock sharp turned on the computer and began to pay attention to the question bank of the Little Ribaba World Math Contest. According to the usual practice in the past years, no matter whether it is the preliminaries or the finals, Kolibaba will synchronize the questions and answers to be published in the History Question Bank on the official website after the competition. Although the Olympiad teacher was not required to study the topics of such competitions, and he did not sign up for them, Ranger paid attention to them every year because the topics of the Little Ribaba math competition were designed to be interesting. People who have absolutely no interest in math probably have a hard time understanding the sense of relief that comes from solving a puzzle. Not to mention the fact that Xiaoyu had probably signed up for this year's tournament as well. Ranger had always been curious about Xiaoyu's math level. Combine the difficulty of the questions with the final score of Joe Metaphor, and you'll probably have a good idea of what to expect. This year, the preliminaries are well arranged, and after the exam is finished, it is just the end of the rest time, and he is an older single male youth who happens to have no other hobbies, so he can just use it to study the questions of this exam. After roughly reading through it once, Ranja had a rough judgment in his heart. It was basically the same level of difficulty as previous years, and probably belonged to the middle to high level in the math world. The scope of coverage was also very broad, involving multiple areas of algebra, geometry, number theory, combinatorial math, and probability. This pattern of questions is more friendly to contestants from math classes. After all, this part of the contestants have a more systematic learning experience. It is indeed more difficult for non-specialized contestants, especially the last question, which not only involved modeling and solving differential equations, but also included dynamical system analysis and understanding and reasoning about periodic motion. If he were to do this question, it would take him a whole day to do it, and he might not be able to get it right. As for Joe Metaphor's words, when the kid came to mind, and the thought of his pious attitude when he asked if the prize money was tax deductible, Ranger wasn't really sure the kid would make it through the preliminaries. Unfortunately, it was a day off and naturally, the afternoon Olympiad class was cancelled. Still, the pressed curiosity made Ranger pick up his cell phone and tap on WeChat. Chapter 51, Making Choices Based on Patterns. At the same time, Xiaoyu was eating breakfast with Xia Coco at the powder store downstairs in the neighborhood. Brother, how did you do in the competition? Will you make it to the finals? The two sat face to face at a small table in the breakfast place, and Shakal asked excitedly as she picked at the bowl of steaming powder. After learning that Xiaoyu had signed up for the Little Ribaba math contest, she specifically went home and studied the system. Naturally, she knew that the competition would only be meaningful if she made it to the finals. Xiaoyu replied in a serious manner, "Do you still need to ask? If I can't make it to the finals, I'm going to make so much effort to do nothing. You didn't participate and don't know. The questions are very simple. It's hard not to make it to the finals." Just as the cell phone in his pocket vibrated, Xiaoyu took it out and looked at it. Coincidentally, the good old man sent a tweet asking for pretty much the same thing as Shako. Xiaoyu began to answer back, and if the answer to Xia Coco was confident, the answer to the good old boy was decent. It's average. I feel that except for the first two questions, all the other questions are very difficult, especially the last one. The most annoying thing is that these exam questions are not labeled with scores, and I don't have any idea whether I can enter the final. Apparently, Xiaoyu's answer to Xia Coco, though smelly, was actually more sincere. The reason was simple. The two had grown up together after all. From the time Xiaoyu could remember, this little girl had followed him around like a little follower. Go to kindergarten and don't cry as long as you're with him. If he couldn't go to kindergarten for whatever reason, he could hear this girl crying through the door. Even at night, she said she was afraid and refused to go to sleep, and no one could coax her, so she threw her into Xiaoyu's room and fell asleep in a while. Really, that time Xiaoyu let Xia Coco call dad. This little girl called that is no hesitation, no refusal, but also particularly crisp and loud. Do not bring to avoid people. This probably has to do with the fact that the work on the railroad is so busy that Coco's mom and dad don't have much time to take care of their children, especially on New Year's Day. When people have family reunions, Xia Coco's mom and dad have to be on duty in the car, and are too busy to do anything. There was no high-speed rail in those days, and it could be days once on the train. So basically, every day that the school vacation arrived, it was Xiaoyu leading Xia Coco to reign supreme in the neighborhood. Xiaoyu had also long gotten used to the infinite gaze of adoration when Xia Coco looked at him as a child. Unfortunately, since entering the 6th grade, this girl was not as obedient as she was when she was a child. For example, if she let this girl call her father now, not only would she not call, but she would also think of how to give Xiaoyu a punch in the face. It doesn't matter. Maybe you are too nervous to participate in this kind of competition for the first time, and you haven't gone through systematic study. Some comprehensive topics will be very difficult indeed. Don't be discouraged. If you can't do it this year, you can definitely do it next year. But next June you are probably preparing IMO. Go for it. Xiaoyu looked at the comforts sent by the good old man in his cell phone, and didn't know what to say back, and out of the corner of his eye, He saw that Xia Coco on the opposite side of the room was staring at his cell phone, so he simply put the phone back in his pocket. Otherwise the girl might find another reason to snatch the phone away. Who? Good old boy. That Mr. Lang? What did he want with you on vacation? He knew that I had signed up for the Kori Baba competition and was asking about the results as well. Well, he must be happy to know you made the finals. Then, hearing this, Xiaoyu glanced at Xia Coco with contempt and said, only children blow their brains out when they meet people, but adults know that they have to hide their clumsiness. Do you understand? Hiding. You know what I mean? Then you just. Xiaoyu. You scolded me for not being a human being. I'm going to tell Auntie Xiao. Xia Coco instantly became angry. All 5 features on her small face wrinkled together. Xiaoyu was quite pleased. Worthy of being the girl who played with him until she was old. At least she reacted fast. Faster than that Zhou Xuan guy who was at least 36,000 seconds faster. But still chose to refute back with a straight face. Are you stupid? Am I scolding you for not being human? I was emphasizing that you are one of your own. Who hides their clumsiness in front of their own family? After saying that, Xiaoyu even rolled his eyes. But it worked. Not only did the little girl on the opposite side immediately stop getting angry, her cheeks even visibly reddened. Yesterday it rained again in Star City, but today it cleared up. The temperature swished up, and he could clearly see some small droplets of water oozing out of the delicate skin of Xia Coco's forehead. It's over. This girl wouldn't be susceptible and think she's talking about love, right? So Xiaoyu's face slumped and she added, like, do you think I'd hide in front of my mom? He wanted to express the meaning that he was Xia Coco's students as if they were relatives. But the other party seemed to be wrong, and did not refute him as sharp as usual, and did not say anything, just small mouths of shivering powder, pretending to be like a lady of the house. Couldn't have explained it better. To be honest, Xiaoyu also could not figure out what that quirky little head was thinking about every day. Not to mention not daring to look at this girl's silly look. Simply took a big bite of the powder, and then took out his cell phone after finishing it in 3 batches. The good old man on Twitter saw that he didn't reply and babbled a couple more times. Don't ever get discouraged, and don't ever give up on your pursuit of math. The path of math is destined to be difficult, and the failures now are only to enable you to walk more steadily in the future. As long as you believe in your talent, you will definitely succeed in the future. I guarantee it with my credibility from teaching for almost 10 years. It was a good thing Ranger hadn't sent a third sentence, or he would have been touched by the good old man's love of his pupil as a son. And really, thankfully, it was that close. After careful deliberation in his head this time, Xiaoyu returned. Don't worry, Mr. Lun, I do have a long-term plan. Although the Kazato group math competition questions are a bit difficult, those IMO test questions you gave me are pretty easy. I'll use the workbook you gave me today to regain my confidence. After writing this, Xiaoyu was not quite satisfied, and added 3 emoticons of showing off his muscles in passing. Brother, I'm full. Oh, come on then. Standing up, dashingly checking out with his cell phone, walking out of the powder store. Feeling the warmth of the sun caressing his body, Xiaoyu greatly stretched out his waist, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the little girl beside him who was secretly looking at him, suddenly feeling refreshed. Finally, they had retrieved the feeling that they had once brought their girl to reign supreme in the neighborhood. The only pity was that those little brats who dared to provoke them in the past, one by one, were no longer roaming the neighborhood. The most fucked up thing about the world, Joe Metaphor thought, was that the older a person got, the fewer simple pleasures there were, and the more complicated and costly the ways of obtaining them became. It's hard, brother, why don't I apply for Iron 1 too? The words that drilled into his ears startled Xiaoyu. The midterm was just a few days away, and he didn't want old comrade Xia to take a knife and rush downstairs to fight him this summer. What's the fuss? You're going to Taiwan Middle School? I'm the man who's going to go to Qingbei. There hasn't been a single student from Taiyi Middle School for so many years. Right, do you want to go to Huaqing or Yanbei? You can think about it carefully during this period of time. Maybe I can help you explore the way first. Oh, well then. Chapter 52. Although Xiaoyu had made going to Huaqing or Yanbei as simple as visiting the second grandpa's house next door, Xia Coco still chose to believe without reservation. A credit that had been accumulated over the years. It was like when she was a little girl and Xiaoyu said he could fix her dancing doll. And sure enough it only took an afternoon to do so. Said she could get her to eat chili fries, even though neither of them had a dime on them and the adults wouldn't let them. But Xiaoyu was just able to get them. There's a lot more of this kind of thing. Whenever Joe Metaphor said something was simple, it was really simple, and it would be done, never letting her down. Or maybe there had been times when it couldn't be done, but so few times that the memory of it was gone. When Xia Coco was still small, she used to naively think that all boys were like this. It wasn't until she was in elementary school that she then realized that many of her male classmates were simply just good at bragging, or even bragging and then forgetting about it. Even her dad, who doted on her the most, would often forget what had been promised to her. Although the old summer will also make up for the previous promise, but that moment brings a little girl's great disappointment, invariably set off another boy's greatness and commitment. This was probably the reason why when she was a child, she wouldn't even hesitate when Joyu asked her to call her dad. Calling the closest brother a daddy will fulfill all kinds of wishes in exchange for all kinds of good food and fun. And for a 5 or 6 year old enamorada, there is no mental obstacle at all. Definitely not going to fall for that now. But walking beside Xiaoyu, Xiaokoko still had the same feeling of feeling especially safe as when she was a child. She loved walking with Xiaoyu when the sun was just right like today. Even if it was just wandering aimlessly, she was happy. So you still have to try to get into a good high school. Stay in Iron 1. This kind of inexplicable idea. Don't have. I said before that the school is not important. That is for you to decompress. Decompress, understand? You don't take it seriously. The reason why a famous school is not because of its name alone. They rely on the fact that they get all those great teachers together. You have nothing to look at the official website of those famous schools. Many of their teachers have been selected to enter the college entrance examination proposition team. Can a B-class high school like Tai-E Middle School have this kind of resources? You think about it yourself. A teacher who has participated in the college entrance examination proposition can teach the same thing as a rash teacher? In particular, Shirdai Annex Middle School and Changjun Middle School have the most teachers who have been selected to be part of the proposition team in the past years. Xiaoyu was rambling next to him, really like an old father. But if it is really the old summer in the side chanting, Xiaokoko has long been annoying. But since it is Xiaoyu, well, thought that just now this guy said that they are all family. Xiaokoko decided to forgive Xiaoyu first. She even wished she was a little farther away from the road home, so she could listen to this presumptuous fellow chant a little longer. Unfortunately, she didn't know the spells to really make a road that was already close farther away. It was only when they reached the 3rd floor that Xiaoyu was content to stop her chatter. Educating people was genuinely enjoyable, especially when the other person didn't talk back. He felt that Shako should be praised for today. After all, he had provided him with extremely high emotional value. So standing in the stairwell of the gatehouse, he finally raised his hand and concluded in an old-fashioned manner. Well, that's all for today. You hurry home to study. Remember, there are still 7 days to go before the midterm. Don't think about nonsense now. There are only 2 targets for you, and that's Annexed Middle School or Changjun. I'm also going home to brush up on my Olympiad questions. Oh brother, I've thought it over. First I'll get into these 2 schools. Then I'll go to Yenbei University and we'll continue to be alumni. That's decided? I suggest you think about it and don't rush. After all, Huacheng is also quite good. Before we make a choice, we should research which school has a better scholarship policy and gives more generously. Xiaoyu said sincerely and seriously. Shouldn't it be a comparison of which university professors are better? Coco Charcoal raised an objection suspiciously. Don't make a fuss. At this level of Huacheng and Yenbei, there is no need to compete with details like the quality of professors. The focus is on the pattern. Understand? Which pattern is bigger? The future can only be the one in China. Without pattern, I guess it will be like that in the future. Xiaoyu educated the blindly obedient girl with a serious face. Xiaokoko nodded approvingly, although she really didn't know much about such lofty topics as patterns, but what Xiaoyu said was indeed quite reasonable. I vaguely remember that those big shots in TV dramas also like to emphasize that when people reach a certain position, they need to have a pattern. And school is probably the same, right? Brother knows so much. Xiao Shi, who was buying food at the market, obviously feels that her neighbors in the district are much warmer to her, while close neighbors in the city tend to have indifferent relationships. This does not include neighborhoods like Railway New Village, where the unit properties are extremely strong. After living for a long time in a neighborhood that has existed for almost 30 years, the vast majority of people are still in the same unit, and it's easy to go out and run into people you know. In the past, everyone just greeted each other politely, but lately there had been a noticeable increase in the number of old aunts, old men, and housewives of a similar age inquiring about Xiao Yu's situation. Josie, out grocery shopping again. Yes, Aunt Ro. So, I heard that your son suddenly moved to the school's rocket class? And he even got first in his grade. Well, maybe the kid suddenly got the hang of it. Hey, I always said when old Joe was still alive that Xiao Yu's kid was smart as a whip, and he'd definitely have a future. See, even if he was a bit naughty before, this time he got the hang of it and his grades went up immediately. In the future, you'll definitely be able to enjoy your son's happiness. Xiao Shi smiled perfunctorily, only feeling distressed. The people who like to talk to her about this are the same type of people. when she was pregnant with Xiao Yu. She pointed behind her back. When Xiao Yu was in a poor class, she specifically and repeatedly reminded her own children or grandchildren never to play with Xiao Yu. Are they bad people? Xiao, she thinks it doesn't really count. They are all ordinary people. How can there be any good or bad? She just simply didn't want to have anything to do with these people. Her heart was tired. After flying through the grocery shopping, I came home and saw that Xiao Yu was in the house again and started brushing up on her problems. Being a mom was quite gratifying and distressing. Joe metaphor. I ran into your Aunt Ro today to compliment you. What do you care about them? It's not good for me to ignore people complimenting you, is it? Roadkill. Nothing to pay attention to. Grandpa said that above the rules, everyone is equal. And below the rules, everyone is equal. So it's best to keep your mind stabilized. The best way is between rules above and below, without interfering with each other. Xiao, she was silent for a moment, staring at her son who didn't raise his head, exasperated. Speaking as if you're already above the rules. Who gave you the courage? Sooner or later, the good old man said. Chapter 53, Taken for a Ride. Whether junior high kids are ready or not, the midterm is really here after Dragon Boat Festival. Probably due to the fact that secondary school entrance exams are set by the provincial examining bureaus and scheduled separately. They don't attract the same kind of attention as the college entrance exams, but for parents of students from all over the world, the tension is pretty much the same, especially in the Singing City district. According to authoritative data released by the Education Department, the elimination rate of general high schools in previous years was as high as 55%. In other words, only 45% of the students who took the midterm were able to attend a high school. Those who don't make it will have to choose a vocational high school, or the legendary 3+2 joint training program. So Star City's middle school exam was actually several times more competitive than the college entrance exam. After all, according to the big statistics, if you count all the junior colleges, then the acceptance rate of the college entrance exam can reach a staggering 90%. Joe Metaphor thinks that's why college students are becoming less and less valuable. Whether it's a person or a ghost is stuffed in first. Except for those well-known colleges, the average college doesn't even have the guts to card graduation. If the vision continues to look forward, as society moves forward, accompanied by the pain of declining fertility rates, the probability is that the land of China will remain competitive. Only that batches of schools will disappear into the downfall of the long river of history. Many people think that if only the population of China is reduced, it can be less voluminous, to which Xiao Yu has always been pessimistic. A rational layout of society cannot make it easy for everyone to become a human being, as has been the case since the beginning of time. Because human beings are creatures whose greatest sense of happiness and motivation to strive has always come from comparison. Everyone is rich, which also means that everyone is poor. So even though Xiao Yu used his full strength in this midterm, he still felt frustrated. The frustration came from the exam questions, which were just too easy, especially physics and chemistry. At one point during the exam, Xiao Yu felt that he had done a bad thing with good intentions. If Zhou Xuan didn't take a break from school, he might have been able to pass the general high school line with a month of hard work. Who would have thought that the physics and chemistry multiple choice questions would not have a question that could be a finale? All test basic concepts. With this difficulty, Xiao Yu felt that it didn't matter if he had a brain or not. As long as he wasn't handicapped with both hands, it was enough. And it is true. After the test, the students in the rocket class complained that the test questions were too difficult. The focus was on math and no one mentioned other subjects. The math teacher of the rocket class also said that this year's math was the hardest secondary school exam in Star City in recent years. But Xiao Yu obviously had a different opinion. Math is also very easy. The first questions are routine. Only the last two questions are a little bit more difficult. It took about 5 seconds more to think about it. And if that's hard, then just don't take the test at all. Of course, this kind of words, Xiao Yu did not bother to tell others. After the exam, there were many people who cared about Xiao Yu's results. For example, every day when he returned to school, the good old man would ask Xiao Yu to send him the answers from the exam while he still had the memory. Of course, the big questions only needed to be given a general idea. When all the exams were finished, the good old man directly saved Xiao Yu's student handbook and passed on his behalf. Of course, this was all with Joe Metaphor's permission. It's not that Ranger doesn't trust Joe Metaphor. It's mainly because he's been pushed too. Which teacher can withstand the school leader to call 3 times a day, urging him to be more proactive? Must ensure that the focus of the students volunteering without any errors and omissions, although not named, but the focus of the middle school students, looking for him a high school teacher. This focus of the students will have to be specifically referred to. The midterm has just finished, and there are still half a month to fill out the volunteer application, and the top is already in a hurry. So Ranjia really can't do anything about it. He's a high school teacher who can't even reason with anyone when he's given this kind of assignment. Of course, this could only be blamed on the kid. Xiao Yu, who had nothing better to do than show some rule of thumb in front of the principal. It was good that Xiao Yu didn't care about these details. He was even dry enough to just commission the good old man to fill out his volunteer for him. That saved him one more thing. According to previous years, Star City's midterm results will be released in early July, closely followed by the filling of volunteers. Joe, you also had to prepare for the finals of the Little Ribaba math contest in early July. This was the most important thing at the moment. After all, there was a $30,000 prize involved. At today's exchange rate, that's 220,000 RMB, and it's still only 8 hours of work in front of a computer with the air conditioning blowing. Excellent value for money for a minor. There is also good news that Xia Coco's estimated score for this midterm is between 655 to 665. According to last year's Star City Secondary School Examination admission scoreline, Changchun Middle School stepped on the line to admit a score of 677, while normal university-affiliated middle school was 675. But considering that last year's Star City Secondary School Examination total score was 720, so if there were no surprises, this score would be enough for Xia Coco to get into these two schools. Taking a step back, even if you don't get into Changchun or Annex, odds are you'll get into the other two prestigious schools. But this does not mean that Xia Coco students can have a complete and happy summer vacation, because the vast majority of high schools in Star City, especially the famous schools before the official enrollment, is bound to have a placement test, and the content of the test will generally be more difficult than the content of the midterm. So Xia Coco's family has already enrolled the girl in a summer enrichment class early on. In the past, Xia Coco would probably be unhappy with this arrangement. However, since she had agreed with Xiao Yu that she would continue to be an alumnus of the top university in the capital in the future, she had silently accepted this arrangement. Although in the Star City Secondary School Examination can enter the 4 major schools, equivalent to half a foot into the 985 institutions, but if the goal is Huaqing and Yanbei, but also really have to be in the key classes reliable. If you are in a prestigious school with excellent performance, you may be able to get a direct guaranteed admission to Qingbei. So this period of time before the scores came out to fill in the volunteers became the happiest period of time for Xia Coco. The summer premium program doesn't officially start until July 8th. There wasn't any pressure from school, so every day Xia Coco was able to come downstairs early in the morning on time to wake up Xiao Yu and go have breakfast together. Then while the morning sun wasn't that big, she dragged Xiao Yu around the neighborhood. The beautiful name of the combination of work and rest, proper exercise, in order to ensure the efficiency of learning, has been buried in the bitter study of algebra and number theory of Joe. You think Coco students say very right. Xiao Yu, the class president, called yesterday and said he was going to hold a class reunion tomorrow night. We'll all have dinner at AA and then go to a KTV to sing. Will you attend? Call brother. Xiao Yu, who was already dizzy from the sunrise, gave a perfunctory answer. Oh, brother, are you going? Not going. Even if I attend a class reunion, I'm still attending class 13. Xiao Yu decisively refused. Oh, forget it then. I'm not going either. Then, can you take me to your class 13 reunion? I'm sure we can. But no one's organized. Why? Doesn't your class president have any cohesion at all? Because the classmates of the 13th class don't play with falsehoods. Class president really want to dare to organize a class reunion. A few bottles of wine down, in case the conflict breaks out, to ensure that the shot are shot. By the time the two sides fight up to be able to smash the KTV. Change, you are the class president, you dare to organize it? Xiao Yu replied casually and breathlessly. Really? That's too bad. If someone organizes it, be sure to take me with you. If they really fight, you can just pull me up and run like you did when you were a kid. Saying that, Coco-san naturally pulled up Xiao Yu's hand. No wonder this girl doesn't mind the heat. Her hands are even cool. Wait, no. It seems like he's being taken advantage of again. Thinking about the point, Xiao Yu couldn't help but stiffen his body. It was broad daylight. This girl even pinched him twice. Chapter 54, How do you know about Mr. Joe? Every sentence invented by the almighty netizens is justified. For example, boys must protect themselves well when they go out. After all, if you are not careful, you can be taken advantage of by unsuspecting little girls. Even though he was only taken by the hand, but if he dared to take his hand today, what he would dare to do to him next time. Xiao Yu didn't even dare to think about it. The good thing was that as the days passed by, the two little ones had not acted more excessively during this time. Although they had been maintaining the routine of eating breakfast together, taking a walk together, and then going home to start studying individually, Xia Coco had not acted more excessively. At best, they hold hands on their daily walks and don't even avoid people anymore. As for Joe metaphor, a little girl didn't care, and he certainly cared even less. Some adults saw it and smiled ambiguously. He took it frankly. It's just two kids. He's open about it. and so it finally came to June 28th. According to the official website of Kolibaba, today will be the day when the results of the preliminaries will be announced. Although Xiaoyu thought that he was bound to enter the finals after he had matched the answers, this matter was important, and after saying goodbye to Xia Coco and returning to his home, he still opened his computer at the first opportunity, and then realized that he had received an email from the official website of the Xiaoribaba competition. When he saw the email, Xiaoyu felt steady. Although the test questions for the preliminaries did not announce how many points each question was worth, after he read the reference answers, he gave himself a prediction that his score should not be lower than 70 points. The results when he clicked on the email were indeed the same. He was 71st in points and 286th in the preliminaries, a decent but unremarkable placing. Because the next thing Xiaoyu did was click on the official website with great interest, and the full version of the list of those who had made it to the finals had been released. Fully 800 people made it to the finals this year. Interestingly, one in front of him was from a Yanbei University, and one behind him was from a Tsinghua University, and he was sandwiched right in the middle. Of course it couldn't be considered a complete coincidence, as Xiaoyu scanned through the entire list and found that there were quite a lot of people from Yanbei and Huaqing who had participated in this competition and made it to the finals. There were more than 100 people, and most of them were in the top 400 positions. There were quite a few from foreign universities as well, almost 60 or 70 finalists. Most of the others are from other prestigious schools in the country. What Air University, Shuangdan, Jiangdan, Guadan, Polytechnic University with place names from all over the world. There are also a few XX middle schools sandwiched in between, tucked away, which makes the name Star City Railway No. 1 middle school look anything but obvious. Even if you throw out all those colleges, he's only fourth among all middle schoolers at this ranking. It made Xiaoyu feel like she had really worried for nothing before. He was a halfway decent student who relied on self-study, so there was still a gap between him and those who had studied systematically in school classes. The only shortcoming is that there are no other middle school students in Star City except for Iron 1 Middle School who made it to the final list. But Xiaoyu is still confident about the final. Of course it's not that this math competition, the final questions are going to be easier than the preliminaries, but according to the rules of the competition, the final is allowed to choose the track. Xiaoyu felt that the preliminaries were difficult to do, mainly because they covered a wide range of things, and everything had to be tested a little bit. But the finals were different, divided directly into 5 tracks: algebra and number theory, geometry and topology, analysis and equations, combinatorics and probability, and applied and computational mathematics. The questions that come out after a track is chosen cover only what is covered in the track itself. During this period of time, he mainly focused on studying the piece of algebra and number theory, not only the topic of the previous year's math competitions in Kolibaba, but he also found many related topics from the internet to try to do. So far, it feels very good. Sure enough, as soon as interest is generated, what used to be considered difficult now becomes an interesting point of interest, and with patience to delve into it, you can even reap the joy that comes with solving the problem. Yes, every time he solved a puzzle, Xiaoyu would unconsciously hallucinate the sound of gold coins arriving from PayPal and reap the benefits of a full sense of happiness. But there's no need to think about that much anymore. Just wait until early July when we officially enter the finals and give it all you've got to get a good score. Even if you can't get the gold medal, the silver medal Xiaoyu is still acceptable. $15,000, counting more than 100,000 yuan. After Josie quit drinking, there was almost enough for the two of them to cover their expenses for a year. Iron 1 Middle School, Administration Building. Anyone who has ever been a principal knows that most of those portrayed on TV shows are bullshit. In China, primary and secondary schools, as a special institution, are generally under the principal's responsibility. Therefore, the principal's work is mainly in the general direction, which is mainly to dominate the development direction of the school in conjunction with the requirements of the superiors. That's why major principals are usually busy whenever summer vacation approaches. The school will host principals' meetings, team meetings, enrollment test meetings, high school volunteer meetings, and annual teacher evaluations. But on campus is actually all still simple. It's the off-campus sessions that are the most demanding. District and city, education policy, summer student safety issues, school neighborhood improvement and so on. You have to go to any department meeting, at least the attitude has to come out. It's all hard these days, and principals don't really have it easy. The principal of a famous school may be better, but the principal of an ordinary school, it is really not good to offend either side. Otherwise, what food safety inspection, fire safety inspection, traffic safety inspection, think about it, makes one's head big, especially now that schools are on an authorized establishment. However, if schools want to develop, they always want to bring in some good teachers. Schools do not have teachers retiring every year, so they can free up their establishment. And then they need to apply to the Personnel Bureau for an increase in the number of teachers. If the relationship with the top is good, although the establishment is stuck tight, but one or two may also be approved. But the relationship is not good. In the current environment of strict limitations on the number of additions, casually card, there is no hope. So Zhang Taijun has been really busy lately, the kind where his feet don't touch the ground. For example, today he had 2 meetings to open. The morning of the school's summer safety work arrangement he delivered a speech. 8. Dinner. With the vice principal in charge of teaching, he solo rushed to the City Education Bureau to participate in About the Star City this year's college entrance examination summary and next year's college entrance examination preparation for the work of the meeting. The only good news is probably that he won't be required to go up to the stage and give a communication speech in the afternoon session. So just bring your ears and listen. The car exchanged a few work-related things with the vice-chancellor, and then closed his eyes for the meeting, which began promptly at 3 p.m. As the big man on the stage was speaking, the principal of Rongqing Middle School, who was sitting next to him, suddenly touched his arm and asked softly, "Principal Zhang, is there a teacher named Xiaoyu in your school?" HM? Hearing a principal mentioning Xiaoyu's name, Zhang Taijun was instantly alerted, turning his head to look at this colleague and asking without moving, "Principal Lu, how do you know about Mr. Xiao?" Chapter 55, White Lies. Lu Changchun moved his stool and looked at the principal who was making a report on the stage before he put his head over and replied with a pressed voice, "Our school's teacher Chen, who was engaged in the Olympiad, went through the list of that little Ribaba math contest early this morning and saw that your school's teacher Xiao made it to the finals. And it seems to be ranked in the 200th percentile. Awesome. Oh, ha, I'll have to ask him when I get back then. That's a good thing. Didn't hear him say that either." Zhang Taijun smiled and answered. His heart was already starting to mmp. There are still a few days to go before the midterm exams to fill in the volunteers, and as soon as the volunteers are done, all the dust will be settled. And now this is what's happening? This is bullshit. Can't that math contest of some sort announce this finalist a few days later? Indeed, quite impressive. Today our teacher Chen also said that more than a dozen of his former friends from the math department of Southern University signed up for this exam, and as a result, only 2 of them made it to the finals. You can imagine the difficulty of this competition is still quite high. If you have the chance, you can let Mr. Xiao come to our school to exchange ideas. Between our schools, we should help each other. Lu Changchun said politely. Zhang Taijun also politely said, "No problem. We'll work on a charter out together when we have the chance next semester." After a few words, the 2 didn't continue to exchange words. After all, there are still leaders of the city's education department sitting on the stage. Simply chat a few sentences can also be said to explore the work. From the beginning to the end of the chat, more or less some do not put people in the eyes of the flavor. Anyone who can achieve the position of principal still has a strong sense of proportion. But at this time, Zhang Taijun only felt mixed feelings in his heart. Although he didn't care about this kind of corporate organized math competition, Principal Lu's words just now had revealed several layers of meaning. More than a dozen South University Mathematics Department of high talent students enrolled in the competition. Only 2 into the final list of the competition. Xiaoyu Jr. also entered the final list. This if really spread out. Stuck in the filling of volunteers at this point, to say does not provoke the attention of people who have the intention of attention is not possible. Although the school had signed an agreement with Xiaoyu, people knew very well that that agreement wasn't really binding. If some schools really don't want B-face and insist on robbing people, and Xiaoyu didn't resist the temptation to go to the higher management, the students' opinions would definitely be the most important. It's annoying to think about. Sure, as a proper IMO gold medalist, this kind of talent, in the Iron First Middle School 30 years may not come across one. Really miss it, he has to regret for a lifetime. What was being said on stage was just too much to listen to. After sitting for a while, Zhang Taijun didn't hold back and quietly touched his cell phone and tapped WeChat, sending a message to Lan Jie. "Did Joyu participate in the Kori Baba math competition and made it to the finals?" Unfortunately, there was no response after waiting for half a day. Probably in class? Thinking of this, Principal Zhang could only temporarily press down his restlessness and put his cell phone back into his pocket. Let's finish the meeting first. Ranjie was indeed in class when Zhang Taijun sent the message. The only 2 grades that were already on summer vacation were the junior and senior grades, while the other grades would not be released until July 7th according to the unified arrangement of the higher-ups. But to be honest, Ranjie's teaching load wasn't really that heavy. Other math teachers usually had to take 2 to 3 classes. But because he was also the school's Olympiad coach and head of the math teaching and research group, he only took 1 class. Although the treatment is not comparable to that of a full-time Olympiad coach at a prestigious school, in a middle school like Tae Middle School, the treatment is already quite good. At least Ranger was happy with his life so far. Salary, performance, bonuses, various types of subsidies and bilateral provident funds all add up to an annual income of 14 or 15. And after the tax rebate, there are also 120,000 or 300,000 in hand. This may not be a high income if you need to support your family, but it is more than enough to live a life where one person can feed the whole family without going hungry. If you add to this the fact that Ranjie is still a firm non-marriageist, and his parents are quite open-minded, not urging for marriage, not to mention the birth of a child. So basically there is nothing too much broken in life, and it is not a problem at all to live a more spontaneous life. Almost final exams. The class lectured on a paper that was set down yesterday, and when the class was over, I didn't finish the lecture and dragged the class for 3 minutes. I went back to the office and picked up my cell phone before I saw the message from Zhang Taijun. Stunned, Ranger couldn't even be bothered to get back to the principal in the first place, and opened the official website of Kolibaba to download the list of finalists that had been announced in the morning. Turned down a few pages, and indeed saw the name of Star City Railway No. 1 middle school in the position of more than 200, and the name column did write Xiao Yu's name. Nice guy, 286 names. Although the finalists announced to the public did not show the scores, Ranger naturally knew very well what the ranking meant. In fact, you don't even need to be an insider, just a layman. As long as you look at the names of the schools that follow this ranking, you will probably be able to understand the gold content of this ranking. For example, one behind Xiaoyu is Huaqing University, and another one behind is Shuangdan University. Ranger then focused on the names of the dozen or so units that were middle schools. Just like Joe Metaphor, at least 3 of the names were familiar to Ranger. All nationally recognized OU coaches. Yes, Joe Metaphor thought that all of the people with middle school names on the back were middle school students like him, but many of the contestants were actually teachers who taught classes at the school. The details of the registered players are only available in the database of the Kolibaba backstage registration, such as age, but the math circle is actually quite small, especially in the OU competition circle. When a famous teacher's name is up, everyone in the circle knows it. For example, Zhang Yanxiao from Linhai Luzhong International Middle School in 27th place, and Zhang Feng from Shuangqing Beishan Middle School in 74th place, are well-known Olympiad coaches who graduated from prestigious universities majoring in mathematics and have brought out IMO gold medalists. Xiao Yu's name seemed very strange when it was sandwiched between these people, and even the unit of Star City Railway No. 1 high school seemed strange. After all, the other middle schools are local top-ranked prestigious schools. Only the Star City Railway First High School is a very ordinary high school. In the last 10 years Qingbei alumni have not been trained. Literally ordinary high school. This kid had the nerve to tell him on WeChat that he didn't know if he'd make it to the finals? Lan Jie took a deep breath and mentally waved away the idea of asking Xiaoyu on WeChat, instead tapping on Principal Zhang's WeChat and replying, yes, Xiaoyu made it into the final list of the Kolibaba math competition, ranking 286th, and many undergraduates and graduate students from famous schools in Huaqing, Yanbei, and abroad are all ranked behind him. What he didn't expect was that the principal, who used to take a long time to reply to a message, replied quickly this time. Don't publicize this in any way before volunteering. Also in the next 2 days if anyone asks about your side, just say that Xiaoyu is the school's math teacher. Ha! Chapter 56 Invitations. Oh, Mr. Joe, is this so he can change his last name? At his advanced age, Ranger felt quite uncomfortable having to lie on command. He can only hope that no one would notice Xiaoyu's score in the name of Iron 1 Middle School and ask him about it. But he didn't wait for him to make such an expectation when another math teacher from the senior year walked into the office and excitedly chatted about the topic. Hey, Mr. Lan, that junior high school student you picked out, Xiaoyu, even made it to the finals of the department's elementary school Ribaba. Awesome. If I were to enroll, I wouldn't necessarily make it to the finals. Hearing this, Ranger didn't feel honored, only headstrong. This competition has grown over the past 5 years and still has a bigger presence in math circles. Especially now the requirements for high school teachers are getting higher and higher. 10 years ago, high schools like Tiei Middle School, teacher training bachelor's degree outstanding graduates can enter. But starting 5 years ago, recruiting teachers to start all need a master's degree in a related field. As for those key high schools, while the requirement may be that a master's degree is sufficient, most of those actually admitted have PhDs. It's not like there's any threshold for the Kolibaba math contest, and there's no entry fee. In addition, the competition is scheduled for the weekend. There are 2 full days, as long as the school does not explicitly prohibit the participation of staff. Naturally, many math teachers will sign up to try. It's not necessarily about the prize money. Participating in such competitions is tantamount to battling with the big boys at the top of the IQ scale, and it's kind of fulfilling for people who do math, and cannot enter the final is not afraid of shame. small ribaba and will not post the list of defeated. As long as they do not say, around the pressure of no one will know that he has applied for the name. Including Ranger's first 2 sessions were also enrolled, but anyone who signed up, whether they made it to the finals or not, probably took the time to look at the list. For Star City, the middle school at the beginning of Star City was conspicuous, so Lan Jia didn't even have time to talk to the teacher who came in, but immediately replied back in WeChat, Principal Zhang, it's useless for you to just talk to me. Many math teachers across Star City are probably concerned about this competition, including our school. Only then did he smile bitterly and said to his colleague who had already taken his seat, come on, Mr. Su, just now Principal Zhang also gave me a special explanation. Don't mention to anyone that Xiao Yu made it to the finals, and if anyone asks, just say that Xiao Yu is a teacher in our school. Afraid to come to rob people? All are smart people. Mentioning a sentence opposite reacted, suddenly realized that. Lan Jia smiled. Before he had time to open his mouth to speak, his phone began to vibrate again. And then he saw the WeChat workgroup came to the message. At all people, please each classroom teacher with the math teacher to receive the message within 10 minutes after the meeting in the administration building 607 conference room. No leave. Please notify each other. Principal Zhang was really thunderous enough to start calling a meeting while people were still outside? Come on. There's a meeting. Let's go. China. Xiaosu, where the headquarters of Sholi Baba is located. Even though Xiao Yu would have loved to make it to the finals for the prize money without showing his face, he was still noticed. Unfortunately, although you don't need to fill in your occupation to sign up for the Kori Baba's math contest, you do need to fill in your birthday. Xiao Yu, who had just turned 15 this year, was one of the youngest of all the entrants this year. When he entered the finals, he naturally became the youngest finalist. Not only that, he also ranked 285th in the preliminaries. There were 7 other 15-year-old middle schoolers like him, but Xiao Yu's placing was the highest of all the preliminaries in his age group. These junior high school students, overpowering a group of students from prestigious universities to get the ticket to the final, and some of them ranked very high, naturally attracted the attention of many bigwigs in the organizing committee of the competition. The organizing committee of the competition includes not only academicians of national academies of sciences, but also professors from the mathematics faculties of many prestigious universities. Competitions in this type of subject area are inherently tasked with discovering talent. Over the years there has been no shortage of very young candidates who have made it to the finals to get gold medals. For example, Jai Jinyu, a student from Shuangqing City, won the gold medal in last year's Kori Baba Global Mathematics competition last year when he was 17 years old, and was the only finalist last year with a perfect score. But unlike these middle schoolers, this big guy 2022, that's 16 years old and just a freshman in high school, represented China in IMO and got a gold medal. After that, he was directly guaranteed admission to Yanbei University's School of Mathematics, and although he was only 17 years old when he participated in the Little Ribaba Mathematics competition last year, he was already a sophomore at Yanbei University's School of Mathematics. Although the junior high school students have not yet been able to win the gold medal in the finals, they by definition have not yet had the opportunity to receive a systematic knowledge of higher mathematics either. If you can take this ranking simply by teaching yourself, the talent can only be described as extremely impressive. As the best achiever, Xiao Yu, but also other teenagers, their answers to the questions were the most popular, and many bigwigs specifically downloaded and looked at them, and remembered the names. But after all, it's just the preliminaries. Tens of thousands of people sign up, plus it's held online. It's hard to get on some of the anti-cheating technical means, and a lot of times you really have to rely on the players to be self-conscious. So after a few bigwigs said hello, Xiao Yu received another email from the organizing committee of the Kori Baba Global Math Contest in his mailbox. It was a special invitation for Xiao Yu to go to Sholi Baba headquarters in Xiaozhou to participate in the final. If Xiao Yu agrees, he only needs to provide the name and ID number of his guardian, and the organizing committee will directly arrange the round trip, food and accommodation. Although the final can also be online, it is only necessary to turn on the camera and microphone through the technical means to supervise the examination. But there are cases where talented kids like this one, who the big boys are interested in, are invited to the final at the headquarters. Of course Zhou Yu wasn't the only one who received such an invitation. Most of the talented youngsters in his age group received the same email. Xiao Yu, who was watching the video and trying to learn from the knowledge, saw the message pop up on his mailbox, clicked in and took a look, thought about it, walked out of the room, and asked Xiao Shi, who was watching the soap opera on the sofa, "Mom, that Shaoli group invited me to participate in the finals in Xiaozhou, and packaged the round-trip fare and lodging. Are you going to go?" "Oh, when is it?" Josie asked. Looking up, the start of the finals is July 14th, but you may have to go there a day or two earlier. No go. Xiao Shi decisively refused. What? You're not too happy with this time? How about I talk to them about changing the time? Xiao Yu said in a bad mood. It's not like you don't know. I'm sociopathic and don't like to have contact with people I don't know well. Xiao Shi rationalized. Then why did you ask when? I'm asking you when you're going. Doesn't mean I'm going. Besides, you are 15 years old. Are you afraid to take the high-speed train or do you have no legs? By the way, you have to be more careful when you go away. Less calculating and more sincere. If you're really scared, you can give the good old man a call. He's probably more precious to you than me right now. Mom's love is always so comprehensive. Chapter 57, Expressions of Sincerity. Xiaoyu returned to his room and began to think about whether or not he should take a trip to Xiaozhou. Originally, he thought that someone would provide free travel expenses, food and lodging, so he could take Xiao Shi along on a trip to Xiaozhou. After all, in order to take care of him for so many years, Xiao Shi had never gone out to play. Who would have thought that he would have been rejected? Xiaoyu wasn't really sure if not going to Xiaozhou was Xiao Shi's real idea. Mother and son belonged to a category of people who both thought more like voluntarily giving up free trips out of the house so that your dear son doesn't feel guilty. The average person might not think of it, but Joe Metaphor thinks it's possible. Although he always showed disdain for Xiao Shi towards Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu knew very well that if anything really happened to him, the odds were that his mom wouldn't live alone. Not a judgment out of thin air, but from the many details of life. When he is well, everything is fine in the house. Once he has any headache, the house will surely be in a state of panic. The woman who conceived him was literally going to stay at his bedside all night long, and feeling slightly off. The woman who claimed to be a social terrorist who still looked soft would not hesitate to call a car and then carry him downstairs to rush to the best hospital in Star City. Even at that time she had a splitting headache. Yes, every time Xiaoyu was sick, Xiaoshi's headache symptoms would really strike at the same time. But even so, even if she was in so much pain that she was banging her head against the wall behind her back, she would still resist the urge to drink to relieve it, and take care of it attentively by Xiaoyu's side. So after growing up, Xiaoyu also practiced extremely strong endurance. A little bit of small illness and pain, he will not show half of it. People's 6th grade children burned to 39 degrees, the whole person is shriveled up. But Xiaoyu hard can pretend to be nothing, sneak downstairs to the community hospital, pay their own fees, do all kinds of tests, injections, but also 1,000 times to tell the doctor uncle who knows him, do not tell his mother. Unfortunately, it doesn't usually go his way. That damn doctor. General small cold is just, but where there is a little bit of uncertainty, or the laboratory out of a bacterial, viral infection or something, are in front of him promised well, and then behind his back or will be the first time to notify Xiao Shi. Luckily, Xiaoyu hadn't gotten any particularly serious illnesses, and had come through so many years. Xiaoyu was also used to the fact that everyone expressed love in different ways. Now he even understood the doctor downstairs. The rules of society worked like this, and unless he could take responsibility on his own, then the doctor would always have to find a way to protect himself when faced with him as a minor. It's like just now, when Xiaoshi brought out the good old boy even though his mouth said it was lame that he didn't dare to go out when he was 15. A tough-talking, soft-spoken, highly intelligent mom who doesn't mean what she says is a big headache for a son. Just as Xiaoyu was deliberating whether or not to make this trip to Xiaozhou, the phone rang, from the good old man. It was too much of a coincidence to give Joe Metaphor a sense of fatalism. Hello, Mr. Lang. Xiaoyu. We just finished a meeting, and the focus of the meeting was to discuss your matter. This is an exaggeration, isn't it? Xiaoyu was unsure. No exaggeration. Principal Zhang is really afraid that you'll be poached by other schools, so he directly unified the tone. Before the termination of volunteering, if anyone asks about you, they will all temporarily say that you're the school's math teacher. It won't be publicized in a big way either. You can understand that, right? I don't care if it's publicized or not, but I'm a student or a teacher. Can't I find out? Besides, the agreement is signed. The influence of math competitions is only concentrated in the field of mathematics, and news doesn't spread that quickly. Everyone is busy at this time of the year and won't make a point of checking. As for the agreement, you also said that it's not very binding, so Principal Zhang naturally doesn't feel at ease. That's why. He even specifically asked me to make a phone call to have a good talk with you. It's okay, I'm a man of my word. Then if there is now a school as long as you are willing to go, not only the tuition is all reduced but also privately give you $100,000 directly. The reward for participating in IMO is also the same as Iron One. Will you still keep your word? Yu took a deep breath. See, the good old boy was just too direct, but of course the answer still dripped. Even though you're a teacher, I'm going to criticize you. Normal people know you can't just test human nature. Not at any time. But since you're the one who asked, Well, I think so. If there is really a school that wants to dig me also willing to give money, I will definitely report to you first. After all, you are in TAE Middle School well, as long as TAE Middle School is also willing to give 100,000. Even if the opposite is Chonjun, normal university attached to the middle school such as famous schools, I will be determined to stay here. Xiao Yu replied with conviction. Hearing this from Xiao Yu, Ranger felt kinda relieved. At least his face was worth more than a famous school. But without waiting for him to respond, Xiao Yu spoke up again. Let's not talk about that for now. Mr. Lan, just now the organizing committee of that Shaori Baba math contest sent me an email saying that they want to invite me and my guardian to Shaori Baba's headquarters in Xiaozhou to participate in the finals. But my mom said she didn't want to go to Dashu, so it's okay for me to reject them outright and just attend the finals at home, right? The organizing committee contacted you directly? In this case, I suggest you go there. Attending the finals at the Xiuhu University headquarters will give you the chance to meet many bigwigs in the academic world, who will be very helpful to you in the future. If there's a chance that you can see eye to eye with some of them and become their student later, you're set for life. Ranger's voice was agitated. How much help? Xiao Yu asked absently. Do you know Professor Tian Yanjin Tian? Hey, don't know you will go to the internet search. The Chinese Academy of Sciences and the United States Academy of Sciences dual academician, is now Yanbei University lecturer professor. Other titles you go to see. He is one of the organizing committee members of the tournament. Oh yeah, don't you like money? The Yanbei International Mathematics Research Center was built by him. He raised more than $300 million just by his face, and built this research center in Yanbei University. Do you think that if you really have the chance to follow such a mentor, will you lack the opportunity to make money in the future? In addition to academician Tian, there are many other big shots, that are the big bulls in the academic world. Other people do scientific research to desperately try to find money. They do scientific research, money will come to their door. How could you not go for such a good opportunity? I'm sure you don't understand all the stuff you're telling you about academia progression. Let me put it to you this way. That 100, 000 or 80, $000 you care about doesn't mean shit to people. A lot of people are willing to pay more than that to get a letter of recommendation from one of these bigwigs. And I'm sure you won't be the only one invited to the headquarters. So you're not going to fight for this kind of opportunity and give it to someone else? Listening to the good old man's passionate words on the phone, Xiao Yu did feel a little moved. So I'll go over there myself? Tell you what, if your mom doesn't have time, why don't I come with you? Xiao Yu was quite satisfied, and it was true that those who had sincere company would not even ask a question about what time they would be traveling. Chapter 58. This is too serious, isn't it? Hanging up the phone, and then tapping WeChat to send the ID number to Xiao Yu. These are all subconscious actions. Ranjie's mind began to review the conversation with Xiao Yu just now. It always felt like something wasn't quite right. Soon after finishing business, a message from Xiao Yu made him realize, Mr. Lang, do you really think a school would pay to poach me? Well, the famous school or not is all a front. The so-called must talk to him, probably also want to let iron one bid against the other side, and then sell themselves a little more expensive? Given Zhou Yu's nature, Ranger thought the odds were that the guy could do something like this, so decisively returned. Don't think about it, put 5 years ago there is still a possibility. Now the authorities require to resolutely put an end to this kind of situation. If there is really a school dares to give money directly, we will directly complain upwards. A string of ellipses came back from the opposite side of the room, plus a look of regret with a spread-eagled hand. Rangier was nervous for a moment, but when he thought of the fact that Xiao Yu's student handbook and exam pass were still kept with him, he was a little more open. Anyway, the kid couldn't have sneaked the volunteer in on his own. No fear. After talking to Xiao Yu, Ranger shook his head and began grading papers in his office. There is no hurry to go to dinner, because Principal Zhang said in WeChat to let him wait for himself. Surely waiting back, to let him go to the office to chat for a few words. Why not calmly wait in the office? Not only can you save money on a meal, maybe you can also mix a good meal. Ranger probably hadn't even realized that after being in contact with Xiao Yu for a long time, he was starting to be brought to like taking a little advantage. Only 3 papers had been corrected when Principal Zhang called to say he was back. Slowly and methodically, he packed up his things and rushed to the principal's office. Not only was Principal Zhang there, but also Principal He, who was in charge of teaching. Headmaster, Principal He. Entering the door, Ranger greeted politely. Lon is here. Sit down. How's the conversation with Xiao Yu going? The school can't be publicized for the time being. Is he okay with that? No. He just asked if there were any bonuses at school. Actually, Xiao Yu didn't ask. It was Ranger who asked for Xiao Yu, but very much in Xiao Yu's style. Zhang Taijun and he solo glanced at each other, and this time Principal He took over. This, can also be there, but certainly not too much. Around 3,000 should not be a problem. Otherwise Principal Lee's side will complain again. The main sources of funding for public high schools are those. In the past, the Star Iron Children's School had 3 stages, primary, junior and senior. The new century after the transfer to the local part of the original elementary school out, it became the current Iron 1 middle school. It is not like other education groups that have school-run enterprises, and it is mainly financed by grants and tuition and miscellaneous fees. The economic foundation is not too good, but it is certainly not the worst. But for public schools, it is indeed inappropriate to give too much of such unplanned incentives. After all, schools relying on grants are certainly not as hard-nosed as private secondary schools when it comes to talking about money. 5,000. I'll go talk to Comrade Chang Fu about this. Jung Tae-jun sealed the deal. Ranger smiled. Another sum of money in the bank. Thought Zhou Yu would be even more determined to make his choice now? By the way, you still have Xiao Yu's pass and enrollment booklet, right? Well, he gave it to me to keep, and said that when the time came, he'd just let me help him volunteer. Ranger said with a nod. Phew, that's good. I'll ask after the meeting today. The midterm results should come out on the 1st, officially announced to the public on the 2nd, and filling in the volunteers is scheduled for the 4th to the 6th. There aren't many days left, and now that everyone is busy with final work, there shouldn't be any problems. After saying that, a smile finally appeared on Jung Tae-jun's face. He's been really exhausted these past 2 days. It's not easy to keep a child. Right. There's another thing, probably because Xiao Yu's grades were pretty good this time around. Xiao Zhou's side invited Xiao Yu to the headquarters to participate in the finals. The child is still underage and needs to be accompanied by a guardian, and his mom doesn't want to go, so she asked me to accompany him on the trip. That's pretty good. Go, this must go. This way you go this trip to school for you to count overtime. In addition round-trip tickets, meals, lodging. Remember to take the invoice. Come back to give you a report. Jung Tae-jun said in a pleasant manner. That won't be necessary, will it? The arrangements for this trip are all covered by the organizing committee side. Xiao Yu judgment is right. Ranjie is in the kind of honest people. Send too much cheap. We'll be embarrassed to take advantage of the kind. Hey, it's not like the school can afford you to sacrifice your summer break to work on school stuff. You listen to me on the line. Alright, it's not early today. All haven't eaten yet. I'll be the host today. Let's just say that every pre-made plan in life is pretty good, but changes always come unexpectedly. Actually, the next few days did wind down. Jung Tae-jun's judgment is also right. Almost summer vacation. Everyone is very busy. Busy with safety. Busy with enrollment. Busy with reviewing. Busy with summarizing. Busy with some messy things. No time at all to understand other messy things. The calm was broken on the day of the midterm scores. For the midterm, Xiao Yu really gave it his all, so he got a rather exaggerated grade. All 3 main subjects, language, mathematics and foreign languages, were fully scored. Physics and chemistry were also fully scored. History was fully scored, and only ethics and the rule of law was converted to 57 points. In other words, of the 580 total points in the junior secondary examination, he scored 577 points directly, together with the 40 points for physical education and health, and the 18 points for geography and biology. The total score in the examination amounted to 635 points. That total is actually sandwiched between a bunch of grades that don't really stand out, but if you single out the 3 main subjects, it's extremely anticlimactic. The entire city of Star City was the only one in the city, not one of them. Not to mention, there were a total of 7 courses taken this time, and Xiao Yu got 6 perfect scores, another one without one. As we all know, it is much more difficult to get full marks in subjects such as language and English, which have more subjective questions, than in mathematics, science and chemistry, especially in language and English. There are essays. Kids who get perfect essays are always easy to single out. The scores were officially opened for inquiry at 6 o'clock in the evening on July 2nd. As the principal, Jung Tae-jun naturally has a way to know some key students' scores in advance. Early in the morning of the 2nd, before the scores were announced to the public, he learned of Xiao Yu's results in advance, and then his entire being went into a trance. On the phone, the friend from the Education Bureau was still chanting, "Hiss, old Jung how is this Joe metaphor score distribution in your school so strange? This partiality is also biased too fresh, right? Geography and biology teacher is not Howie? These 2 subjects are also open book Hearing this, Jung Tae-jun didn't even know how to reply. Yes, given that Xiao Yu's biology and geography had only scored 18 points before, he had especially instructed the teachers to make sure that Xiao Yu answered the questions carefully during the midterm exam, and especially to write the words neatly. But who the hell would have thought that this guy would directly test out with 6 perfect scores out? If I'd known, I'd have let him keep his style and use that messy font and deduct some paper points. 635 with a total score of 20 points less than last year's. That's damn near enough for a 5-minute line. This is still the case when geography and biology only scored 18 points. Still can't blame Joe Metaphor at all because he asked for it. Truly, Zhang Taijun regretted that he shouldn't have made the request blindly at that time. Why are you so serious about the midterm? Why don't you just let your kids take the test? Chapter 59, Can't Hide It After All. When Principal Zhang made a phone call to Lan Jie to inform him of Xiaoyu's score, the senior math teacher didn't know what to say. 9 courses in the Star City Secondary School exam, counting sports, Xiaoyu had 6 perfect scores, and although morality and the rule of law wasn't a perfect score, only 3 points were deducted after discounting. The remaining 2 subjects with unimpressive scores were still taken in the second year. Even if the total score is not striking, there is no hiding it. After holding his breath for a long time, Lan Jie returned. This score, well, it shows that Xiaoyu, this child, did take the exam seriously this time. I know. I have to be blamed for him getting this grade. Hey, at that time, I was only afraid that it would be too troublesome in case he didn't have enough lines. Who would have thought that it was such a situation when he got serious? Hearing these chagrined words from Principal Zhang over the phone, Ranjia only felt like crying and laughing. The principal doing a self-review because a student did too well on a test is pretty much a living hell. But now that the situation is what it is, Joe, you definitely can't hide it. I haven't dealt with that kid much, and he was discovered by you. Lanjia, you must keep Xiaoyu in our Tai E middle school. One sentence made Lanjia a bit taut and could only say stiffly, don't worry, Principal Zhang. This person, Xiaoyu, is actually still very conscientious, and I believe that he also has feelings for Iron No. 1 middle school, and won't be scooped up so easily. That's good then. So without further ado, see if you need to inform Joyu of the good news. Hanging up the phone, Ranjie only felt his head was a bit big, but he didn't feel the need to inform Xiaoyu in advance, and he could check the score the next day anyway. But he was now really thinking about whether any school would actually take the money to drop on this little guy. Repent and push too hard. Star City Educational Examination Center. After the results came out, Xiaoyu's transcript was the first to be screened by the Department of Academic Examinations and then placed on Dean Pang Mingzhang's desk. This is the only one with this score on the midterm this year, right? Yes, nothing else is out of the ordinary. Pang Mingzhang breathed a sigh of relief. This at least meant that it was unlikely that the title had been leaked on a wide scale in advance. Even if the Star City Secondary School Examination is a city-independent proposition, if after the results are out, it is suddenly exposed that the examination questions were leaked in advance, it is enough for the examination yuan to drink a pot. Has this score been checked backwards? This is what the Department of Academic Examinations means. To see if you think you need to find the invigilator and the inspector of this exam room to understand the situation. And by the way, access the video of the day of the exam room to see. Pang Mengzhang thought for a moment, then nodded and said, well, let's investigate first. But don't make too much noise. It shouldn't be a big deal if there's only one person with such a special score. Okay, I'll let that side know. Well, tell them to hurry up a bit, and they must send me the investigation report before officially checking the results to the public today. Also organize experts to review the papers again. Yes, Dean Pong. By mid-afternoon, the news inevitably began to spread. Principal Yuan, congratulations, you've produced this year's top student in the Star City Secondary School exam. Your foreign language school Zheng scored a total of 690 points, ranking alone first in the city. You're welcome, it's all because of the good policies given by the group. The reply could not be heard as much of a surprise. Naturally, he had already known the news through his own channels as well. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the opposite side of the conversation turned. By the way, I heard that this year's midterm exam has a rare thing. Iron 1 Middle School has a student named Xiaoyu. This year's exam of 7 subjects, in addition to the Taoist law, deducted 3 points. Language, mathematics, foreign, physical, chemical plus sports are full marks. But the total score is only 635 points, because last year, both subjects of geosynthesis only scored 9 points. Oh, there's such a thing? I'm afraid this isn't just a favoritism, is it? Wait, Xiaoyu? This name seems a bit familiar. Right, 2 days ago I also heard someone mention. He also enrolled in the small Ribaba math competition this year. Is the only one to enter the finals of the Star City is also called Xiaoyu. Hey, it's not right. I heard that Xiaoyu is the teacher of Iron 1 Middle School. Sensei? How could that be? Unless there are 2 named Joe Metaphor in Iron 1. And I looked at the transcripts, and the names are Joe as in arbor and Metaphor as in metaphor. Then it must be a person. The words are the same. How could it be so coincidental? Iron First Middle School, that abacus. All thought of. I also think. By the way, just for the sake of this Xiao Yu's bizarre score, the examination Yuan also specifically went back to check the examination room he was in at the time. The videos were all copied over. And it's a good thing they didn't find anything wrong. Otherwise, it's a toss-up whether or not the results will be announced properly tomorrow. So this Joe metaphor. Take a look first. Take a look first. It is estimated that those several private education groups have already noticed. It's a pity. The 635. Steady Qingbei seedling Hey. The last psi probably indicates the high gold content of the 635 points of Xiao Yu's. After all, even Zhang, who was the top student in the midterm, hadn't managed to get full marks in all three main subjects: language, mathematics and foreign languages. And if Xiao Yu's geography and biology subjects would have scored a perfect score if they were the same as Zhang's classmates, then the total score would have been 697. Even if a few points are deducted, the odds are that the score will be above 690. After all, the biology and geography exams are also in percentages, but they are converted to 40 points. There was no child who ranked in the top 500 in the midterm who scored less than 75 points in these two subjects combined. Even if Xiao Yu was given the lowest 75 points in this class, the total score reached a staggering 692. To put it bluntly, a student with that kind of ability, 2 nines on 2 exams in raw land, is interesting to those within the education system. 2 possibilities. Either it was intentional, or he repented after taking those 2 courses in his second year, or suddenly got the hang of it, and then his grades followed. But judging by the scores of the other 2 let's play around with, the former is more likely. Of course, it's also conceivable that it must be more than just within the Nagarjuna system that is exploring the Joe metaphor score at this point. This evening many people in the education sector of Star City were not going to be whole by Xiao Yu, a student who scored a perfect score in 6 subjects but only 635 in total. Superimposed on the small Ribaba math competition not long ago, Iron First Middle School also has a Xiao Yu directly into the final. Directly let this name to this year's secondary school examination of the top 3 of the attention of the top 3 have been suppressed. Yes, people don't care who the top 3 finishers are this year. All they can think about is this unique way of playing. It's not, is it? Is Iron 1 this desperate? Shouldn't they make people take the first 18 out of their junior year in order to hide a quality student? It doesn't seem right. Even if the school wanted to operate that way, the students wouldn't be able to agree to it out of the blue, would they? You can't bet your future on the school's conscience, can you? A student who can score such a mark in the midterm must not be so stupid. Then again, middle school kids who make it to the finals of the Kori Baba Global Math Competition really have more than just the midterm. So what the hell is going on here? Chapter 60, Good People Deserve Good Things. P.S. 1. Recommend this book to everyone. It's great. Synopsis, he's a piece of shit cop. Who told him to work the case? It's busy enough with performance appraisals and evaluating confrontations. Busy as it is, he's tossing it around. And the leaders think we can't live with ourselves touching the fish every day. PS2, tomorrow 12 a.m. on the shelves. From the shelves only more than 30 hours left. Pudding is trying to save manuscripts. Ready to explode more. Chapter 61, Score Check. It is said that a woman is too big to stay in the middle. Stay into hatred. But this is obviously not yet raised. Old Xia slandered in his heart. After relieving the embarrassment, the wife sitting on the other side of the toffee chair was already chatting with Xiao Shi. Women are like this. As long as they are willing to talk, they can always find a topic. This made old Xia sit there a little unsure of what to do, and could only pretend to stare at the TV and watch. What made him depressed was that Xiao Yu really sat on his butt next to his own daughter, not treating himself as an outsider at all. Xiao Yu, this child is quite smart. Why do not you know to avoid suspicion? You can take the initiative to sit on their side, accompanied by the uncle to chat. It didn't help that old Summer was guilty of confronting Coco. Because of the 2 men's work, they often could not be accompanied at home, so it was not easy to be at home. He really could not afford to say anything serious to his only daughter. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the case that all 3 of them would have run to the Qiao family as guests today at the most important time, so they could only slander Xiao Yu in their hearts. Brain indignantly turning all sorts of messy thoughts, but out of the corner of his eye, he accidentally saw his own daughter actually very unruly poking and prodding at Xiao Yu. His face subconsciously boarded up, then dryly coughed twice, cough cough. The next moment, all 4 pairs of eyes in the room focused on him. Old Xia was immediately embarrassed again, especially when Coco's classmates turned their heads sideways and looked at him with a very irritated gaze that made old Xia break his defenses a bit. But what could he do? Xiao Yu was sitting there in a disciplined manner. It was his own daughter who kept making small movements. He couldn't tell his own daughter to behave herself in front of Xiao Yu and Xiao Shi. Could he? So squeezing out a smile, he explained, Throat is suddenly a little scratchy. The two older women moved away with smiles and laughter, then started chatting again with gusto. But Xia Coco was obviously more concerned about her dad. Dad, if you don't feel well, go home and rest first, and let mom call you when the results are out. It's fine. Checking the results is most important, old Xia said seriously. Oh, Xia Coco answered. Then she also turned her head, and under old Xia's serious gaze, she brought the edge of her mouth to Xiao Yu's ear and whispered. Old Xia felt tendons twitching in his forehead. Suffocating and unable to think, the grieving old father could only once again focus on the children's program on TV. It was sad. It felt like he was the only one in this living room who was redundant. Still, he couldn't help but prick up his ears. It's a good thing that the things the two little ones talk about don't seem so unacceptable. Brother, I want to go to Xiaozhou too. I wouldn't mind. But don't you have to start tutoring on July 8th? How about I take a few days off? Stop it. Do you want to get into Qingbei in the future? So have you chosen yet? Is Huaqing University or Yanbei University better? What's the rush? It's always better to talk to the people who run them about things like school grids. Old Xia skimmed his mouth. Although he accepted the fact that Xiao Yu's learning ability was very strong, but the rhetoric of having to pick and choose when discussing Qingbei more or less made him feel like he was blowing off the power. Really? He wanted to take out his cell phone and record Xiao Yu's words, then let him hear for himself what the hell was being said. Even the pattern pops out. The ordinary people who can go to any one of the Qing and Beijing schools are really smoking in their ancestors' graves, and he even wants to talk about the pattern with people first? Disdain was followed by worry. How could his good girl eat this up? Although Xiao Yu is not yellow hair, but this guy loves to blow powerful and this is not even drink on the blow. Drink a little wine is afraid of the earth or Xiao family. Hey, old Xiao's mind was in turmoil when he suddenly heard his wife say, it's 6:30. You can check the score. Right, Coco. Try to see if you can check it now. Old Xia, who had long felt impatient and wanted to have a good talk with his daughter, was instantly energized when he heard these words, and finally made it to the end. Hastily, he urged, yes, Coco, hurry up and check the score. Got it. Xia Coco took out her cell phone from her pocket and tapped on WeChat. Unlike Xiao Yu, the Xia family had been looking forward to checking the scores during the day, and had followed the public number that released the scores. Star Microeducation. Early on, according to the officially announced information, followed the prompted operation and clicked on the flagship store of government services, by which time all three adults had gathered around the two little ones, especially old Xia and Lulu. Both of them stared nervously at the hands of Xia Coco operating the cell phone. After clicking in, directly appeared a row of Xingnan province's major cities in the midterm examination results query. Xia Coco quickly clicked into the column of Xingcheng, and indeed directly popped up the window to enter the examination permit number or school registration number. The fact that it got this far shows that the officials were punctual and did open the score-checking service on time. After quickly entering all the information, Xia Coco clicked the query button, and the two adults around her even breathed a few minutes later. 669. That's 4 points higher than the highest score I predicted. 669? Okay, great. Let's see. After saying that, Lao Xia snatched the phone from Xia Coco's hands, then excitedly read out loud. Language 115. Math 116, English 95, Physics 66, Chemistry 46, Morality and Rule of Law 55, History 57, Biology 40, Geography 39, Sports 40, total score 669. My good daughter, congratulations. The top 4 should be secure with this scoreline. Ciao, she said with a smile from the side. Thanks. Geez, who's to say right now? The admission scoreline hasn't been announced yet, but it shouldn't be a problem. Coco's mom was also smiling like a flower at this time. While this is true, and the admission scoreline is usually not announced until the end of July, a bunch of experts have already predicted this year's scoreline based on the difficulty of this year's test questions after the midterm. Most of these experts are within the education system and are true experts, and in previous years the predictions were spot on, with a difference of at most a few points. Such is the most recent internet content that both of Coco's parents have been following these days. Even if the internet is bad on the train, it's all swiping away. The two naturally know that according to the predictions of these experts, this year's line control scores for the Big Four will probably be around 655, while the line control scores for the 5 elementary schools will be around 645. Xia Coco scored 669 points, so basically all the high schools in Star City could be chosen at random. Okay, well, brother, it's your turn to check your grades. Xia Coco grabbed the cell phone from old Xia's hands, then handed it to Xiao Yu. What do I have to check? Our railway. No. 1 middle school is stable. No suspense. Xiao Yu said carelessly. Indeed, without any expectations, it's natural not to be too interested. Unless the teachers were out of their collective minds, Xiaoyu was pretty sure that he would be able to go to the first railway middle school. However, Shako was not moved and exclaimed, "Check it out. Hurry up. Yeah, it's just as well that everyone's here. Check it out. Coco must come down, just to check the score with you." Old Xia, who was in a good mood, also smiled and chimed in. Oh, Chapter 62, The Eccentric Principal. Xiaoyu took the phone and casually typed in his information. This time it took 2 turns before the results popped up, probably because the number of people checking at the same time was starting to get bigger and the system was lagging a bit. 635. Zhou Yu was a little surprised. This was 5 points higher than his own estimate? The adjudicating teacher was also too facetious. Without waiting for the adults to react, the cell phone in Xiaoyu's hand was snatched by Xia Coco, who was beside him. This is probably an inheritance of the old Summer's acute nature. Then it was also read out loud like old Xia, but with far more emotion. 120 in language. Oh my god. A perfect score in language? Math 120. Still a perfect score? English 100. Perfect again? Physics 70. Perfect score. Chemistry 50. Perfect score. History 60. Perfect score. Taoism 57. Biology 9. Geography 9. Physical education 40. Total score 635. Brother, you're exaggerating, right? 6 perfect scores. How did you do it? The 2 adults in the Xia family looked at each other, and old Xia couldn't help but take the phone from Xia Coco's hands again, and sure enough, he saw a gorgeous row of perfect scores directly in the report card. This is a direct result of 3 scores not followed by a 0, looking a little harsh. To be honest, Xiaoyu was also surprised, although he did feel that the questions in this year's midterm were relatively simple, and it was normal to score full marks in mathematics, science and chemistry. The language, English and history, more or less, should be deducted a few points. In addition, morality and the rule of law is only 57 points. Also, he did not expect. That means he only scored 95 on that percentile paper. How is this possible? Who doesn't know that he has the highest moral standard in the whole Iron School? And he's deducted 5 points? Xiaoyu was completely baffled as to what was going on in the adorable brain circuits of the marking teacher. On the other side, Lulu also curiously took the cell phone from old Xia, looked at the gorgeous row of scores on it, looked at Xiao Shi, and didn't know what to say. Congratulations, I guess. Not really. Full marks are indeed many and stunning enough, but the total score is low. This score at grade high school certainly cannot go on. Only B grade, not up and down. All in all, it's just a very awkward score. Or Xiao Shi took the initiative to break the awkwardness. Well, it seems that Xiaoyu was very self-aware. This score is indeed enough to go to Iron First Middle School. Not bad. I'm quite satisfied. Straight-minded old Xia did not think so much. Chagrined, hey, it's just too bad. This score. Dad, what do you know? Brother Xiaoyu doesn't need to take the college entrance exam route. He's going to take the competition route. The competition? He doesn't need to take the college entrance exam to go to a top college like Qingbei. Didn't I tell you before? He passed the preliminaries of the Little Ribaba Global Math Contest. People from Little Ribaba even took the initiative to invite him to Xiazhou to participate in the finals. To put it bluntly, the papers for the middle and high school exams can't test Brother Xiaoyu's level at all. And people like him can only rely on competitions to prove themselves. Xia Coco tilted her head and said proudly, as if she was the one who would soon be going to Xiazhou to participate in the finals. At this joyous time, Lao Xia suddenly felt a little bit sad. After all, a middle school girl, the person she admired most should have been her father. The next moment he felt a little thankful. At least Xiaoyu hadn't turned out to be a yellow-haired man with nothing to do on the street, as he had previously imagined. Then the jingle that had made him break his defense the only time so long ago popped back into his head. It was still 2 years ago. He was selected by the unit to go to a hotel to participate in the training organized by the General Railway Administration, when another conference room on the same floor in the hotel was probably rented by a success lecturer to make a speech. When I went out for a smoke in the middle of the training, I overheard the promotional literature displayed at the entrance of people's venues. Men, you don't try. Your daughter could be hugged by someone her own age. You work hard. You could be hugging daughters your own age. The defense was broken at the time because he really did have a daughter. Photo evidence, telephone complaints, network reports. In the name of this time to participate in the training of the leadership of the General Administration of Railways, directly a key to the 3 companies. The good news is that the day opposite the success of the speech was directly interrupted by the relevant departments. I do not know what excuse to find. The people are dispersed, did not continue to run. The bad news is that the old summer nightmare did 3 whole night. Thinking back to the nightmare of that time, Xiaoyu suddenly became browbeaten. although the kid seems pretty unsettling. Bang bang bang. Old Xia's mind was still calculating a bunch of haves and have-nots when a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He subconsciously looked at Xiao Shi and answered, "Coming." And then he didn't pay attention to Xiao Yu's grades and walked to the door to open it. And then the clear voice came back into his ears. "Ha, Mr. Lun, you're here." A man's voice drilled into his ears again. "Xiao Yu's mom. This time I'm just leading the way. This is the principal of our Taiwan middle school, Principal Zheng Taijun Zhang. He wants to come and talk to Xiao Yu about the matter of volunteering." "Oh, Principal Zhang. How are you? Come on in, Mr. Lun, please come in as well." "Principal?" Lao Xia subconsciously looked at Lulu and then stood up. Actually, Ranger really didn't want to come today. Helplessly, he can't make the call. After supervising the exams in the afternoon, still intending to look at the paper in the office, was called to dinner by a phone call from Principal Zhang. After learning that he did not contact Xiao Yu at all, the mental state of the principal of the Zhang is obviously not quite right. It was decided to come to Xiao Yu's house after dinner, and the two of them sat down together with Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu's mother to talk about it. For this reason, Principal Zhang even said such words as "know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be in danger in 100 battles." What else can he do? "Excuse me. Hey, this is not a coincidence today. Is there a guest in the house?" "Principal Zhang, they are all neighbors. Xia Coco and Xiao Yu are the best friends since childhood, and are also the third-year graduates of Railway No. 1 middle school, so they came down together today to check their grades with Xiao Yu. By the way, I just checked Coco's midterm score has 669 points. Josie looked back and introduced herself. 669, ah. That's the top 10 in our junior grade this year. Congratulations, congratulations. Zhang Taijun swept a glance at the pretty-faced girl beside Xiao Yu. His heart moved and he smiled. "Principal Zhang, you are too kind. We as parents also have to thank the school for its cultivation. Just now I was thinking of setting up a table for a teacher appreciation banquet. When the time comes, I hope that you can attend as well." The only adult male in Xiao Yu's family at this time couldn't care less about his complicated thoughts and said in a hurry, "Okay, tell Xiao Yu when you set up the wine. He has my contact information. As long as I have time I will definitely attend." Zhang Taijun casually promised, and then no longer paying attention to the bystanders, his eyes then fixed on Xiao Yu, smilingly said, "Xiao Yu, ah. Teacher Lan and I came here this time specifically to congratulate you on your exhilaratingly good results in the midterm exam." Xiao Yu blinked, this time genuinely surprised. "Ha, 635?